It was an average day in the vicinity of the Follentia state. Father and son discussed what makes a lord truly great. Simon thought magnanimity was key for a lord, but his father wasn't sold on the idea. Lord Leschel, Simon's father, insisted that a warm heart was the most crucial trait, though other virtues varied with the moment. A lord had to be a friend, a family member, or even a villain, depending on the need. Simon would need to learn these roles, but with a warm heart he'd form lasting bonds wherever life took him. Just then, Charles, one of the workers, interrupted them. Exhausted from his labor, Charles asked Lord Leschel for a favor. Lord Leschel motioned for Simon and Charles to step aside, ready to get to work. Lord Follentia was no ordinary man, as they would soon see. He commanded dark, powerful magic, necromancy. With a single spell, he summoned a dozen skeletons. They looked terrifying, often linked to darkness and death. But these skeletons were different. Charles quickly directed them to a pile of logs, and the skeletons happily went to work, making the tasks much easier. For Lord Leschel, aiding his people was a joy. Simon couldn't help but feel proud of his father's necromancy, turning the undead into extra hands for the workers. Diving deeper into Simon's story, it was time for a quick history lesson on the necromancers of this world. Necromancers were unique magicians, using dark magic to summon and revive creatures long past. Long ago, an emperor sought to eliminate necromancers, fearing their influence over his empire. He ruled the empire of Thalhern and sent 50,000 soldiers to rid the land of necromancers. His army was known as the Rose Brigade. The necromancer's base was in Kazan, where they learned of the emperor's plan and sent 10 of their own to face his army. Just 10 necromancers took on the Rose Brigade and defeated all 50,000 soldiers, turning them into undead. And so began the fall of the empire. After the Rose Brigade was destroyed, the rest of the Thalhern Empire surrendered. The necromancers got their revenge by turning the arrogant emperor into an undead, stuck forever on his throne as a rotting corpse. This marked the start of the necromancers' rule, sweeping across half the continent without much opposition. But there was another force in play, holding power over the other half of the continent, and they had plans to challenge the necromancers' dominance. The priests were the only true rivals to the necromancers, worshippers of the goddess Devi, and a force to be reckoned with. For the moment, though, peace hung by a thread between these two powerful forces. Meanwhile, in the quiet town of Lash Hill, life was peaceful and friendly. Here, humans and undead worked together smoothly, with Richard's necromancy being put to good use. Later, Simon made his way back home. He stepped into the cozy yet charming house fit for a lord. His mother, Anna Valencia, was waiting for him, offering a warm and loving greeting. Once a priest, Anna had the power of bright, holy magic. In the kitchen, she boiled laharka mushrooms, poisonous looking, but Simon trusted her. Simon worried, but Anna remained unbothered. She reassured him that her magic would make them safe to eat. As she worked her magic, the sight left Simon in awe. Simon often wondered how his necromancer father and priest mother ever found each other. He admired their love, noticing how well they complemented each other. The family sat down together for a meal. The table was covered with delicious dishes. Simon picked at his food, prompting Anna to ask if he was feeling unwell, while Richard dug in with enthusiasm. Later, Simon watched as Anna playfully placed a cucumber mask on Richard's face. They acted like newlyweds, laughing and sharing tender moments. It was a home filled with warmth and happiness. That evening, Simon retired to his room, gazing out at the full moon with a sense of peace. After saying goodnight to his parents, he turned to close his door. Just then, a letter flew in, hitting him square in the face and knocking him off balance. Simon quickly pulled the letter off, still in shock. A girl was casually perched on his windowsill, grinning at him. Simon blinked, unsure if he was seeing things. He decided to ignore her, hoping it was just a trick of his mind. He hid under the blanket, praying she'd vanish. But she leaped into the room, scolding him for pretending not to notice her. She yanked at the blanket, determined to get his attention. Realizing she wasn't going anywhere, Simon sat up and asked who she was and why she was there. Just then, his parents barged in. Armed with a frying pan and rolling pin, they looked ready for anything. They thought an intruder had snuck in. The girl waved cheerfully and greeted them by name. To Simon's surprise, his parents were thrilled to see her. She introduced herself as Nephthys Arkbold. The name clicked. Simon had heard of Nephthys Arkbold in stories. A legendary necromancer, Nephthys had lived for over 300 years and even turned the Thalhern Empire's emperor into an undead puppet. Now she casually sat on his bed like an old family friend. Nephthys passed Simon the letter that had knocked him out of his daze earlier. Hands trembling, Simon read the letter. It was an invitation to the Necromancer Academy in Kazan, claiming he'd shown incredible potential. Nephthys extended her hand, inviting Simon to join her in Kazan. She promised him a future full of discovery and adventure. Simon felt a shift. Everything was about to change. With a smile, Nephthys left, saying she'd see Simon in Kazan. His dad asked for the letter and explained that Simon had been specially admitted to the academy. His dad went on to explain that Kazan was the heart of the Dark Alliance and a necromancer's school. The girl he met, she was the chancellor. Simon couldn't wrap his head around it. She seemed more like a kid than a leader. His dad mentioned the school was on Roke Island, and to get there, Simon would need to catch a ship from Langerstein. No worries though. The island was beautiful, and the school was famous for its stylish uniforms. His mom mentions it'll keep him busy until the ceremony, but before school starts, he has to open his core. While his parents discuss teaching him black magic, Simon stands there puzzled. The next week is the busiest of his life as he scrambles to prepare for school. Despite assuring him the school would be fun, his parents still worry about the surprise admission. As his dad gets ready to open his core, he tells Simon to hang on. There might be some pain. A soft blue light surrounds Simon as his dad shapes his core using magic. After that, Simon learned breathing techniques and took a crash course in black magic. A week later, he was off to Kazan, leaving his small town behind. In the carriage, his dad instructs him to pull the floating magic power into his body and begin using the mana. He guides Simon to move the mana through his core, asking if he can feel it. With his dad's guidance, Simon starts to form a small drop of mana. His dad explains that this power, called the darkness, is what necromancers use. The key difference between a magician and a necromancer is the darkness. Mana spreads out easily due to its low density, but the darkness is denser, almost like liquid, making it easier for the caster to shape and control. His dad shows him by creating a small doll with his hand, explaining that those who use the darkness are necromancers. With little time, his dad suggests they stick to practicing the basics. Simon attempts to shape the darkness, but he lacks control, and it just slips away. His dad is amazed that Simon can already shape the darkness after just 3 days. Normally it takes months, even years. He knew Simon was talented, but that could be risky too. He hoped Simon wouldn't make the same mistakes he had. Simon creates a blue flame, eagerly showing it to his dad. His dad smiles, admiring the beautiful blue tint in Simon's darkness. Simon gets even more excited, thinking the blue must be a rare color. The carriage finally stops at the border of Dresden. His dad prepares to leave, explaining he can't go any further due to past events. Simon feels a bit sad, but his dad reassures him that he's ready and can handle it better than anyone else. After nearly a week of travel, Simon finally arrives in Dresden. The streets were packed with people, and skeletons casually wandered alongside them. Simon felt a bit overwhelmed. It was his first time in a city this big. He pulled out a piece of paper with his guide's address written on it. Looking around confused, he spotted a woman and figured he'd ask her for directions. When she turned around, Simon nearly lost it. One of her eyeballs was hanging out of its socket. After a deep breath, he calmed down as she kindly gave him the directions. After thanking her, Simon walked off while a guy in a hat approached her, asking for a favor. Meanwhile, the guy in the hat waited for Simon, wondering if he'd gotten lost in the city. She wasn't entirely wrong, though. Simon was in fact surrounded by a group of goons. The guy in the hat pulled out a knife and demanded Simon hand over all his stuff. Just an hour ago, Simon had been searching for his guide when the guy in the hat approached him. The guy gave him the address and asked if he was headed that way. He introduced himself as Rowley, claiming to be the guide sent by Howell. He said he'd been looking for Simon, thinking he was lost, and asked him to follow him to his place. Rowley even warned him about crooks and robbers in the big city. While walking, Simon casually asked if Rowley was trying to scam him, which left the man in complete shock. Rowley spun around, nervously denying it. Simon pointed out that Rowley had been looking down a lot, likely checking for his knife. Rowley claimed it was for self-defense, but Simon revealed the name he gave him was actually the name of a goat in Leschel. Rowley started shaking, asking why Simon had followed him if he knew all this. With a trembling hand, Rowley pulled out his knife and signaled for his gang to join. Simon stood firm, refusing to hand over anything. At that, one of the goons behind him drew a knife and charged. Simon dodged the knife with ease and grabbed the man by the hand. He casually told the guy that he'd dealt with people like him back in his hometown. Simon explained that as the successor of the lordship, it was his duty to clean up scum like them. Hearing he was a noble, the robbers knew they couldn't let him go. Out of nowhere, the guide appeared. She explained that she'd been searching for him when he didn't show up as planned. As she walked confidently toward the goons, she waved at Simon, mentioning she came to find him since he'd missed their meetup. Smiling, she noted that he seemed to be handling something a bit different. The bald guy still thought their gang's numbers would win the fight. Just then, they all heard the eerie sound of bones cracking from a nearby shop. The girl casually reminded them that the building in front was a skeleton shop. Moments later, several skeletons jumped out of the shop, charging straight at the goons. The skeletons overwhelmed the goons easily, who immediately started begging for mercy. The girl asked their group's name, and it turned out they were from the Cleven clan. The girl then told the bald guy to drag their leader to the guard headquarters, face first into the ground. She added that if the leader sent a fake or had a poor enough face, she'd wipe out their whole clan. The goons quickly fled, panicked by her threat. With a casual glance, she turned to Simon and told him she was his real guide. Without waiting for a response, she grabbed his arm and led him to meet her mom. While searching for her mom, she spotted her buying ice cream. Her mom froze, trembling as her daughter ordered her to stay where she was. While the two argued, Simon couldn't believe that Nephthys was the girl's mom. She called out, asking if Simon had picked up anything from his father. Simon proudly showed her the dark flame, impressing them both. Nephthys handed her daughter Lorraine the responsibility of Simon and left. Once her mom was gone, Lorraine introduced herself and mentioned she was also a student at Kaysen. Once again, she grabbed his arm and dragged him off to shop for the new semester. Lorraine led Simon to the library. She grabbed the course books and told Simon he'd need to finish them all in his first year. She went off to find the last book. While waiting, Simon realized he'd never been around other kids his age, making him even more excited for school. Lost in thought, Simon was suddenly bumped by a girl who stumbled into the books. They both apologized, realizing they were too distracted. She helped him organize the books back on the shelves. She introduced herself as Cindy, also a new student just like Simon. She mentioned she was from a small town too and was excited to make new friends. Simon promised they'd stay in touch once school started. Cindy turned to leave, saying goodbye, but Simon stopped her. He asked her for his wallet, realizing it had gone missing. She was surprised, thinking Simon hadn't noticed her using spirit magic to steal it. Simon casually mentioned he'd seen the wallet floating in the air. Cindy's excitement grew, thinking that if other students were as surprising as Simon, school was going to be interesting. Simon wondered how shameless Cindy could be, but she didn't seem bothered by his thoughts. Cindy mentioned they'd probably be in the same place for 3 years if Simon chose spiritology as his major. She joked, inviting Simon to be her competition once school began. She tossed his wallet back to him with a grin. She reminded Simon to remember her when they bumped into each other at school before leaving. As Cindy walked away, Lorraine returned, empty-handed. She couldn't find the last book. It was out of stock. Simon learned he'd get the missing books when he moved into the dorm. Lorraine teased Simon, asking about the girl he'd been chatting with. She wondered if Simon had made his first friend, and he blushed, admitting he had. Lorraine offered to be Simon's friend, suggesting he could confide in her about any crushes. Meanwhile, Simon couldn't help but think he just narrowly escaped losing his wallet to her. Lorraine suggested buying a bag, but not just any bag. It was a subspace bag, something necromancers used for storage. At the shop, the lady already knew they were there for a bag for Simon, since Lorraine had already picked out hers. New to all this, Simon's friend wanted a subspace bag with the least restrictions. The shopkeeper showed them an exclusive ring that hadn't even hit the market yet. Simon put on the ring, feeling the darkness flow through him. He noticed a handle in front of him and pulled it like a lever. The handle revealed the subspace, a new product with a 4,000 UB capacity. The best part? It worked on uneven surfaces and slopes, making it super convenient. It also came with 7 magic spells, including temperature control, preservation, and an invisibility spell to hide from enemies. Lorraine learned that the bag even had an ejection feature. Simon couldn't help but wonder about the price, given all the cool features. To his shock, the bag cost 5,000 gold, more than his entire town's budget for years. Lorraine came to the rescue and paid for the bag, though Simon admitted he could never pay that much back. Turns out Lorraine's mom had paid, as she owed Simon's parents a favor. Simon tried to return the favor, but Lorraine assured him they just wanted him to do well in Kaysen. Simon pledged to work hard and left with his friend. But the day was far from over. They still had fun ahead of them. Lorraine led Simon to a game where they shot plush dolls. Later, they headed to the highest point in the city to watch the lanterns. As the lanterns lit the sky, Lorraine predicted Simon would do great at Kaysen. At dinner, Simon impressed Lorraine with his perfect table manners. His manners were a result of his noble family and his dad's strictness about etiquette. Lorraine advised Simon not to brag about his status at Kaysen since 30% of students were commoners and the selection was merit-based. She offered to help if he had any questions, and Simon asked about the majors. Simon learned there were 9 courses in the first semester, 7 majors, and 2 minors. In the next semester, students would pick their electives, and by second grade, they'd have to decide on their major. Students would need to figure out their strengths and focus on their core subjects. Only the students who truly mastered their subjects would be chosen for group tasks. Simon couldn't help but be impressed by Lorraine's actions when they first met. He was so intrigued by her that he was now considering someone algae as his major, which made Lorraine excited. She thought it had that classic magician vibe. As they kept talking, Simon learned about Professor Hong Peng and other awesome faculty at Kaysen. Lorraine dropped him off at night, knowing her mom would be mad if Simon was late because of her the next day. Simon had a great time with Lorraine. Just as she was about to leave, Lorraine turned back and confessed something. She revealed that she too was a new student, meaning they'd definitely meet again on campus. She hadn't hidden this, but just hadn't found the right time to tell him. She left with a reminder to become friends if they crossed paths again at school. The next day, Simon and the other students were ready to head to Kaysen. Each student had their own style, making Simon worry about his. Simon remembered that Lorraine wouldn't be joining them, as she was taking a different route. All the students were required to board a ship that was anchored in an unusual way. Simon confirmed his identity, but just as he was about to board, he heard something. It was Lucius, a noble kid at the top of Keesan's waitlist, yelling at a servant because he didn't want to accept that he wasn't on the admission list. Lucius didn't believe it and demanded the servant contact Keesan, but the servant politely asked him to go back. Lucius grabbed the servant's hand, trying to show off his power. Simon couldn't stand it and stepped in to help the servant. Simon grabbed Lucius's hand and squeezed it painfully. Just then, Professor Sillage arrived and took control of the situation. The nurse was asked to call Nephthys, but the professor barely listened to him. With a snap of his fingers, the professor used hematic black magic, splattering Lucius's blood everywhere. The professor quickly urged all the students to board the ship. The professor's magical display left the students wondering if they'd get a chance to take his class in the first grade. Simon was still worried about Lucius, but the professor reassured him that he was fine. An announcement warned of some possible turbulence. They were instructed to stay seated until the next announcement. The students were curious about how the ship would move, given how strangely it was anchored. The students first thought they heard the waves, but then they realized it was the sound of a massive whale. The whale was so big it dwarfed the ship. Before anyone could process what was happening, the whale swallowed the entire ship. Moments later, the students realized they were inside the whale's stomach. The whale was famous for traveling the world, sometimes even snacking on ships at harbors. It also served as the fastest transport for new students headed to Kaysen. Inside the whale's stomach, there was a large space where others were living too. A fellow new student, Rowan, struck up a conversation with Simon. Rowan was impressed by how Simon handled the awkward situation with Lucius earlier. Simon humbly accepted the compliment. Rowan was curious about the admission tests Simon had taken. Rowan had passed by, making the darkness shift shapes. Simon almost told Rowan how he got in through Nephthys's admission letter, but hesitated, worried it might cause trouble. Instead, Simon lied, saying his admission test was the same as Rowan's. As they chatted, an announcement interrupted them. The announcement instructed everyone to sit down as they were nearing Kaysan. Simon noticed the waters inside the whale's stomach were getting rougher. Once everyone was seated, the professor cast a spell on the ship. The professor warned that more turbulence was coming and everyone should grab a handrail. Before anyone could grab the handrail, the turbulence sent everyone, along with their luggage, crashing down. A bright light appeared, and the ship shot out of the whale's stomach into the sky. The professor expertly landed the ship while Simon watched, wide-eyed. After the ship touched down, the deck opened, and keys were handed out. The new students lined up in groups of 4 to get their uniforms. The boys and girls went off to their separate dressing rooms. They were told to meet back outside in 5 minutes. Simon hurried to get dressed. The uniform was just as elegant as his father had described. The jacket was enchanted, making it tougher than any armor. Once everyone was dressed, they gathered outside and headed to the auditorium. Outside, the boys couldn't help but notice that the girls' uniforms were definitely fancier. As they walked, Rowan caught up to Simon and complimented how great he looked in the uniform. Rowan was thrilled to be at Keysen, almost wondering if it was all real. Soon, they were in the auditorium with the other 1,000 first-year students. Only 300 students would make it to second grade, and by third grade, that number would shrink to 150. This meant only 30% of the students would actually make it to second grade. The competition would be fierce, with the top students a constant challenge for anyone aiming for third grade. One of the top students was Cerna Eindark, the heir to Ivory Tower. There was also Darwin Carradine, Jay Sanders, and Chattel Mayer, a massive guy. Lowen added Lorraine to the list of top students, spotting her on the other side of the room. At first, people thought Lorraine got in through a special admissions slot because of her mother's influence, but she had actually aced the admission test. Though she didn't top the exam, everyone knew Lorraine's strengths and saw her as serious competition. The matriculation ceremony began, and the representative welcomed the students. He warned the students about the forest, then introduced the professors who would be teaching first grade. The professors were top necromancers, the kind of people usually only seen in magazines. Simon wondered why Nephthys wasn't at the ceremony. Rowan explained that someone like Nephthys doesn't show up to small ceremonies. Meeting her was a big deal, even by third grade. As the ceremony wrapped up, it was time for the student representative to take the oath. Both top male and female students were eligible to represent the class. The presenter called up the second special admission, who was guaranteed to take the oath. Then, Simon's name was called as the first special admission, surprising everyone, even Simon himself. As Simon made his way to the stage, everyone whispered, trying to figure out who he was. Nervous but determined, Simon read from the paper and took the oath. The first years had their first class right after the ceremony. With over 14 classes and 1,000 students, every class was packed. In Simon's class, everyone was talking about his special admission, adding even more pressure. He found out that some analogy was part of his courses. The analogy class intrigued him, as his father had practiced it, and he could follow in his father's footsteps by taking it. The first class was about to begin as the first professor walked in. The professors at Kizan were renowned necromancers. While necromancers were once seen as dark and evil, times had changed. Today's necromancers were smart, practical, and cool. Professor Beheel, a young member of Kizan's core battlers, the Crows, was a favorite among students. Everyone was excited to hear that he'd be teaching the first-grade catarology course. The class began with Professor Beheel's intro, and he asked the students to introduce themselves when he called their names. One by one, each student introduced themselves, including Simon. The professor kicked off the class with a basic question about curses and catarology. Jamie explained that a curse was dark magic that kept one's power while draining the opponent's. The professor then gave an example to explain the curse. He used the example of a battle between two primitive knights. Both knights had similar skills, constantly attacking and waiting for the other to slip up. They traded blows, neither willing to give up. One knight let out a scream, locking eyes with his opponent in a death stare. The opponent flinched and turned pale under the intense gaze. The sword finally cut through the opponent's shoulder, spilling blood. The other knight quickly targeted the opponent's legs, slowing his movements. He then threw sand in his opponent's eyes before ripping off his helmet. The battle raged on until the knight delivered the final blow, cutting through his opponent's head. The professor used the example to show that even savage, weapon-clashing battles were just a series of calculated actions. Each move was designed to weaken the opponent and claim victory. The professor then showed how modern necromancers battle. Necromancers, he explained, win with just one move. Curses, the simplest and quickest of black magic, can rattle an opponent with minimal effort. He took a few steps forward, ready to demonstrate his point in real time. The professor picked a student, snapping his fingers to cast the spell. The student collapsed on the desk and Beheel reached for his knife. The stunt clearly showed that necromancers could bring down their foes with a single strike. The students now fully grasped the power of curses and catarology. After Beheel's impressive demonstration, it was clear that 80% of the students would be signing up for his course again next semester. He advised the students to focus on their specialties with curses to gain an edge over their enemies. The class learned that catarology was central to modern necromancers, the key to challenging priests. Beheel explained the ongoing battle between priests and necromancers. Necromancers wield curses while priests rely on blessings, he said. The key difference between a blessing and a curse: one strengthens, the other weakens. He asked the students to figure out why cursing might be better than blessing. Jamie raised her hand, ready to answer. She explained that curses were faster to cast than blessings, which would make them more effective at weakening. Beheel found the answer interesting but corrected her. Curses were actually slightly slower when facing resistance. Beheel asked if anyone else had a different answer. Hector raised his hand, pointing out that no one trains to be weaker. Beheel was impressed and promised to remember Hector's name. He then explained that weakening spells couldn't be avoided through mere training. Everyone practices for the usual situations. He explained that true skill is measured by how well one performs when everything is controlled. He pointed out that humans are more sensitive than they appear, often giving up at the smallest change in their surroundings. Winning doesn't require cutting off the archer's hands. You could just give him conjunctivitis to mess with his vision or make him nauseous. Or distract him, confuse his sense of distance, plenty of ways to throw him off. With these tricks, dodging an archer's arrow becomes a breeze. Beheel revealed that necromancers have tons of ways to mess with their enemies. Like if they're feeling off, they just take a break instead of pushing through. He told the students it's smarter to focus on weakening their enemies rather than just getting stronger. Kizan staff brought over correction devices for all the students. The professor announced it was time to learn how to cast a curse. The correction device felt a bit embarrassing for the Kizan students, but it was their first day, so they had to roll with it. Beheel reassured them, saying it's fine to use the device to get the hang of it, but not to rely on it too much. He started with the exhaustion spell. The students were told to grab the handles of the device and channel their darkness into the mold. Beheel explained that the key to a successful magic circle is forming the main rune word perfectly. The rune word, he clarified, is a set of magical letters. Drawing these runes with darkness would create magical effects. The professor instructed them to lift the magical circles they had formed in the molds. Many students, Simon included, managed to lift their circles. But soon enough, the circles started to collapse. Beheel explained that this happened when the darkness wasn't refined well or the binding was too weak. He encouraged them to try again, telling those who kept their circles stable to move on to the real practice. Each student had their own plan, along with the correction device. The students aimed their circles at a plant ready to cast their curses. If the plant changed, it meant their curse worked. Some students nailed the spell, while Simon was still struggling. The professor noticed the skill gap and told everyone to keep practicing their speed, even if they'd managed to cast the curse once. Those who had mastered it with the device were now told to go device-free. Most students pulled it off, except Simon. Frustrated, Simon kept trying to form the perfect circle. Simon wondered what was wrong, recalling Nephthys and her daughter talking about his darkness in vapor form and how he needed to harness his core to transfer mana properly. Instead of directly channeling mana, Simon focused on gathering it first. Once he had enough mana, he directed it into his circle and cast the curse on the plant. Finally, the curse worked, and the plant weakened. As the spell landed, Simon let out an exclamation that the whole class heard. The professor called time on practice, telling those who hadn't mastered it to practice in the dorms, while the rest would put their magic to use. Before wrapping up, Beheel called the top special admission student forward. Everyone was curious to see how the top special admission student would perform. Beheel announced a face-off between the top student and Hector, based on their admission scores. The professor laid out the rules for the face-off. The only spell allowed was Exhaust. They had to cast it, and the first one to touch the ground lost. Hector decided to go without the correction device. Beheel admired Hector's confidence. Beheel thought Hector might be smarter than he looked. He must have remembered Beheel's earlier advice about the device, trying to impress by going without it. Meanwhile, Simon stuck with the correction device, and Beheel was fine with it. Beheel wished them luck, and they began on his signal. Simon, a little nervous, reminded himself to stick to the plan. As Simon thought about his magic circle, Hector had already cast the spell, without the device. Simon felt weak after just one hit from Hector. Simon concentrated hard on his circle, but it fell apart. He decided to restart, knowing it wouldn't work unless he got it perfect. As Simon planned his next move, Hector hit him with another spell. Hector shot 5 more spells at Simon, while he couldn't even cast one. The class started to doubt whether he deserved the top spot, as he hadn't cast a single curse at Hector. Hector was hoping Simon would just give up already. Beheel kept a close eye on the face-off. He noted that Hector was clearly a major talent. Besides his skills, Hector had the mindset of a top-tier student. Beheel figured Hector would go far, maybe all the way to 3rd grade. Simon, however, wasn't impressing Beheel as the top special admission. Beheel thought Simon lacked the basic experience and knowledge in dark magic. He couldn't figure out why Nephthys picked Simon as number 1. All 4 special admissions bypassed the exam, chosen for being the century's greatest talent, especially number 1. Nephthys always picks the top student herself, the one who stands out the most in their field. Beheel couldn't help but wonder what Simon had done to earn the top spot. Beheel noticed Simon's stamina. Most students his age would have quit after 4 exhausts. Yet, Simon kept going even after Hector's 9th exhaust. While Simon's stamina impressed Beheel, he felt Simon's strength was better suited for physical combat than catarology. At last, Simon got his circle to float and cast the curse. To everyone's surprise, Simon's single curse was so powerful, Hector nearly dropped to his knees. Hector couldn't believe how Simon had managed such an intense exhaust spell. Hector wasn't ready to lose to just one spell after exhausting Simon with back-to-back curses. Hector fired his final exhaust, sending Simon to his knees. Beheel declared Hector the winner, praising both him and Simon for their effort. The class wrapped up. Beheel was still in shock over Simon's one powerful exhaust. Simon's curse had outdone every single exhaust Hector had thrown at him. Beheel had never seen such a powerful move before. After witnessing it, he was sure Simon would master catarology, no matter what. The scene shifted to Simon, drained from all the classes. A fellow student sitting nearby pointed out that the exhaustion was because Simon was the top special admission pick. Kizan wasn't just competitive among students, even the teachers were battling it out. Professors had to deliver results or risk being fired mid-semester. That's why professors worked hard to bring in the best students. Simon finally understood the professors had been putting him to the test in every class to see his abilities. What's more, the girl chosen to be his opponent was Malin Villeen. Malin was at the top of the class, and even the entire grade. Simon couldn't win a single round against her, leaving all the professors puzzled. They'd expected Simon to be a star student, but he turned out to be a total beginner. Grateful for the explanation, Simon asked the student who he was. The guy got a little annoyed, saying they all introduced themselves in Professor Beheel's class. His name was Dick Hayward, a classmate of Simon's. He asked how Simon felt about all the students talking about him. Simon shrugged, guessing they were probably just talking about how bad he was. The conversation shifted to what had happened in Beheel's class. Despite taking 10 exhaust curses, Simon admitted he still had fun. Hayward was taken aback. Hayward noticed a spark in Simon's eye as he talked about how fun the classes were. Then he shifted gears, mentioning a serious problem. After Hector's win in the duel, he started gathering his own group. Many students were impressed and started following him. Plus, he was the eldest son of a powerful family, making him even more popular among the nobles. Simon wasn't too bothered, even after hearing all of that. Hayward practically yelled, stressing how important politics were at the academy. If Hector got everyone under his thumb, finding teammates for group projects would be a nightmare for those out of his favor. Simon asked why he came to him instead of Hector. Hayward scratched his head, admitting he was just a commoner. Even though commoners are treated equally, some nobles still like to show off their status. Simon reassured him, saying he wasn't one of those types. Hayward got excited and asked if Simon wanted to join his clique. He may not be the most skilled, but he was still the top special admission student. There had to be a reason Nephthys chose him to come to the academy. Maybe he was hiding talents he didn't even realize yet. Simon smiled, politely saying he wasn't interested in joining any cliques, but he was fine with being friends. Hayward cringed a little, but eventually agreed to be friends. He pulled out his book, signaling that it was time for their next class. The next class was summonology, and Simon lit up. He was excited to summon creatures like his dad. As Simon walked into the room, whispers spread through the class. Hayward told Simon to ignore them, but when he turned around he saw Simon practically bouncing with excitement. Then the professor walked in, though he didn't exactly look like one. He looked like he was there under duress. With a sigh, the professor introduced himself as Aaron Dea, then started the lecture, revealing that summonology was the foundation of all necromancy. Although scholars won't admit it, necromancers originated from coffin-bearers and necrophiliacs. He told them everything bad they'd heard about summonology was probably true. This left the students confused since no other professor was so blunt. He explained he wasn't trying to sell the course to them and would lay out both the pros and cons so they could decide. First up, the cost was a major downside. The materials for summonology would cost more than all their other classes combined. They couldn't just go around killing people or animals for skeletons. That's why they bought skeleton sets or specially treated corpses, which were single-use and often cost more than the outcome. If anyone wanted to take this subject, they'd better forget about making a profit. The second downside was that summonology heavily relied on creatures. When the summoned creatures got destroyed, the summoner's strength took a huge hit. Summoners preferred semi-permanent undead over disposable corpses, but if those undead were destroyed, it meant serious financial and strategic losses. And until new corpses were available, they'd just have to sit back and watch. The third, and biggest disadvantage was that summonology struggled against priests. Basically, it wasn't really suited for modern battles. The only time summonology truly worked was in full-scale wars, where materials for necromancers were abundant. But with the truce in place, the battles were now smaller and more localized. In these types of fights, curses and spirit controllers were much more effective. Summonology was vulnerable to priests since one spell could take down their undead army, and rebuilding it would cost both time and money. After Professor Aaron had finished trashing his own subject, a student named Jaime Victoria raised her hand, eager to know what the advantages were. He shot her a cold stare, reminding the class he hadn't asked for questions yet. Clearly not thrilled, he quickly summarized the advantages in 3 sentences, warning them that if they didn't have the guts for it, they should steer clear in the second semester. He added that if anyone thought they'd be begging him to switch majors by the second year, then summonology was not the subject for them. And if anyone was only considering it because it seemed less competitive, they'd be expelled personally. Once he was done talking, class finally kicked off. He handed out the bones of an island ratman to the students. As Simon opened his box, he noticed numbers written on the bones. The bone structure was like that of a human but simpler and way cheaper than a human skeleton. The professor showed them a diagram of the animal's anatomy, then picked up the skull, signaling for them to start. Inside the skull was a magic circle correction device. The task was to reach inside the skull and use the device to form the magic circle. Before he could explain more, chaos broke out as the skulls suddenly came to life and the students screamed. Aaron smirked, admitting he was a bit late with the warning. While all the other skulls were going wild, Simon's skeleton stayed calm. Hayward asked Simon if he'd dealt with these before, noticing how calm his skull was. Necromancers must know the bone structure of the creatures they summon. Humans have 206 bones, but smaller creatures like the island ratman only have 53, making them easier to memorize. The bones even had numbers for reference. The students just needed to arrange the bones based on these markings. With the professor's guidance, everyone started piecing together their undead creatures. Aaron warned them that getting the bone structure wrong could stop the creature from moving or even cause the bones to fall apart at the wrong moment. Hector and the top-ranked girl were the first to finish assembling their skeletons. As the professor checked on their progress, Simon felt a little proud of his first skeleton. Hayward yelled at Simon, pointing out how his skeleton kept attaching the leg bone to the arm. Simon figured he had placed the bones in the wrong order, which is why the skeleton was confused about the arms and legs. The professor announced that time was up and it was time for the class's final demonstration. As expected, he called Simon and Hector to the front for the demonstration. Standing face to face, Professor Aaron explained that they had 10 minutes to complete the task. The challenge was to assemble a skeleton and grab the necklace. Whoever held it at the end of 10 minutes would win. No using black magic or grabbing the necklace themselves. As the timer started, both students opened their boxes. Simon picked up his skull, confident he could win. Simon started with the spine, but to his surprise, the assistant hid the bone structure diagram, leaving them with no reference. Nervous now, Simon thought he could rely on the markings, but soon realized these bones were unmarked. The professor harshly reminded him that the earlier bones were for teaching, and market sets didn't come with numbered markings. The professor told Simon that any necromancer should be familiar with the creature's bone structure by heart. Meanwhile, Hector was assembling his skeleton like it was second nature to him. Simon didn't give up, hoping he could remember the main bone order. Professor Aaron noticed Simon, the top special admission student, seemed like he'd never assembled a skeleton before. Hector, on the other hand, appeared to have the entire skeleton structure memorized. Hector's prep course was paying off, and Aaron could see his talent. Simon, however, didn't give off the same impression. Aaron began to think Hector might be the only one with real talent in the class. Suddenly, Hector's skeleton stood up and the class erupted in cheers. Hector was determined to crush Simon and show him up in front of everyone. Wasting no time, Hector sent his skeleton charging forward. The rat leaped onto the table and snatched the necklace right away. Only 5 minutes remained the match for both students. Simon was still putting together his skeleton. Realizing he was at a disadvantage without prep lessons, Simon knew winning against Hector was unlikely. Not to rely on memory, Simon threw out his plan and went with his gut instinct. Simon dismantled the skeleton and started reassembling it in a totally new order. The other students watched in confusion, unsure if Simon had given up already. Simon knew his only goal was the necklace, not a perfect skeleton. With no time to spare, he focused on assembling the skeleton fast, not worrying about the details. Simon threw caution to the wind and assembled the bones based on pure instinct. When the professor checked his work, he was shocked to see Simon had assembled the skeleton of a gray rat. In fact, it was the bone structure of the island ratmen before they evolved. While not identical, it was still an undead structure, meaning Simon didn't have to nail every detail. Professor Aaron couldn't help but wonder how Simon figured this out without prep work, relying solely on his own reasoning. As Simon's skeleton hit the field, the other students began cheering for him. Hector, who had built the perfect skeleton in record time, was puzzled as Simon stole the spotlight. Furious, Hector sent his skeleton charging at the rat. With a single strike, Hector's skeleton shattered Simon's into pieces. Hector laughed, thinking he'd won, but Simon grinned and used the skeleton's arm bone to grab the necklace. Hector grumbled to the professor that it wasn't fair, claiming they should have used the entire skeleton to get the necklace, not just a bone. With a snap of his fingers, Simon magically reassembled his skeleton. As time ran out, Simon was declared the winner of the round. Simon held up his gray rat skeleton, celebrating his first victory at the academy. In the teacher's room, the professors chatted about their first day, praising their students. One mentioned Malin, the top-grade girl who had created a schneef poison on her first day, while another noted that all 7 villain family children were top-tier students. They also discussed Saren and a student named Chattel Mayer. One professor seemed excited about having Chattel in her class. The others quickly reminded her that contact with students was off-limits during the protection period. The conversation shifted to Professor Behill, with others asking about his class. He played clueless, pretending not to understand. The other professors were curious about his top special admission student. Behill casually mentioned that the special admission student had been beaten 10-1 by another classmate. The other professors exchanged glances, wondering if the student was really as special as they'd thought. Behill did admit that Simon had impressive stamina, surviving the exhaust curse 9 times in his first class. Still, that wasn't enough to impress them, so they turned to Aaron, asking what he thought of Simon. Aaron, without even glancing their way, labeled Simon as slow and mediocre, but noted his originality and creativity. While the others resumed talking, Behill remained stunned by Aaron's rare words of praise. Behill knew Aaron was being cryptic, covering up something deeper. It was clear to Behill that Aaron rarely gave such compliments, which meant he truly liked Simon. Intrigued, Behill's interest in Simon started to grow. Behill, eager for confirmation, asked Aaron if he still stood by his statement from the previous year. Aaron had claimed he didn't plan to mentor students anymore, but before he could respond, Nephthys burst into the room. Behill conjured an ice cream for her, which Nephthys accepted without hesitation. After greeting the group, Nephthys sat down and asked about their first day with the new students. As the others rambled on about their top students, Aaron observed quietly from afar. Nephthys told them to report any problems to her and head home early since it was just the first day. Aaron called her out, requesting a private chat. The professors were left shocked and curious, wondering what was going on. Behill watched the pair leave, a smile forming on his face. He knew Nephthys wouldn't spill the beans to Aaron that easily. Meanwhile, Simon and Hayward were searching for a room, but everyone they found was already taken. They were running a bit late, and all the other students had already snagged their rooms. The girl at the desk apologized, saying there were no available rooms on the 2nd floor either. The 3rd and 4th floors were just as full. Simon figured they might as well check the floors themselves. The girl offered to go with them, thinking she could help out. As they moved, the girl bumped into a student coming the other way. The student shoved her aside, looking down on her just because she was a caretaker. She started apologizing, but the guys weren't done with her. Simon cut in, asking if they couldn't see he was talking to her. Hayward chimed in, mentioning they'd clearly run into her on purpose, and the students fumed, ready to start a fight. Just then, one of the students recognized Simon as the special admission top student, and they all bolted. The girl thanked Simon, and they continued up to the upper floors. Flipping through her notes, the girl found a room with 2 open spots on the 4th floor. The room was big with a great view, but as she checked the names on the list, the girl freaked out and suggested they find somewhere else. She explained that the room already had students, including Cajun Edval, who was repeating the grade after some issues the year before. She whispered that many of his roommates had requested room changes after showing up with bruises. Despite being strict, Kazan somehow managed to avoid expulsion. Hayward asked Simon if they should just leave, but Simon thought they should at least check the room and say hi. They entered to find a guy sleeping in the bed. Simon apologized for waking him and asked if it was okay for them to stay in the room. Cajun shot them a death glare but relaxed when he realized they were just new students. He told them not to be so polite since they were in the same grade. Scratching his head, he reminded them of two things to keep in mind while staying in his room. First, not to interfere with his business, and second, not to disturb him before bed. Once he's asleep, they could do whatever they wanted. Simon asked if that meant they could stay, and Cajun shrugged, saying it didn't matter, since someone would end up in the room anyway. The two stared at him in silence, realizing he had already fallen back asleep. They left the room and told the lady they'd be staying there. She reminded them to report any issues, so she could tell the doormaster right away. Once she left, they returned to the room, wondering if Cajun would really stay asleep. Suddenly, Hayward dropped all his books on the floor. Even with the noise, Cajun stayed asleep, confirming he wasn't joking. Simon figured he wasn't a bad guy as long as they followed his rules. Hayward mentioned a bathhouse he'd seen on the second floor. The scene shifted to Simon acting like a kid after his bath. Hayward asked if Simon lived in the mountains, having never seen anyone so excited over a shower stall. He joked not to say wow every time Simon pressed a button, or the other students might start talking. Simon explained he was just happy to be at Kizan. Hayward explained that staying at the academy depended on their grades. There were only 300 second years, mostly because of the student protection period. During this time, professors couldn't grade or even talk to students, and expulsions were off limits. Once the period ended, expulsions became a normal thing. It could be due to poor performance or just not showing any potential. If a student made it to grade 2, they'd land a job anywhere. Graduating meant they could become leaders. Graduates could become anything except part of the royal family. They could still marry a princess from a small kingdom. Hearing all this, Simon asked Hayward if he wanted to be a noble. Hayward said becoming a noble had its perks, but he had other plans. He just wanted to make money. While they talked, Simon casually summoned a box from the ground, freaking out Hayward. Simon explained it was a subspace. The box held a skeleton kit for the island Ratman. Simon, who hadn't taken any prep classes, wanted to practice. As he pulled out the skull, Hayward asked if he'd assemble it right this time. Simon just smiled, deciding to trust his gut. He started assembling the bones, and in no time, the skeleton was complete. After a quick look, he noticed one leg was shaking and figured he could fix it. Without hesitation, he struck the skeleton, shattering it into pieces. Hayward was confused, asking why Simon did that, but Simon didn't answer. He recalled the lesson from class and closed his eyes. He knew the skeletons always returned to their true form. With the order in mind, assembling the bones was easy. Simon raised his hand, and the skeleton reformed. Hayward was impressed, asking how Simon pulled it off without any prep classes. Simon yawned, announcing it was time for him to sleep. Simon, however, decided to practice more, planning to stay awake a while longer. Sitting in the room, Simon tested various bone arrangements, jotting down keynotes for each try. The bone assembly formulas had been perfected by necromancers over centuries. It was clear they had experimented and refined their methods over time. Simon knew this history, which made him admire the necromancers even more. He tried another arm bone arrangement, but it didn't feel right for the undead, so he reset it. Simon believed there was always a better way to arrange the bones and was eager to find the fastest method. He wondered what he was missing compared to his father and Lorraine. Both had easily summoned undead skeletons with no trouble. Simon couldn't wait for his next class to learn even more. The next morning, Professor Eric kicked off his lecture on darkness dynamics. He explained that darkness is the foundation of necromancy, asking how it fuels black magic. To master it, they had to understand the flow of darkness, rune words, and magic circle mechanisms. Rune words originated from the ever-burning torch of the Temple of Dal. No one dared question why the torch never went out. It was seen as disrespecting the divine. One day, people saw letters forming in the ashes of the torch. It turned out the whole miracle was sparked by simple letters, and that's how rune words were born. Over the years, rune words had been refined and perfected. The professor began demonstrating rune words by drawing magic circles on the board, showing how they were used in practice. One of the magic circles failed to activate due to a wrong rune word combination. After wrapping up his lecture, the professor handed out an assignment for the next class. Fix the broken magic circle and make it work. Hayward felt drained. He found the class pretty dull. Simon, however, thought the class was fine. Even if he didn't fully get it, Simon enjoyed how the professor explained things. They headed to the open field for their magical combat class. Other students were already waiting when one of the girls spotted something approaching. It was a massive group of hippos charging toward them. Panic spread as the hippos circled around the students. A man riding a hippo announced that Professor Hongpeng's class was at Rogue Mountain and ordered everyone to hop on. Hayward leaned in and whispered that the professor was weird, always camping out at different spots on Rogue Mountain. One student demanded a rug for the hippo. Without a word, the man leapt off and kicked the student down. The student shouted at him, calling him a servant. The man, annoyed, asked if the new students were that clueless, revealing he was a Tay, not a servant. The student quickly apologized. After schooling the student in manners, the man jumped back on the hippo, telling everyone to board. The hippos could hold 3 students each, though climbing them was no easy feat due to their massive size. Simon spotted a girl struggling to climb on and offered a hand. Once she was on, the hippos took off running. Chaos erupted as the students scrambled to stay on. The TA warned them that falling off the hippos could lead to death. Imagine going out that way. Finally, they reached Rogue Mountain, completely exhausted. Drinks in hand and resting, the students barely had time to catch their breath before they heard their professor's voice. Her name was Hongpeng Tunsoka Marlat, but from now on she'd just be called Professor Hongpeng. Professor Hongpeng was in charge of magical combat training. The Kundar Hydra, a giant undead monster, had once destroyed 4 feasts. Professor Hongpeng had fought it for 5 days straight, taking down all 100 of its necks to defeat it. She ordered the students to stand in lines of 4. With no explanation, she just told them to get moving and sprinted ahead. As the students reluctantly followed, she explained that physical fitness is the first step in magical combat. Simon couldn't help but be impressed. Her fitness was clearly next level. She explained that battle necromancers rely on physical strength, and with enough training, darkness would flow out like silk. The darkness could even form clothes, known as the dark robe, which defined a battle necromancer. When they reached the forest, she warned them to be cautious of the trees. Ahead, Simon noticed a group of kids zooming through the trees. Hayward asked how Simon was still going after all that running. Simon grinned, explaining he was used to it. His hometown had mountains like this, making running a blast. Most of the students were already wiped out by then. The professor stopped at a cliff's edge, revealing they had to jump across the valley using the darkness. A failed jump meant a direct plunge into the river below. She told them to release the darkness from under their feet, not their hands. She demonstrated with a flip mid-air, showing them how it's done. It was like using the darkness as a springboard. She was the first to leap. A few students followed, barely making it across. She advised releasing the darkness early, delaying it could be dangerous. Simon shut his eyes, pondering the professor's words. Hayward decided not to overthink it, rushing forward and making his jump. Mid-jump, Hayward spotted Hector. He'd made the highest jump of them all. Once safely across, Hayward cheered for Simon, encouraging him for his jump. Simon focused for a moment, then took the leap. When Simon landed, his friend congratulated him on making the highest jump. Even Professor Hongpeng was impressed, giving him a nod of approval. While Simon celebrated, Hector shot him a furious glare. The professor announced they would wait for the others before moving on to the next area. While waiting, Hayward pulled out a list of students he thought would be good recruits for upcoming group classes. With classes starting next week, he figured they should get ready now. Simon couldn't help but admire how much effort Hayward had put into his research. He couldn't help but feel a little behind. Hayward seemed to know everything, while he barely kept up in class. Simon began to wonder if that was why Hayward came to him instead of Hector. Maybe he knew they wouldn't get along. He asked Hayward what he thought about the other students. Hayward shared that most of their classmates were pretty talented. He pointed to the girl who had ridden the hippo with them, guessing she might drop out after the protection period. She was one of the 2 who didn't make the jump. Without warning, the professor called for everyone to start running again. As they got ready to run, Simon spotted a group of hippos charging toward them. The students called for the professor, but she was nowhere to be found. As the hippos charged, Simon used a technique from class to jump out of harm's way. He couldn't figure out why they were charging, given it was still the protection period. Thinking it was a real threat, he panicked for his classmates, only to see they had it under control. Some students used curses to calm the hippos, while others leapt into trees. Once back on the ground, Simon realized he had overreacted. Even Hayward had avoided the hippos by climbing up a pole. Hayward reassured Simon, explaining there was nothing to worry about. Those hippos were under the professor's control. Besides being a magical combat expert, she could also tap into the power of the druid bloodline. From his spot on the pole, Hayward noticed the hippos cleverly avoided students who fell. Suddenly, the Tay yelled at everyone to keep running. The hippos would be back. After all the chaos, the students finally reached their destination, and it was breathtaking. The professor stood in a grassy field, surrounded by colorful flowers. The sight instantly lifted the students' spirits, and they rushed toward her. She casually mentioned she'd already arranged lunch through Keeson. The students cheered, with some already calling her their favorite professor. Hayward and Simon sat down together, discussing the professor. Simon thought she was different from the rumors he'd heard before arriving. He heard she was the most typical Keeson professor, but Hayward was shocked and asked where he'd even gotten that idea. Simon kept quiet, not revealing he'd heard it from the Chancellor's daughter. The professor called them back and told them they'd be leaving in 10 minutes. Simon felt like this was just the beginning. After lunch, Professor Hongpeng asked if everyone had their wristbands on. She told them to let their darkness flow into the wristbands. The moment they did, a heavy weight settled on them. The wristbands had an exhaust curse built right into them. The curse pulled them down as they tried to make their way up the hill. The students couldn't help but wonder if this was even allowed. Everyone looked exhausted, drained by the challenge. As soon as the professor signaled, they sprinted toward the top of the hill. Simon gasped for air, his head spinning, and every step feeling like a struggle. This time, it wasn't the prep class's fault. It was all about stamina and willpower. He knew he had to push ahead if he wanted to outpace the others. Hector was climbing right alongside him. Hector had weakened the curse with his own techniques, but he was shocked Simon was still keeping up without any tricks. He was determined to crush Simon for real this time. Professor Hongpeng stood at the top, watching as the two struggled to reach the summit first. To their surprise, neither of them made it first. Malin, the top student, casually strolled to the finish without breaking a sweat. The professor congratulated her, curious how she made it look so easy. Malin casually mentioned she'd used a resistance formula to cancel out the curse. Simon was completely taken aback. He didn't even know they could lift the curse on their own. The TA alerted the professor to an injured student, and she rushed to their aid. Hector quickly removed the curse and strolled away like nothing happened. Hector approached Malin, questioning why she'd lifted the curse during a magical combat class. She tried to ignore him, but he stoked the fire by mocking her for being out of touch. Locked away in her ivory tower like a princess, she shot him a cold stare, challenging him to a fight. Hector argued that they weren't even being graded during the protection period, yet she still pulled a cheap trick to win. While the two bickered, Simon finally crossed the finish line, securing third place. He collapsed under a tree, catching his breath. Not long after, his friend showed up, clearly wiped out from the run. He joked that he'd probably die if they had to ride the hippo's back. The professor gathered the students and told them she'd arranged a magic circle to teleport them back. The students began teleporting back in pairs. When it was Simon's turn, the teleportation landed him in a completely different place. The place felt oddly familiar, like his hometown. Just then, the door opened and Professor Hongpeng stepped inside. She quickly apologized for scaring him and motioned for him to sit. She explained the magic circle had been modified by someone. Upon further investigation, they discovered it had a formula that reacted only to the darkness of a particular person. Essentially, it was created for Simon. Once triggered, the formula would teleport him elsewhere. She asked if he had any idea who might be behind this. Simon shook his head, clueless about who could be responsible. She explained it was her duty to protect the students, so she'd brought him to his home. She also wanted to speak privately. She mentioned that Kisan rules prohibited talking to students during the protection period, though some professors had already bent the rule. She bluntly asked if he wanted to major in magical combat. If he agreed, she'd take him as her disciple, teaching him directly. A disciple's performance was tied to their professors, and each professor could only take on 3 disciples per year. Simon was still reeling from the offer, trying to process it all. He looked down, admitting he didn't feel like he'd done much in class. He also couldn't climb the hill any faster than the other 2 students. Simon wondered why she'd offer him such a big opportunity when he didn't feel very promising. Professor Hongpeng smiled, explaining that professors didn't care much about rankings. What mattered was talent. The way Simon used his darkness during the jump impressed her, especially since it was his first time. He made it up the hill using pure stamina, unlike the others who had lifted the curse. He might have felt he didn't do much, but she'd already seen enough. She believed his talent could truly blossom in magical combat and, with the right training, he could even surpass her. After thinking it over, Simon politely declined, saying he had another field he wanted to explore for now. She thanked him for his honesty but made it clear she wouldn't let him go so easily. He still had a year to decide, and she'd do her best to change his mind. Simon asked why she'd go so far for him. Professor Hongpeng admitted she was curious about how much he could grow and told him to come to her for help, even if he didn't want to be her disciple. She summoned a new magic circle for him, asking him to keep everything secret for now. Simon smiled and said goodbye to the professor. Once Simon left, the TA entered asking about the meeting. She told him Simon had declined. Confused, he suggested the professor should offer Hector a chance instead, since he seemed more talented. Professor Hongpeng cut him off, insisting Simon was a genius. She'd seen many geniuses at the academy, but none like Simon. When Simon entered his room, Hayward asked why he was so late. Simon just said there was an issue with his teleportation magic. Hayward's eyes lit up as he shared something shocking that happened when he stepped on the magic circle. At first, he felt like his body was stuck, but when he finally regained himself, he realized he'd teleported to a completely different place. Turns out, he had ended up in Professor Behill's office. Simon's interest piqued, and he asked what happened next. Hayward revealed that Professor Behill had made him clean his office. Poor Hayward had become a victim of free labor. He was convinced that Professor Behill was trying to recruit him as his direct disciple. As Hayward excitedly went on about being a potential disciple, he bumped into Hector, who was busy acting like he was better than everyone else. Hector questioned how someone like Hayward, a commoner, could dream of becoming Professor Behill's direct disciple. Hayward shot him an annoyed look, asking if Hector was jealous the professor hadn't considered him. The argument heated up as Hayward brought up Hector's earlier attempt to pick a fight with Malin, claiming she didn't know how the world worked. Hayward shot back, saying Hector was the one who didn't know anything about the world. Hector took the hit hard, his anger flaring as he used a curse to choke Hayward. Hector lifted him off the ground and slammed him against the wall. Threatening to kill him, Hector's fury was met with a calm smile from Hayward, who dared him to try harder. One of Hector's friends tried to intervene, but Hector wasn't hearing it. Hector shoved his friend aside and kept the fight going. Just then, Simon jumped in to protect Hayward. This was exactly what Hayward had been hoping for. Hayward conjured a dark flame ready to take the fight to the next level. Out of nowhere, a bar of soap flew through the air, narrowly missing Hayward. Cajun walked in, warning everyone to keep it down or he'd snap their necks. Hector tried to argue, but one of his friends reminded him that Cajun was the guy suspended for beating up students before. Realizing this, Hector backed off and decided to end the fight. Before leaving, Hector turned to Simon and Hayward, warning them not to pull something like that again. Simon attempted to thank Cajun, but he was quickly told to shut up as Cajun walked away. Simon couldn't help but think that Cajun wasn't such a bad guy after all. Later, Simon and Hayward started discussing their weekend plans. Simon said he had no plans, which annoyed Hayward since he believed weekends were super important. Hayward explained that his weekend schedule was even more important than his weekdays. He planned to head to nearby Rochester to start planning his business. Even though Kazan covered living expenses for students, it wasn't enough once they reached higher grades. An academic scholarship was an option, but Hayward didn't think he'd make the cut. So, Hayward planned to use his business skills to earn extra cash on the side. Students couldn't survive on Kazan's allowance alone, so they had to find ways to make money. It'd be even harder for Simon since his specialization would require a lot of money. Simon hadn't realized that extracurriculars needed to be as efficient as everything else. Hayward promised Simon he'd arrange a job once he made his mark in the market, but Simon wasn't having it. He decided to figure out how to make money on his own. Before Hayward left, Simon warned him about getting caught. Hayward shrugged it off, confident he wouldn't get caught. Simon broke into a sweat, wanting to thank Cajun for his help, but since Cajun wasn't back yet, he ate the snacks himself. While eating, Simon sensed someone staring at him from the window. He turned around to find Neftis eyeing the sweets with glowing eyes. Surprised, Simon opened the window and asked how she'd even gotten up to the 4th floor. Without a word, Neftis climbed in, grabbed a sweet, and sat with Simon. She asked how his first week was, and Simon said it was great, realizing this school might be a better fit than he thought. Neftis smiled, saying she expected him to struggle, especially since he didn't take prep classes. Seeing Simon reminded Neftis of his dad. She revealed that Simon's dad had been a student here too. But unlike Simon, his dad had been a total troublemaker. He was clever and talented, often getting into trouble for mocking professors. Simon couldn't believe it, having a completely different image of his dad. When he asked if his dad graduated, Neftis said he dropped out. His dad had thought the school was too small for him. Neftis was young back then, couldn't handle him well either. Neftis suddenly got excited, telling Simon that his dad had turned the entire island upside down. She hinted that Simon might find traces of his dad if he looked closely enough. After the conversation, Neftis mentioned she had to leave for her evening schedule. Before jumping out the window, she thanked Simon for the snack and tossed a piece of paper at him. At first, Simon thought she dropped it by mistake, but soon realized it was for him. Opening the paper, he found what looked like a treasure map with a skull symbol marking a spot deep in the forest. The next day, Simon stood in the forest debating whether to turn back. He remembered he had permission to stay overnight, so he decided to keep going. Soon, he spotted a warning about monster sightings. He didn't know what kind of creatures lived here, but he figured he was on the right track. As he walked, he heard a noise and wondered if it was something big. Before he could figure it out, a monster suddenly appeared. The monster lunged at him, and Simon barely blocked its attack by drawing his knife. The monster moved quickly, hard to spot in the darkness. Finally, Simon saw it clearly. A werewolf, and a young one, at that. If he'd seen it before coming to Kizan, he would have run. Instead, he quickly summoned 2 skeletons from the bones he carried, arming each with a knife. Standing with his skeletons, Simon felt confident he didn't need to run anymore. The werewolf growled and charged at Simon once more. Simon commanded the skeletons to attack, but the werewolf reacted fast, smashing one to pieces. As the skeleton crumbled, Simon felt a sharp pain in his head. The last skeleton managed to land a stab on the werewolf. Simon quickly fixed the shattered skeleton and sent it back into the fight. With the werewolf struggling against the skeletons, Simon found his opening and plunged his sword straight into the beast. Catching his breath, Simon realized this was his first real battle at the academy. Back home, he would have run, but after just 3 days at Kizan, he was already standing his ground. Wondering if he could survive all 3 years at the academy, Simon pushed the thought aside and decided to clean up fast before the blood attracted more monsters. He noticed one skeleton was too damaged to function properly. With only 1 skeleton left, Simon knew he couldn't risk another fight. Moving cautiously, Simon navigated the forest and finally reached his destination. To his surprise, the area was barren, no grass in sight, hinting that something was buried underground. Luckily, Simon had brought a shovel with him. He started digging and eventually uncovered a strange device. It was big enough for him to fit his fist inside. Simon wondered if the device was meant to react to darkness. Testing his guess, Simon activated the device, and it started flashing. Moments later, stairs appeared beneath his feet. Simon descended carefully, his skeleton in tow. At the bottom, he found a relic with a skull positioned in front of it. Simon realized the entire place must be a massive magical device, with runic inscriptions everywhere. The nearby skeleton made a noise, and Simon wondered if it had found something. He spotted a handprint in front of the skull. Simon picked up the skull, using his limited knowledge of undead creatures to deduce that it was ancient and incredibly dangerous. He couldn't help but wonder what such a thing was doing in this place. Out of nowhere, the other parts of the skeleton began to shift. Simon grabbed one of the bones and realized it was a number 2 bone. Carefully, Simon started piecing the skeleton together, unsure of how it would react. He knew it could attack, but something pushed him forward. Determined, Simon felt it was time to face the unknown head-on. Simon placed his hand on the handprint, channeling his dark energy as the skeleton started to stir. Now, he had no choice but to finish reassembling the skeleton. After hours of work, Simon was nearly done. His recent summonology studies had really helped him focus. Without it, finishing the skeleton in one night would have been impossible. Though he wasn't sure, the skeleton seemed to have a human-like shape. Its towering height, over 2 meters, made the assembly much trickier. Once assembled, the skeleton's size and eerie presence left Simon unsure of what to do next. Suddenly, the skull snapped into place, and the whole building shook. A deep, menacing laugh echoed through the room. The skeleton, covered in glowing runes, came to life and demanded to know who had woken it. Now a dark, floating figure turned to Simon and demanded his name. Stricken with panic, Simon stammered out his name. Simon Follentia. Hearing this, the skeleton let out a chilling scream and asked if Simon was really Richard's descendant. Still startled, Simon confirmed that he was Richard's son. The skeleton remarked that Simon's dark energy felt familiar, confirming only Richard's bloodline could awaken him. Simon then asked who it was. Drawing its sword, the skeleton introduced itself as Fear, the leader of a legendary battalion that once ruled with Richard. When Fear asked how Simon found him, Simon pulled out a piece of paper and explained Nephthys had sent him. Realizing the truth, Fear lowered his sword and proposed a contract. If Simon accepted, he'd command the battalion, able to crush any opposition. But this path would be filled with bloodshed and destruction, tied to his fate. Fear asked again if Simon was truly ready to lead the battalion. Simon paused, clearly unsure. This whole battalion thing was news to him, and the power it held felt way out of his league. Fear, impressed by the caution, explained the battalion's power was next level, enough to wipe out Kizan in a blink. The catch: Fear admitted the battalion had been shattered and locked away after his downfall. But now that Simon had stirred things up, he had a shot at pulling it all back together and becoming nearly unstoppable. After thinking it over, Simon nodded in agreement. Fear lifted him onto a stone platform like some ancient ritual was about to go down. The skeleton's chest creaked open, revealing a pulsing, glowing core. Fear motioned for him to touch the core, time to seal the deal. Of course, there was still a last-minute exit if cold feet kicked in. Simon stood firm. If these were his dad's old allies, then it only made sense they answered to him now. Fear paused, clearly impressed. This kid had backbone. Richard really had passed on the right spark. As the ritual kicked off, Fear gave a sharp grin and tossed out a not-so-reassuring warning. Don't die. Simon barely got a shout out before the spinning hit. Next thing, everything went black. Fear casually turned to the others, wondering aloud if their new boss had just croaked. Moments later, Simon blinked awake and groggily asked if the contract actually worked. Fear confirmed it was done and told him to check under the hood. Simon tuned in and noticed his core felt bigger and way more grounded. Where darkness used to weigh him down, it now wrapped around him like a cozy bath. Fear welcomed him to the Commander Club. Simon tried to stand, but the room had other plans. Fear suggested he chill. His body had just gone through a major upgrade. Head throbbing, Simon flopped back and called it a night. Fear warned the aches weren't going away anytime soon. Once rested, Simon circled back. What was the deal with this battalion anyway? Fear nearly lost it. How had this kid made a pact without even knowing what it was for? With a heavy sigh, Fear muttered that figuring Simon out might take a while. Fear questioned Simon's undead knowledge, and Simon admitted he was basically at starter pack level. Fear dove into a quick breakdown of the undead, splitting them into 3 types. First up, summoned undead. Basically, magic-made minions that follow whatever their summoner says. They poof out of existence once the magic runs out or their timer hits 0. Then there's the natural kind. No spell work, no necromancer, just rising up on their own. These are the classic creepers that come to mind when someone says undead. Fueled by pure rage and an intense grudge against the living, they usually end up labeled as monsters. Last but not least, Battalion Undead, somewhere in the weird middle zone between summon and natural. Like naturals, they run on their own magical cores, no strings attached. But like summons, they can still take orders from powerful necromancers or top-tier undead. Fear noted that just 7 battalions exist, meaning only 7 people on Earth could command them, and now Simon was one of them. Normally, a summoner's army is the size of a modest platoon. As their skills level up, so does their army count. Curious, Simon brought up Kaysen's elite necromancers. Fear admitted they could control a core-sized army, but found them pretty inefficient. The problem? All those armies were made up of summoned types, naturally limited. Summoned undead pull power directly from their summoner's darkness. Keeping them going drains both energy and brain power. The bigger the army, the heavier the toll. Simon suddenly remembered that skull-splitting headache from earlier. It probably came from overusing his own darkness. Since summons are tied directly to their master, damage to them hits the summoner too. A battalion undead? Totally different game. They run on their own magic, so there's no cap on how many can join the fight. That means the commander could field an endless horde without draining themselves dry. Fear leaned in, wondering if Simon had ever heard the tale of a necromancer leading a truly colossal undead army. Fear pointed out that the legends probably featured battalion commanders, and that's when it finally clicked for Simon. This role wasn't just big, it was massive. He was now one of only 7 in the world. A quick nod to Fear for the info dump, and they were back on track. With the contract sealed, Fear casually brought up the next big topic. Game plan? Anyone? Top of the list. Was Simon ditching the academy? Nope, Simon was staying put. Quitting now would just mess with his dad's legacy, and he had way too much to learn anyway. Curious, Simon circled back. What made their team the odd ones out? Fear dropped the bomb. Their battalion was basically on the Necromancer hit list. Yep, wanted status, all thanks to dear old dad's adventurous choices. Suddenly, all those no-go zones in Dresden made perfect sense. Simon needed details. What exactly had Richard done? Fear didn't sugarcoat it. Richard broke the one rule no necromancer ever should. The crime? Straight-up betrayal. Turns out, Richard had fallen head over heels for a priest from the enemy camp. And just to stir the pot, he ordered his battalion to defend her against other necromancers. The fallout, casualties, chaos, and a bounty placed on his entire battalion. That bounty? Still active. Simon asked if Fear held a grudge. Fear shrugged. Battalions didn't really do the whole feelings thing. But if Simon pulled a Richard too, yeah, that would trigger him. Still, Fear told him not to stress. It had all been under the old boss's orders. Even so, he launched into a passionate anti-Richard rant full speed. Mid-rant, reality hit hard. He was yelling at Richard's kid. Then it clicked. Simon's mom must be the priest. Simon, looking way too pleased, confirmed it. Anna Follentia, in the flesh. Fear absolutely lost it, shouting like he'd just seen a ghost. The meltdown escalated. His new commander was the spawn of both his old buddy and his sworn enemy. Simon stood there, watching the drama unfold, completely unsure whether to help or back away slowly. Simon flashed another grin, clearly hyped about their weird new team-up. Fear lost it again, yelling at Simon to quit smiling. Apparently, that look was pure Anna. After a dramatic pause and a few deep breaths, Fear finally accepted the chaos as his new reality. Back on track, the two shifted focus to the business of battalion planning. Fear's top tip: get smart and strong. The academy was still mission critical. He also made it crystal clear, low profile only, no battalion show and tell. Being Richard's kid already put a target on his back, especially with the older crowd. Plus, revealing a rookie commander could trigger a full-blown necromancer panic. Simon caught the hint. This could mean big trouble from high-level necros. Fear confirmed it. Power up fast, learn everything, and revive the battalion's glory. Then, with a spark of inspiration, he pitched an idea. He barked a command at a nearby skeleton rat, which scurried off for a lamp. Watching that, Simon tilted his head. So Fear could control his skeletons too. Fear explained that shared darkness meant shared ownership. All Simon's summons were part of the crew. Simon had the top rank, but Fear had backstage access. That said, the summons still needed to be officially enlisted. To demonstrate, Fear placed a hand on a skeleton's skull and poured in some dark energy. The skeleton lifted into the air, wrapped in shadows like a boss transformation. Once it landed, Fear casually declared it battalion certified. Simon gave it a once-over. Nothing major, looked different at first glance. But then he spotted the flicker in its eyes. It had a core now. Still, marching that thing into school would be a huge red flag. Fear waved it off. Not every summon needed to join the battalion. In fact, unless they were ancient like him, standard summons did better in combat. Leave the spooky guys at base, keep it simple at school. If any summons broke down or ran out of juice, Simon could just bring them back to base for a battalion upgrade. The stronger Simon got, the cooler the summons, which meant more battalion firepower overall. Simon noticed the skeleton rat acting kind of alive-ish, less creepy puppet, more bony pet. Fear confirmed it had a few traits like the natural undead, and yeah, it would report to him instantly. Then, realizing how early this all was, he asked how long Simon had been at school. 3 days? Just 3 days. Fear mentioned that newbie assignments at Kiezen usually drop fast, like any day now. He figured Simon's first mission was right around the corner. With teleportation to places like Rogue Island on the table, Fear planned to tag along, perfect chance to rally the scattered battalion. Simon, meanwhile, was stunned at how much intel Fear had on the school. Turned out, Fear had spent his afterlife studying Richard's playbook. Curious to share more, Fear offered a crash course in Richard's strategies. Simon was all in. When the topic shifted to unruly undead behavior, Fear explained it came down to poor communication. Summoners often misunderstood what made the undead tick. It all ran on nether will. Simon looked puzzled, so Fear broke it down. Think of it like an unshakable drive to get something done, no matter what. Like if a summoner had a grudge and kept stewing in it daily, their undead would totally pick up on that vibe. Even if the summoner wasn't around, the undead would still chase after the unlucky target. No breaks? No need to panic, though. Fear promised to coach Simon through the rough patches. Training time kicked off. First lesson, focus up and sharpen that will, especially during battle calls. To test it, Fear told him to treat the back wall like his mortal enemy and pour all his rage into it. Simon stared it down with full force, and bam, the skeleton rat launched at it and exploded. Fear nodded, explaining that elite necros could transmit intent so clearly, even basic orders hit hard. The trick? Negative emotions. Apparently rage and spite were the undead's favorite fuel. Next test, Simon had to make the skeleton freeze. Sounded simple enough. He tried again and again. Nothing. The skeleton wasn't having it. Then, totally fed up, Simon screamed his lungs out, and just like that, the skeleton froze solid. Fear was floored. That scream had been an absolute command, crazy rare. Suddenly, Simon wasn't looking so ordinary. Meanwhile, Simon just felt wrecked. Controlling Undead was way harder than it looked. But fear told him not to worry. He did great. With training, he'd be giving crisp orders in no time. Then the dizziness hit. Fear said it was just stress and mental whiplash from the new powers. After a breather, Simon packed up. His day pass was almost up, and Keeson called. Fear handed over a coin-like gadget, instant contact button, just in case. Simon gave a quick thanks and promised to drop by again next weekend. Back at Keeson, Simon clipped the device on like a badge. Fear, now tagging along, was way too excited to be back. He couldn't wait for the school drama to kick off. When Simon raised an eyebrow, Fear hinted at an upcoming exam that was more survival horror than test day. That night, Hayward prepped Simon with the Monday lowdown. Double black magic lectures plus a group project that lasted the whole semester. Picking the right teammates, total game changer. Group work at Keeson ran on strategy, 4 members, each covering a different subject lane. Hayward admitted he was mid-tier in most stuff, but solid in darkness dynamics. Simon, a summoning whiz. Between the two, the team had strong foundations. Hayward then launched into a rundown of the 9 first-year subjects, dropping names like catarology, hematology, and the dreaded elementary black magic. The big 3, catarology, summonology, and darkness dynamics, ruled the final grade. With 2 already covered, Hayward suggested scouting someone strong in catarology. As for the rest, like spiritology and magical combat, total filler, according to him. Combat kids usually flunked everything else anyway. Translation: skip the one-trick fighters, bad GPA energy. Hayward kept rambling. Apparently, catarology majors also rocked at defense magic, and hematology overlapped with toxicology. His brain was clearly in spreadsheet mode. With all that in mind, Hayward already had a recruit list. If Plan A bailed, Plan B was ready to go. With Keeson's golden boy on their team, recruiting shouldn't be too tough. Simon, hyped beyond reason, was ready to conquer. Fast forward to exam day, suddenly, that confidence, gone. Vice Chancellor Jane Olivia ran the show. Her rep, cold-blooded, even third years treaded lightly. She shut down Hayward's small talk with a glare and reminded the room who was boss. Then came the twist. She was leading Class 1A for the term. She warned them to tighten up their skills or face disappointment. Hers, not theirs. Simon hit the exam paper like a brick wall. None of his battalion's skills could save him here. He quickly realized that military power didn't boost grades. Still, no quitting. He was determined to level up academically. As soon as the papers were in, Jane and her team dove into grading mode. Nephthys popped in unannounced, like a wild card with a dramatic entrance. Said she was just dropping by, but Jane smacked that idea, literally, with a karate chop. Assistants got dismissed, and Jane volunteered Nephthys to handle grading since she was already there. As Nephthys sifted through papers, Jane got hung up on one in particular. The kid botched all the easy stuff, but had the guts to tackle the final boss question. Bold move. Jane waved the paper and asked what Nephthys was really plotting by planting Simon in her class. Nephthys just grinned, totally not denying it, definitely not random placement. She asked about the nameless papers. Jane explained it was blind grading, no favoritism allowed. Nephthys rolled her eyes. First test of the year, and Jane was already going full detective mode. Jane shrugged it off, saying even early tests could reveal hidden gems. One student nailed toxicology ingredients but flunked comparisons. Meanwhile, her mystery student had done the exact opposite. Basic answers, total chaos, but that final question, they went for it anyway. The formulas on the paper were a total mess, more vibes than math. Looked like this student skipped all the prep and freestyled the answer based on instincts and last week's lessons. Somehow they tried calculating darkness levels using a terminology formula, not standard, but creative. The actual answer was 1,200,000. The paper said 1,246,000, way off. Not really impressive for pure guesswork. Jane peeled off the name tag and shot Nephthys a look, demanding answers. Nephthys just smiled and played innocent, classic denial with extra smug. Grades dropped, hallway gossip exploded, some students even started rethinking their life paths. Simon stared at his results in disbelief, only terminology didn't tank. Hayward tried to boost morale. Hayward called it impressive, especially for someone winging it from scratch. Hayward casually revealed his 70 average, topping the charts in darkness dynamics. Simon felt low-key betrayed. Hayward was smarter than he let on, but claimed he only studied to avoid expulsion. Now they had a problem. Bad grades meant their dream team plan might flop. With scores like theirs, even getting one teammate might be a stretch. Jane dropped the bomb, 30 minutes to lock in teams. Assignments would demand teamwork, and bad vibes meant bad grades. Chaos broke out. Everyone scrambled to snag high scorers. Simon spotted their top picks. Jamie and Claudia, already claimed. Rosenthal and Catherine, also gone. He took a deep breath. No team of 4 existed yet, still a shot. Catarology was key. Most trios were average, while the true elites were still on the sidelines. Simon went full send, straight to Malin, a student rocking a 90i average. He hit her with the boldest recruitment pitch of the day. The class collectively gasped. Did he really just do that? Melon found it hilarious. Did Simon really think special admission meant automatic respect? She flexed her 90s average, shaded his 30, and asked if he was seriously trying to recruit her. Simon doubled down and pointed out her only flaw, an 80 in immunology. That jab hit a nerve. She fired back, still miles ahead of him. Simon went full drama mode, betting he'd beat her in analogy within a month or walk out of Kizan for good. Malin stood frozen. This guy had to be out of his mind. She tried to save him from self-destruction, but he doubled down. Her brain went into full debate mode. Beating Hector was the goal. Written exams? No problem. Combat and teamwork grades? Different story. If she wanted to sweep the leaderboard, she'd need group lecture points, and the terminology wildcard in front of her might just be the ticket. She gave it one more pause before asking if he was seriously sticking with his bet. He nodded like a knight taking an oath. With a sigh, she made it official. Team Chaos just gained a top-tier member. Hayward went full celebration mode. Malin side-eyed the random hugger, and Simon introduced the guy like it was no big deal. She gave them a warning glare. She was in now, but one wrong move, and it was over. Hayward, clueless but still grinning, caught a stray warning without even knowing why. She turned to Hayward, mildly curious about his stats. He casually dropped a 74 in Darkness Dynamics. Not elite, but not embarrassing either. He chuckled, called her picky, and asked who should round out the team. Malin suggested a hematology pro, someone who could handle all the tedious blood math. Hayward told them to chill while he scouted the dream candidate. Whispers spread like wildfire. The top scorers had teamed up, but no one was counting on Simon just yet. Malin got nosy about Simon's roots. He mentioned some barony out in Baldwin Kingdom, Les Hill to be exact. When the question flipped, Malin puffed up with pride. Her family was old-school Ivory Tower. Simon brought up CERN, the other big-name admit, but Malin shut that down instantly. He immediately regretted opening that can of worms. Awkward silence followed. Hayward came back grinning with their hematology pick. Camibaris Ursula, 87 points in all. She introduced herself as Cami, clearly thrilled to be included. With a polite bow, she promised to give it her all, like a transfer student in a shonen anime. Simon waved off the formalities. Same group meant chill vibes. But then Cami dropped a real surprise. She was only 16. Malin's brain lit up. The Ursula name rang serious vampire bells. Hayward's jaw nearly hit the floor. This kind of lineage at Kizan? Cami casually clarified the human mom detail, and Hayward fumbled an apology. Simon quietly pieced it together, probably a half-blood, hence the low profile. Hayward jumped in with his own lore. Commoner roots, third in line, white cow merch legacy. Kami's eyes widened. He explained the family spotlight stuck to the eldest, while he got shipped to Kizan for having mid-tier black magic chops. His dream, graduate, scope necromancer needs, start a merchant empire, and earn some overdue family respect. Mid-convo, a teaching assistant showed up with forms. Team name and leader needed, though only the leader spot really mattered. Malin didn't wait. She snatched the paper and got to work. When Simon raised the leader question, she just wrote her name with peak confidence. The team locked in as Team 7, 1 squad, 4 specialties, catarology, summonology, darkness dynamics, and hematology. Around them, the classroom buzzed with group drama and last-minute debates. Hayward clocked the chaos and silently thanked the stars they were already set. Simon couldn't help but notice. Group formation brought out the claws. Hayward shrugged. It was just Kizan being Kizan. Fight hard now, or get left behind. Professor Jane wrapped it up. Time's up. Leftover students front and center. 3 Darkness Dynamics kids stepped up. Jane told them to sort out their subject gaps on the fly. With no pause, Jane dropped the next bomb. Group performance assessment coming up. The mission? Hunt a Cyclops in the underground dungeon. A collective gulp went through the class. Cyclops hunting at their level? Questionable. Jane shut down the panic and spelled it out. Dungeon run, team effort, monster takedown. Every group had to sync up, but only one got the glory shot. The rest? Support squad, buffs, heals, and sneak attacks were their lane. Jane laid out the rules. Support moves like binding, bleeding, and poison tricks were all fair game. Summon Beast could go wild, but no zapping the Cyclops with straight-up black magic. The main fighter would suit up in a magic vest, basically armor with a shield spell. Grades hinged on the hunt's outcome. Speed, teamwork, and how stylishly they pulled off their black magic all counted. To stand a chance, everyone had to level up fast. Jane opened the floor for questions and the hands shot up. Jamie wanted to know if the Cyclops was the real deal or just some simulated boss fight. Jane confirmed it. This wasn't practice. They'd face an actual Cyclops, and yes, life waivers were involved. Another student tossed in the what if we lose question. Jane didn't sugarcoat it. Lowest grade locked in. She laid out the 3 failure routes like a checklist of doom. First, fighter taps out. Second, staff pulls the plug for safety. Third, if even one teammate quits, it's game over. Malin made it clear they'd need a solid plan. Simon was pumped. Hayward, meanwhile, got strategic. Who's their best shot at winning? Malin called dibs on the fighter role, confidence through the roof. Simon wasn't sure if the test leaned too hard on combat magic. Kami chimed in, blocking Cyclops hits with black magic? Not happening. Kami pushed the dodge and weave strategy, but Malin countered that brute force wouldn't cut it either. Thick skin meant the Cyclops would shrug off basic physical attacks. Hayward backed her up, strength alone wouldn't cut it, and stamina could run out fast. Kami asked the big question, got a plan? Malin nodded. Oh, she had one. Jane rolled out the schedule. Strategy pitch next class, virtual battle after that, then the real thing. Practice first, then showtime. She wrapped it up by telling teams to use the rest of class to prep. Malin wasted no time, shared her plan, and pulled out a heavy hitter, Dark Flare. Hayward and Simon blinked. She knew that spell. Now things were getting serious. Malin's plan? Blast the Cyclops with Dark Flare, while the team hits it with curses to wear it down. Hayward chimed in, reminding Malin that teamwork was half the grade. Her plan would shine the spotlight on her, but leave the rest of the group in the shadows. Bad for the teamwork score. Malin shot back, asking if he had a better idea up his sleeve. Simon wondered if she could pull off Dark Flare and dodge Cyclops swings at the same time. Malin hesitated, remembering her weak spots in physical tasks, but if the curses landed right, dodging wouldn't even be necessary. Hayward quickly pointed out that curses weren't their strong suit and reminded her she was the catarology expert. Simon jumped in with a new plan, summon creatures to distract the Cyclops while Hayward and Kami supported the team. Simon asked Kami what she'd handle. Hematology was her thing, so she'd focus on dishing out curses. Hayward decided to drill exhaust all week, so he'd be more useful in the fight. As class wrapped, Jane reminded everyone to prep a 10-minute strategy pitch. Each person's role and magic techniques had to be crystal clear. As class ended, Hayward couldn't help but admire Simon. He just knew how to come up with solutions and take charge. Hayward tossed out the idea of hitting the cafeteria for some hamburger steak. As they left, Malin had a mini breakdown. She demanded to know how they could ditch her like that. Turns out, she missed the limited time offer. Next up, toxicology. Professor Lang Strauss stepped in, looking like he had 1 HP left. Boredom hit hard as they started covering basic chemical reactions. Yawn. But then, the magic words, low-grade poisons. The class came to life. Suddenly, Professor Strauss started coughing like crazy, and an assistant had to step in, telling him to rest up. She sent him off and took over the class herself. Once he was out, the assistant threw a book at a sleeping student. Instant wake-up call. The whole class snapped to attention at the sound of her scream. She didn't hold back, letting them have it for being rude in front of the professor. Francesca, the assistant, laid it on thick manners, people. She made it official. Today she was the teacher, not Strauss. The lesson, low-grade poison potions. Francesca handed out materials and broke it down. It wasn't about measuring. It was all about following steps, from lighting the cauldron candle to adding salamander and barley powder. The students followed along, but Simon couldn't help but complain about the smell. Hayward noticed Simon's potion puffing out green smoke, while his own was turning blue. Francesca explained that blue smoke meant neural paralysis, while green was for causing headaches and hallucinations, perfect for magicians and necromancers. Those with green smoke were told to ditch their jackets, place them on chairs, and hang tight for more ingredients. She instructed the class to skim off the oil on top, warning that fats would weaken the poison. Next, she told them to stir the potion until it got sticky, reminding them to keep an eye on the fire. Too much heat would wreck it. A student asked if yellow was normal. Francesca praised her, saying yellow meant top-tier poison quality. She added that this quality of potion could easily be sold in the market. Another student noticed her potion switched from blue to green. She figured the ingredients had floated up, changing the effect, and asked for more supplies. Watching the professor help everyone, Hayward finally figured out why Professor Strauss had lasted so long at Kiezen. He had an amazing assistant. It was probably all thanks to his talented assistant. As they chatted, Simon spotted a green poison nearby. Hayward wondered if they could use their potions in the Cyclops fight, but Malin shot that idea down. Malin explained that low-grade potions wouldn't do much against a big monster like the Cyclops. Simon flipped through his textbook and found a potion recipe with lawharp mushrooms. He remembered his mom using them in meals. He showed Malin the recipe, and she agreed it could actually work. The potion, Nervier, temporarily paralyzed tendons and contracted muscles, perfect for the job. It worked well on small and medium monsters level 3 and up. The plan? Wound the Cyclops with a summoned creature and pour the potion into the wound. The real challenge? Getting the ingredients. Kami mentioned they could grab basic ingredients nearby, but rare ones like leharp mushrooms, blood slime, and silk vines would be trickier. Hayward volunteered to head to Rochester and ask around for the rare ingredients. Simon stepped up to gather the leharp mushrooms. He knew just where to find them near the Forbidden Forest. The group stared at him, shocked to hear about the Forbidden Forest. He reassured them it wouldn't take long. The mushrooms were right by the forest entrance. Simon figured since Hayward was risking it in Rochester, he might as well take on this task for the group. Malin warned about monster attacks, so Kami decided to tag along for safety. Simon was on board, but he made it clear they'd bail if things got sketchy. Hayward took on the task of hunting blood slimes and silk vines, while Malin would handle the basic ingredients and the lab. They set a plan to meet back at the lab in the evening with everything sorted. Unknown to them, a hooded student in the back overheard their entire plan. After class, the student rushed to Hector, eager to share some juicy intel. That night, Simon and Kami braved the Forbidden Forest together. Hayward showed them a secret passage that led to the outside. He explained that the guards near the Forbidden Forest just finished their rounds and wouldn't be back for a while, but warned them to hurry just in case. As they split up, Simon noticed Kami looked a little too excited. Kami confessed she loved night walks, which reminded Simon that she was, after all, a vampire. As they walked, Kami thanked Simon for helping her in magical combat class. She opened up about failing to jump on the hippo and how the other students just ignored her. She figured it was bound to happen, given how competitive the academy was, but Simon still reached out to help. Simon played it cool, brushing it off like it was nothing, but Kami interrupted, calling him incredible for it. Simon, now a little nervous, quickly changed the subject. Eventually they found a bunch of mushrooms and decided to take them all. Kami then asked Simon why he chose to come to Kizan. Simon explained he originally came for his parents but now had his own goals. As Simon was about to ask Kami her reason, a noise nearby had them both ducking for cover. They could hear guards approaching, and if they got caught, they wouldn't be safe, even with the student protection period. It didn't make sense for the guards to patrol now, so Simon figured it must be an emergency search. Kami started to tear up, fear creeping in. Simon reassured her, promising they'd make it out. He quickly called out to Fear, telling him they were in a bit of trouble. After setting everything up, Simon ordered the two skeletons to scatter in opposite directions. As the guards chased after the skeletons, Kami and Simon quickly made their exit. Unfortunately, the guard dogs picked up their scent and started after them. Simon urged Kami to cast a spell to slow the dogs down. Kami cast a spell to stop the dogs, but just as they did, the guards appeared, firing arrows. Kami panicked, realizing the arrows were real, but Simon reassured her that the guards wouldn't hurt them. They knew who they were. As the guards chased them, Simon used the stones they'd gathered to block their sight. Reaching the edge of the hill, Simon asked if Kami could use the leaping technique they'd learned in combat class. Kami started shaking, admitting she couldn't do it. But then she smiled, claiming she'd be fine and wouldn't rat him out, even if she got caught. Simon apologized and swept her up in his arms. He jumped, using the darkness to carry them to the other side of the mountain. As he set her down, Kami freaked out, having genuinely thought she'd been caught. Simon was surprised she'd been willing to risk getting caught despite how terrified she was. Smiling, Simon told her they'd lost the guards and should head back to school. She looked up, thanking him for everything he had done. On their way back, Kami wondered aloud if they were lost. Simon reassured her they were on the right path. Suddenly, Kami heard voices. Simon guessed they were owls, but Kami insisted they were human. They peered through the bushes and froze, shocked by what they saw. Kami was terrified to see a priest praying before a large cross. Simon felt uneasy. Why would a priest be here on Raj Island? Before they could slip away, the priest spotted them. Simon urgently told Kami to run, but the priest stopped them with dark magic. Realizing the priest wasn't ordinary, Simon figured he was a traitor from Kizan. Kami also noticed the priest was using both dark and holy magic. Simon told her it must be a traitor, but the powers didn't normally mix. He couldn't make sense of it, but he knew one thing for sure. If they got caught, it was over. Simon grabbed Kami's hand, pulling her into a run. The priest retaliated with flying crosses, cutting Kami's leg and Simon's shoulder. Chains shot out, capturing Kami and slamming her into a tree. The priest shifted focus to Simon, but he dodged the attacks, summoning a sword to defend himself. The sword shattered on contact with the chains. Desperate, Simon leapt into the air, using his darkness to attack the priest. The attack barely missed, meant to reveal the priest's identity. Enraged, the priest summoned hundreds of crosses in the air. Realizing he couldn't take on all of this alone, Simon glanced up. Simon smiled and showed his badge to the priest. Fear appeared behind the priest in an instant, launching an attack. The priest barely avoided it, using a shield for defense. Fear told Simon to back off, warning that the fight was beyond him. Laughing, Fear kept battling the priest. It had been ages since his last fight. While they fought, Simon checked on Kami. Relieved, Simon found her lightly injured but still unconscious. Taking advantage of the distraction, Simon grabbed Kami and ran for his life. As Simon ran, Fear told him the priest was incredibly strong, possibly even at professor level. Fear, still weakened, wasn't as strong as the priest, but Simon had a plan. He told Fear to follow his lead. Fear trusted Simon's cleverness, knowing he was Richard's son, and agreed to follow him. A huge explosion echoed behind them, followed by the sound of approaching guards. Simon smiled, telling Fear to return. The guards would be after the priest now. Checking on Fear, Simon asked if he was okay. Fear reassured him he could handle it. With Kami still unconscious, Simon scooped them both up and moved at lightning speed. He carried them out of the forest, but a detection spell blocked their path. Shaken, Simon still thanked Fear for saving them. As Fear walked off, he reminded Simon they'd just formed a contract, so he wasn't about to lose him. With the danger behind them, Simon began thinking ahead. Simon pondered if he should take Kami to the central ward, but they'd likely get grilled, and that could lead to even more trouble. Plus, the priest might have seen them, and with her being a traitor, trusting any of the doctors was off the table. Needing a trustworthy person to treat Kami, Simon knocked on the door of the night duty staff. It was the same girl who had helped them find their room earlier. The girl gasped, seeing them both injured. She quickly asked what had happened and pointed out girls weren't allowed in the boys' dorm. Seeing Kami's injuries, she suggested taking her to the ward, but Simon refused, unable to explain why. Still, he needed her help. After a pause, she asked him to lay Kami on one of the beds. As she examined Kami's wounds, she asked what had happened. Most of Kami's injuries were minor, but there was a deep cut on her leg. She mentioned that if it was a student fight, it should be dealt with during the protection period. Simon clenched his fist, insisting they hadn't fought. Apologizing, Simon told her he couldn't explain any further. Trusting him, the girl didn't press for more details. She simply reminded him that their health mattered most, and they should focus on staying healthy before worrying about surviving school. After treating them, she said since Kami wasn't seriously hurt, she'd have someone take her back to the girls' dorm. Simon thanked her for her help and headed out. The girls sighed, wondering how long Simon would last at this school. Hayward rushed in, hugging Simon and crying. Simon reassured him, saying they were both fine. Simon explained they'd just been chased by guards and asked what had happened to Hayward and Malin. Hayward said he'd been chased too, but luckily made it inside. He'd also talked to Malin and told her about the guards, so she suggested they put off their plan until tomorrow. Malin had seemed upset, but when she heard about the guards, she understood. Simon suggested they get some rest, now that Kami was safely back in her dorm. Later, Simon couldn't shake the thought of Kami and how shocked she must have been after seeing the priest. Simon had seen his mom praying before, so it wasn't weird. He figured he'd talk to her tomorrow. The next day, Simon ran into Kami, who seemed as cheerful as always. He asked how she was feeling, and Kami replied that last night felt almost like a dream. Even now, it didn't seem real to her. Simon figured it was probably for the best if it helped her process the shock. He grabbed her, urging her not to tell anyone, hoping the priest hadn't seen her face. Simon assured her he'd figure out who the priest was. Kami immediately wanted to join him in finding out more. She insisted whatever happened, they were in it together, and he couldn't leave her out. Simon agreed, but said there wasn't much they could do for now. He'd reach out when he needed her help. In Professor Batehill's class, Simon settled in as the professor announced they'd be practicing an easier curse today. The professor introduced the transfer curse, which lets the user channel their darkness into an object. Their task, make the magic circle float, without any correction devices. The next step was to use the curse to make the plants in front of them bloom. Simon tried to make the circle float, but nothing happened. Professor Bahill approached, asking how Simon was doing. Simon began to explain, but the professor cut him off, telling him to use his core. Simon admitted he wasn't used to his core yet, so his darkness wasn't solid enough for the circle to form properly. The professor explained using the core was basic, so they didn't teach it at the academy. Everyone operated differently. He then placed a hand on Simon's shoulder and transferred a curse to him. He reminded Simon that curses weren't always negative. The curse he applied enhanced Simon's senses. This would help someone like Simon, a law student, find their way. With his senses heightened, the professor told Simon to try again. Simon immediately noticed the difference. The professor explained Simon's darkness was unique and wouldn't work if he just tried to force it out. Instead, he should think of his core like circulation, alive, and let the darkness come out naturally. The professor demonstrated, then urged Simon to try it for himself. Simon closed his eyes, focusing all his energy on his core. As the darkness started flowing, the professor reduced the curse's power by half. The professor explained that the darkness could remember its flow. It's kind of like how your hands move automatically. After a while, it becomes second nature. So it's crucial to avoid bad habits from the start. The professor then told Simon to cast the curse on the plant. Simon hesitated, but the professor reassured him he'd help if anything went wrong. Simon finished the magic circle with his darkness and triggered the curse on the plant. In seconds, the plant transformed into a full-grown tree, surprising both Simon and Hayward. Professor Behill calmly explained that this was Simon's potential in action. He'd only helped Simon channel his power more effectively. The professor pointed out that Simon had just shown what he could do with his unique darkness, encouraging him to carefully choose how to develop it. Simon asked for feedback on the curse he just cast. Professor Behill was impressed by Simon's ability to stay humble after a successful spell. He mentioned that the curse lacked emotion. Simon wondered if it was similar to commanding the undead. The professor gave Simon a chilling look, then returned to his usual calm demeanor. With a smile, he confirmed it was similar. Simon was still processing the professor's intense expression. As the professor walked off, Hayward called out, asking if he could get some help too, since making the plant bloom wasn't easy. The professor smiled again, reminding Hayward not to wait for handouts, a lazy beginner's mindset. Simon eagerly replayed the professor's words in his mind. In the next class, Hayward asked Kami if she noticed the professors seemed to favor Simon. Hayward pointed out that Professor Behill had been extra nice in the last class, helping Simon master the curse. In this class, Professor Hong Peng personally stepped in to correct Simon's form. It almost felt like a one-on-one lesson with her. She had Simon stand tall on his toes and follow her every move. Simon followed her lead, channeling darkness into his kick. She praised his pivot but pointed out 4 mistakes in his basic posture. She reminded him to focus on the target and engage his lower back. Simon apologized, vowing to be more mindful next time. The professor reassured him, saying he was doing fine but just needed more practice. Watching Hayward, Malin urged him to focus on improving and earning the professor's favor, not holding grudges. He insisted he wasn't holding a grudge, just asking questions. Then he flipped the script on Malin, teasing her about being called a troublemaker after trying the exhaust curse. Malin snapped back, and an argument broke out. Kami tried to step in, but it was pointless. Simon finally showed up, and they immediately stopped. Malin asked Simon for help, knowing he was good at magical combat. With Professor Hongpeng out of the picture, she turned to Simon for guidance. She needed to prep for her performance assessment against the Cyclops, aiming to boost her speed and grades. Simon cut her off, assuring her he was going to teach her regardless. He had her get into position, but her posture was all over the place. He pointed out that she was too stiff and lacked confidence. He told her to relax, stand naturally, and focus the darkness around her waist. She hesitated, kicking out, but it was totally off. He instructed her to use her core for the kick and focus the darkness behind her thigh after turning. As he kept correcting her from afar, she lost patience, asking why he couldn't just show her by touching her. There was a pause, and the girls started making strange connections. Simon stepped in, grabbed her leg, and showed her exactly where to focus the darkness, guiding her to channel her power. Simon urged her to give it another shot, focusing on what he had just shown her. Malin improved but ended up tumbling in the process. Simon complimented her progress, even with the fall. Out of nowhere, a group of girls gathered around Simon, eager for him to teach them his technique. Later, Simon sat in Professor Aaron's class as he explained the concept of restoring force. The professor explained how skeletons regenerate, summoning one to demonstrate how scattered bones can reform using residual darkness and its attraction properties. While others practiced with rat skeletons, Simon was absorbed in a book. Malin noticed and asked if he thought it was okay to slack off. In reply, Simon effortlessly restored his skeleton, leaving Malin stunned by his skill. Still, she warned him not to get cocky and reminded him of his promise. Simon reassured her that he would beat her score, no matter what it took. She told him she could have gotten a 90 on the terminology test, if only she had solved the last question. Simon shrugged, saying the question was easy. Malin didn't believe he solved it without any prep classes and asked for his answer. Her expression shifted completely when he revealed his answer. Just as they were talking, Professor Aaron appeared and asked what Simon was doing. Simon explained he was just reviewing the materials after restoring the skeleton. The professor gave him a long look before asking him to stay after class. Malin assumed he was in trouble for talking during class, so she quickly apologized. Once the class ended, Professor Aaron motioned for Simon to follow him outside. The professor said he couldn't stand students who didn't learn, even if they were willing. Then the professor asked Simon to take out his skeleton and destroy it. Afterward, he told Simon to restore it. Simon quickly restored the skeleton, already familiar with the technique. The professor, impressed, told Simon he'd teach him a skill beyond restoration. Simon was confused, thinking he was in trouble for not paying attention earlier. Professor Aaron explained that this was just an extra lesson for Simon. He went on to say that it's a professor's job to offer extra lessons to students who go beyond the usual curriculum. Simon, excited by the idea, leaned in as Professor Aaron began the lesson. Aaron motioned for Simon to take his position, jokingly telling him not to drag things out. To kick things off, Aaron revealed a skeleton made from demon bones and told Simon to pay close attention. The professor then demonstrated a series of skills. First, he showed bone piercing, an offensive technique using restoration. Then he demonstrated a binding skill that trapped a squirrel in a bone prison. Lastly, Aaron showed a defensive technique that formed bone armor around the user. He explained that with enough skill, a necromancer can turn the skeleton into a weapon, a prison, or even armor. Simon was completely fascinated by these skills. These were all advanced applications of restoration magic. Though normally taught in the second year, Aaron chose to teach Simon these techniques because of his exceptional talent. Aaron had Simon try bone piercing, but quickly pointed out a flaw in Simon's restoration technique. He explained that Simon was focusing too much on the skull, waiting for the skeleton to fully form before moving it. Instead, Simon needed to guide the restoration from the start, summoning the skeleton directly to the desired spot. Simon remembered similar advice from Fear and decided to apply it like he did with controlling the skeleton. As Simon practiced summoning the skeleton, Aaron complimented his speed and moved on to the next step. This was a compliment, by the way. Simon dismantled the skeleton, and Aaron explained the difference between restoration and bone piercing. While restoration reassembles the skeleton, bone piercing uses the energy to attack. Aaron told Simon to practice tilting the bones during restoration to sharpen their edges for offense. He demonstrated by focusing darkness to create a blade-like edge, and even bound Simon's hands with bones to show how they can immobilize enemies. He advised Simon to think of bones as either weapons or binding tools, even if they weren't sharp. Simon started practicing crushing a bamboo shoot with bones. Aaron explained that he was still just choking the enemy with bones, but by repurposing the destroyed skeleton as an attack, Simon had more options. Aaron urged Simon to keep practicing so he could use the skill in a real battle. As the lesson wrapped up, Aaron mentioned hearing that Professor Jane picked Cyclops hunting for the performance assessment. He asked Simon if he'd be the attacker, but Simon clarified that Malin would handle the fight. Aaron agreed, emphasizing that supporting teammates was just as crucial, and encouraged Simon to learn by watching. Before leaving, Aaron reminded Simon that this was just an extra lesson for him. After the session, Simon returned to his friends, who were eager to know what had happened. They all wondered if Aaron had punished him, especially Hayward, who had heard that physical punishments in Kizan began with whipping. Simon reassured them that it was just an extra lesson. They weren't convinced and joked that Simon might have confused punishment with a lesson. Since he wasn't hurt, Malin asked him to take a look at the potion. The potion had pure yellow color, and Simon could tell it was going well. Malin proudly mentioned she made the potion, so of course, it was going to be perfect. She explained that the ingredients were all perfectly measured out. She added that it would be done after simmering on low heat for 20 minutes. Simon appreciated everyone's effort and hoped the potion would work as planned. Malin suggested they present the potion during their elementary black magic class. Hayward suggested they start prepping for their presentation tomorrow since they were all together. The four of them went over the 300 questions Jane might ask about their strategy. Confident they'd ace it, they went through the 300 questions with ease. But Jane threw them a curveball, asking questions none of them had even thought about. Jane pointed out that while their team had a mix of majors, their roles were vague. She also noted that their black magic strategy lacked creativity. They had even decided to put their main damage dealer in a supporting role. Jane asked them to explain their reasoning, starting with why they divided the roles the way they did. Malin explained they aimed to defeat the Cyclopes quickly and efficiently. Jane asked if this formation was the best choice for that, and they all agreed it was. Then Jane turned to Simon, asking for his take on everything. Simon figured the professor was looking for something else, but it was still the protection period, and the presentation was just for feedback on their strategy. He decided to focus on showcasing their teamwork. Simon explained that while their group wasn't all that creative with black magic, they prioritized safety. He confidently claimed their group could take down the Cyclops more safely than anyone else. The professor nodded and moved on to the next question. Turning to Kami, the professor asked why a catrology student was given the attack role when Kami, a hematology student, should have been the one to fight. The group members froze, knowing this was a tough question. They whispered advice, and after a moment, Kami finally spoke up. She explained she hadn't taken the fighter role due to the Cyclops' unique traits. Its tough, firm skin made it resistant to both physical attacks and hematic spells. Since Malin could use Dark Flare, a more effective approach, the group chose her as the attacker. The professor then asked Kami what she'd do if they faced a different monster. Kami hesitated for a moment before suddenly declaring she'd take the attacking position. Her sudden shift surprised everyone. Professor Jane smiled and said she'd keep that in mind. Finally, Jane turned to Hayward, who had been eagerly waiting. Instead of questioning his strategy, she told him to stop chatting and call the next group. While the rest of the class left, Simon sat at the table waiting for someone. Suddenly, Lorraine entered, and everyone's attention shifted to her. Lorraine shot Simon a cold glance and asked if he had something to say. Simon felt a bit nervous as she seemed like a completely different person in school, intimidating even. Before school, she had been so friendly and cheerful, but now she was all business, icy even. That coldness melted away when Simon spoke to her, and she started smiling. She asked how he'd been and mentioned the girl who delivered his letter made a scene. Trying to charm her, Simon told her she looked even better in that uniform than he'd imagined. But her expression turned serious again as she asked if he thought she looked old. Simon stuttered, trying to explain, and she laughed, telling him she was just joking. Lorraine asked what Simon wanted to see her about. Simon dropped the bombshell that there was a traitor within Kizan. He explained that his trip to the Forbidden Forest was just to collect mushrooms for class. He warned her it might sound unbelievable, but Lorraine cut him off, saying she believed him. She asked about the cross, and Simon described the large central cross with a woman sculpted on it. Lorraine immediately recognized the sculpture as the goddess Diva, the one believed in by the priest of Fennel. Curious, Simon asked about Fennel, and Lorraine explained that it was a college run directly by the Pope. Just like Kizan trains necromancers, Fennel educates priests. The Saintesses are the strongest force in the Holy Federation, and only a few powerful girls are chosen to join them. Lorraine, furious, broke her glass upon realizing a priest had set foot in Kizan. She asked Simon who else knew, and he admitted it was just him and Kami. She thanked him for sharing and pointed out that if what he said was true, the priest must be nearly as powerful as an academy professor. This meant any professor could be a suspect. If the priest consulted one, they might have destroyed evidence or blocked the investigation. Lorraine said her mom had to be informed for a thorough probe. Lorraine pointed ahead and suggested they head into the Forbidden Forest. She thought there might still be some evidence left at the site, but when they arrived, the place was completely empty. Both Simon and Lorraine were shocked to find nothing at the spot. Simon was especially stunned, as this was the spot where the cross and sculpture should have been, yet there wasn't a single trace of the priest's battle. He couldn't understand how it was even possible. Lorraine said the absence of evidence made everything even more suspicious. She guessed the priest had to be extremely powerful, even though she hadn't seen the fight herself. It was clear they had done a thorough job cleaning up the area. Lorraine found it hard to believe that priests who served God would plant a core in Kison, especially since priests saw the core as something that opposed God. Simon asked if opening a core meant a priest couldn't use their holiness anymore. Lorraine confirmed it was true, though she didn't completely get how it worked. It was just what the priests claimed. She explained that holiness comes from faith in God, and darkness from the power of a fallen devil. Naturally, the two forces clashed. Lorraine thanked Simon for cooperating with Kison. She also warned him that the priests were a serious threat and his life could be in danger. Not knowing when they'd strike, she advised him to take a break and rest. Simon insisted he was fine and preferred to stick to his routine. He pointed out that he didn't even know if the priest had seen his face. If they did come for him, it would leave some kind of evidence. Lorraine got angry, telling Simon not to be reckless. She argued that evidence didn't matter if it cost him his life. Simon tried calming her down, explaining that skipping classes or acting weird would just make him more suspicious. If the guards followed him, it would draw even more attention. He feared it would make it obvious he'd reported everything and was now under protection. Simon reminded Lorraine that the priest had infiltrated Kison and even opened a core, something their faith considered a sin. He said fanatics like them could act in unpredictable ways. Lorraine reluctantly agreed, but warned that if she saw anything suspicious, she'd protect him, even if it meant restricting his freedom. Before leaving, she told him not to sacrifice himself for others. Simon promised he'd remember. On their way back to school, Simon thought about how he couldn't afford to take a break. There was still too much to learn at Kison. The next day, Jane took the students to Kison's virtual battle simulation system, Avalon. Avalon was unique to Kison and didn't exist anywhere else. The students were amazed when they saw it. Jane explained that Avalon could create magical creatures for virtual battles. It had been created by moving Hallucina, an ancient illusion fortress, to Kison and upgrading it over time. Jane briefed the students on the evaluation, noting that the rules would be the same as the real performance assessment. Every group would have up to 3 virtual battles before the real match. Jane introduced the virtual Cyclops, which only saw the group's fighter as its target. Fighters wore vests with a protection spell, and once the barrier gauge hit 0, the session ended. Then, they'd wait for their next turn in the waiting room. Jane encouraged them to use these battles to test their strategies. The students moved to their waiting rooms, and Group 5, featuring Cindy and experts in various fields, was called. Their group had a solid balance, with spiritology members as the fighters. Group 5 simulation started, but they failed after just 1 minute and 16 seconds against the Cyclops. Hayward figured out that a single Cyclops attack wiped out half the barrier, meaning they needed to cast curses faster. Despite it being a virtual battle, the group seemed nervous. Hayward checked on Malin, who reassured him she was fine. Next, Groups 3 and 7 were called for their simulations. Hector assumed Simon would be the fighter, but Simon made it clear he wasn't. Hector accused Simon of stepping aside to protect Malin's pride, but Simon firmly stated that Malin was just the best fighter in their group. An announcement called for Group 7 supporters to take their positions. Jane explained that the Cyclops wouldn't see the supporters, so they could focus without worry. As the simulation began, Malin reminded everyone to stay sharp and follow the plan. Simon noticed Malin's confidence and decided to fully focus on his own role. But as the battle started, Malin was taken down by a single Cyclops attack, and the simulation ended in failure. All of those strategies, only to be sniped in 1 hit. Jane praised their effort, acknowledging parts of the initial plan were well executed. She pointed out how the summoner had effectively distracted the Cyclops with skeletons. But she also pointed out where the team fell short. Their plan to slow the Cyclops with an exhaust curse and finish it with a dark flare seemed good in theory, but fell apart in practice. The biggest issue, according to Jane, was their lack of proficiency and constant mistakes while casting spells. Meanwhile, Hector's group defeated the Cyclops on their first try with a 98% success rate, avoiding even a single hit. Simon couldn't help but feel envious, wondering how they pulled off such a flawless performance. However, Malin reminded everyone to stay focused on the real battle, since that's what truly mattered. During the second trial, Simon noticed the Cyclops didn't slow down, even with 2 exhaust curses. Simon urged Malin to dodge the incoming attack. While Hayward suggested removing the persistency formula and focusing on stacking the curse, Malin got hit by the Cyclops, causing the simulation to fail. Group 7 ended up with an E grade. Kami started to worry since the next attempt was the last one, but Simon assured them he had a winning strategy. The basic plan stayed the same. 2 curses followed by Malin's dark flare. But since the double exhaust didn't work, Kami and Hayward would now use a 4-layered exhaust with multiple incantations. Although neither had used incantations before, Kami believed it was doable and asked if they'd have enough time. Simon confidently promised he'd make sure they had the time they needed. When the simulation started, Simon used skeletons to distract the Cyclops. Kami and Hayward got to work on their second layer of exhaust, but the Cyclops destroyed the skeletons. Simon quickly summoned more skeletons to keep the Cyclops distracted. Malin prepped her dark flare while Kami and Hayward finished layering their exhaust spells. Simon assured Malin that with the 4-layered exhaust, she'd be able to dodge the Cyclops attacks. Malin hesitated, asking if Simon really expected her to dodge the Cyclops on her own. But Simon reassured her to just follow his lead. He instructed Malin to run ahead and dodge, while Kami used a Hematic spell to block the Cyclops' view. Simon's skeletons tied the Cyclops with chains, and he told Hayward to enchant them so they wouldn't break. With everything set, Malin unleashed her dark flare, burning the Cyclops to the ground and defeating it. The group cheered as the Cyclops finally fell. Jane congratulated them for defeating the Cyclops, praising their ability to turn theory into action. She advised them to work on cutting down battle time and not rely so much on the summoner's skills, but also praised their smart decision to stack curses with multiple incantations. Jane pointed out their mistakes, urging them to practice and improve their black magic. As they left the simulation room, some students complimented their performance. Cindy congratulated Simon on his team's success, but Hector wasn't exactly thrilled about their win. Later, Malin asked if they'd be practicing over the weekend. Kami agreed, saying the simulation showed her weaknesses. Hayward, however, teased her about being asked out on a date. Malin said she turned it down because she wanted to focus on practicing with the group. Hayward explained he couldn't join since he had a business meeting in Rochester. When Malin asked about Simon's plans, he said he'd join the next day after his personal training session. Frustrated, Malin asked why he couldn't practice with them. Simon replied he was catching up on lessons he'd missed. The following day, Simon went to Fear, asking him to check out his skeletons. Fear glanced at Simon's inventory, joking that it looked like Simon was either there to train or move in. Simon explained he was preparing a battalion of skeletons and needed weapons to distribute. Fear noticed the skeletons were in bad shape and asked what happened. Simon explained they got damaged during a simulation. After checking them over, Fear fixed the skeletons but warned they needed time to recover. He suggested Simon try using human-type skeletons, though they might be tough for a beginner. Fear decided to teach Simon how to control multiple skeletons, starting by asking how many Simon could manage at once. Simon said he could handle 2, but 3 was overwhelming. Fear explained that the number didn't matter as much as being able to manage them effectively, even if it was just 1 or 2. To demonstrate, Fear challenged Simon to a fight with human skeletons. They each controlled 2 skeletons, and Simon ordered his to attack. However, Fear's skeletons quickly took down Simon's. Simon complained it was unfair, pointing out that Fear was only supposed to use 2 skeletons. Fear clarified he followed the rules but used a strategy called cross-operation. By alternating commands between skeletons, Fear widened their range of action without going over his limit. Simon got interested and began practicing the technique. He even got the skeletons to high-five each other. The next day, after training with his group, everyone felt wiped out. Malin noticed Simon had much better control over his skeletons now. Kami remarked that Simon could only manage 2 at a time before, but now he was handling 3. When Malin asked how Simon had improved so much, he casually mentioned his private lessons in Rochester. Malin asked if his teacher was a professor or a famous necromancer. Kami figured it had to be someone impressive. Fear overheard the conversation through his device and chuckled at being thought of as popular with the kids. Simon asked Fear to quiet down because his head was pounding. Fear joked that if Simon's friends ever died, he could teach them in a skeleton battalion. Simon reminded him that wasn't allowed. Simon explained that his teacher liked to stay out of the spotlight and barely had time to teach. Malin didn't buy it and said Simon was being secretive. Hayward defended Simon, saying there were probably good reasons behind it. He pointed out that Simon wouldn't risk sharing anything that could hurt his grades, especially with a promise to keep. Malin, hearing this, claimed she could beat Simon without private lessons, and urged everyone to get up and practice for the week ahead. The next day marked the end of the student protection period, and the class atmosphere had shifted. Professor Bahil scolded a student for turning in terrible work and expelled him on the spot, calling it trash. He expelled 19 more students after reviewing their assignments. The count quickly rose to 20, leaving Simon and his friends worried about their own futures at the school. In magical combat class, the students practiced running. Hayward felt down after Professor Bahil deducted 10 marks from his homework, even though he thought magical combat was the best class. Exhausted, Simon warned Malin not to overwork herself, but she just pushed past him. Simon remembered Kami saying she trained physically all day. Kami also mentioned that Malin claimed she could cast Dark Flare easily, but struggled to react in time to dodge a Cyclops attack. Later, they all studied together, and Simon was shocked to learn that Malin studied even after her physical training. Kami explained that Malin stayed up all night studying, fueled by an awakening potion. Simon was impressed by Malin's dedication, but wondered why she put so much effort into schoolwork. Malin excitedly called her friends to show off how she springs off the darkness, asking Simon if anything needed adjusting. Simon reassured her that she was doing great. Malin was thrilled that her practice was paying off. Simon suggested she take it easy since they passed the simulation and would probably ace the real battle. Malin made it clear she wasn't aiming to just pass. She was set on taking first place, no matter what it took. Simon couldn't help but worry a little after hearing that. Later, Professor Hongpong checked in on Simon's progress with the darkness operation. He shared how much he'd improved, and she agreed. She noted his control and abilities had definitely gotten stronger. She reminded him once more that he was born to be great at magical combat. Just then, a teaching assistant came in with news of a student who sprained their ankle. The professor left to help, but not before reminding Simon that only steady practice would push him further. Simon started searching for Malin, asking Kami and Hayward, but no one knew. Then, moments later, they saw Professor Hongpong carrying Malin on her back. Malin's ankle was badly sprained, so they rushed her to the doctor. The doctor said Malin could attend lectures but had to stay away from physical activities for a week. Malin tried to convince herself she could still participate, but collapsed in pain. The doctor firmly insisted recovery was non-negotiable and removed her from any physically demanding classes. Frustrated, Malin apologized and asked everyone to leave her alone. Simon told her self-pity wouldn't help, but she was more concerned about the Cyclops battle the next day. She wondered how they would manage without her after all their practice. Simon reassured her they'd figure it out. Malin blamed herself, shouting that she'd ruined everything. Simon cut her off, telling her that was enough. He then announced he'd take on the role of fighter for tomorrow's battle. The next day, the students entered the dungeon, and Hayward was amazed by how Kisa managed to gather so many dungeons and ruins in one spot. Kami explained that since Nephthys was a collector, she probably brought all the ancient ruins she found to Rogue Island. Even with her injury, Malin joined the team. As they walked in with an injured member, the other team started feeling sorry for them. Some, however, thought it was a good thing since it could improve their own chances. Kami was starting to doubt if they were going to make it. Hayward reassured her, telling her to trust Simon. After Team 6 finishes, Team 7 steps up. Students gossip, questioning how the doctor even allowed Malin to fight in her condition. Hector remained quiet, listening to the chatter. Some students thought Team 7 was just trying to show they were giving their all until the very end. Simon told his team not to stress about the changes and encouraged them to give it their all. The evaluation began and the Cyclops entered the arena. Jane reminded them not to overdo it and that they could stop the test if necessary. Once the curse was lifted, the monsters charged. The group stuck to their plan, with Simon using his skeletons to distract the Cyclops first. But the Cyclops was acting differently than in the simulation. Instead of going after the skeletons, it locked onto Simon. Simon dodged the attack but realized the Cyclops was stronger than he'd expected. Trying to attack from behind, Simon used a skeleton and the restore spell, only for his sword to shatter upon touching the Cyclops' skin. Simon quickly realized this monster was far tougher than the one in the simulation. As the Cyclops entered the exhaust range, Hayward and Kami hit it with the curse. Simon jumped in the air to attack with a dagger, but the Cyclops dodged, leaving only a tiny scratch. Enraged, the Cyclops went on the offensive. Simon dodged most of the blows, but eventually got hit. One hit dropped Simon's shield to 72%, and Jane's assistant noticed something off. The Cyclops seemed much stronger than it should have been, and didn't seem affected by the curses. The assistant suggested replacing it, but Jane refused. Jane reminded him that real combat often means facing stronger opponents, asking if they should quit just because the enemy was tougher than expected. Jane argued that unpredictability and adapting to challenges were part of the training, insisting they would learn more from this experience than from any standard test. Realizing their usual tactics weren't working, Simon hid behind a broken structure. Hayward asked why the Cyclops seemed unaffected, even after taking the curse 3 times. Simon told them to ditch the curse since it wasn't doing anything. Malin disagreed, pointing out that all the other teams had won using the same curses. Simon slowly rose, sensing something was off, but he couldn't quite pinpoint why. He told the team to forget the plan and just help however they could. Kami grinned, ready to unleash all her spells at once. Hayward did his best to back Simon up, while the skeletons slashed at the Cyclops from behind. Simon searched his memory for the lessons Professor Behill had taught him. Closing his eyes, he focused on recapturing that same feeling. The feeling clicked, and he silently thanked the professor, ordering all his skeletons to strike. The skeletons charged, stabbing the Cyclops with their swords. Overwhelmed, the Cyclops let out a painful scream. Hector was left wondering if this was part of their backup plan. Noticing the shift in formation, he figured they had probably thrown the strategy together on the fly. Simon, in the heat of the battle, felt like something was still missing. Then he remembered Fear's advice, to channel all his emotions into everything, even the smallest task. The more negative the emotion, the stronger the effect. Simon let his hatred boil over, directing it all at the Cyclops. The skeletons grew even more ferocious, feeding off his anger. Out of nowhere, the Cyclops lunged at him. He shouted a warning, but it was already too late. Just in time, Malin used her dark elemental magic to conjure a massive ice shield in front of Simon. The ice wall held firm, buying Simon enough time to react. Simon shouted to Kami that all the conditions were met. Kami's eyes bled as she used her Ursula hematic magic. Weakened from the spell, she urged Simon to finish the fight. Simon harnessed the restoration power in the bones, using their sharp edges to pierce the Cyclops. The whole team watched in awe at Simon's impressive move. As the Cyclops collapsed, Simon signaled his team to throw the Navy a potion. Simon watched anxiously as the potion hit, hoping the monster would stay down. To their shock, the Cyclops growled and got back on its feet. Simon realized they needed to take it down fast, or it would regenerate. He called out to Hayward, urging him to use his enchantment. His buffed strength, Hayward unsheathed his sword and charged at the monster. But as he neared the Cyclops, something went wrong, and he collapsed to his knees. It felt like his legs just gave out on him. His friends cheered him on, encouraging him to push through. Professor Jane, clearly concerned, stood up from her chair, dropping her pen. Just before the Cyclops could strike, Malin boosted Simon into the air, and he stabbed it in the back. Simon, with the help of his skeletons, sliced off the Cyclops' head. Professor Jane declared their success in taking down the Cyclops. Hayward hugged Simon, his voice full of emotion as he praised him. Kami was relieved Simon made it, and Malin admitted she owed him one. Simon, ever humble, told Malin she did great too. Kami wrapped Malin in a hug, calling her amazing. Hayward praised Malin's ice magic, calling it seriously cool. After some time, Jane complimented the students on their effort, relieved no one had been seriously hurt. The students thanked her, but Jane reminded them that the results mattered most. Moving on to evaluate Group 1. Jane commended Cindy's spiritology skills, but noted the over-reliance on one person led to point deductions. Jane asked Carol and Una from Team 2 to shake hands, advising them to settle any beef soon. Simon was shocked that Jane knew about even the tiniest student squabbles, but Hayward hinted there was more to be surprised about. Malin pointed out that many groups had taken down the Cyclops, a big jump from just 8 in the simulation. Now there were 13 groups who had succeeded. Hector's group received an A+ for their crystal-clear rolls, great teamwork, and finishing the hunt in under 4 minutes. Jane praised the group's performance, and Hector couldn't hide his excitement. Jane, however, didn't hold back with Group 7, calling their performance a mess. It took them 13 minutes and 58 seconds, and their fighter's barrier was down to just 7%. Their actions were reckless, completely ignoring the plan. Jane mentioned their grade would reflect their performance, but there was more to discuss. She revealed the autopsy results of the Cyclops Team 7 faced and explained how the curse and potions caused unexpected side effects. The Cyclops turned super aggressive and uncontrollable as soon as the curse was lifted. Its physical strength spiked temporarily, making things even tougher. Jane explained that this made Group 7's evaluation harder than the others. The administration decided that the Cyclops they fought was as strong as a red one, leaving Group 7 shocked. Jane suggested applying the new standard for fairness. Jane started breaking down each team member's performance. Jane praised Malin for using advanced darkness magic and playing a crucial role in protecting the fighter. Jane recognized Malin's overtraining led to her injury, but her determination earned her 80 points. Jane highlighted Hayward's perfect timing with a powerful darkness enchantment to help take down the Cyclops. He earned 80 points as well. Jane commended Kami for being the main damage dealer, using rare necromancy and hematology, giving her 85 points. Jane wrapped up by praising Simon for handling the fighter role, managing surprises, and stepping up as a leader for his teammates. He showcased his skills in both physical and dark magic, dodged attacks, and used restoration magic like a pro. Jane noted Simon never gave up until the Cyclops was defeated, awarding him a perfect 100 points. She joked that it was a shame there wasn't a grade higher than an AI. Simon celebrated with his teammates while Hector looked on, a little envious. That evening, the whole group gathered to celebrate with drinks. They were a bit shocked to find real beer in their mugs, but Professor Hongpeng reassured them, saying she was their guardian for the night. She explained she'd gotten special permission from Kizan to celebrate their success and reminded them that the student protection period was over, encouraging them to keep up the good work. Out of nowhere, Hayward asked the professor if she had a special preference for Simon over the other students. Malin was taken aback by the sudden question. The professor joked that even teachers had their favorites among students. She laughed and reassured them that she cared for all her students equally. Professor Hongpeng apologized for the tease and then dropped some exciting news. She told them that next week they'd finally be heading out on a mission. The next day, Hayward explained to Simon that missions were a big part of Kizan's system. After the student protection period ends, they enter the mission phase, which usually lasts 5 days. During this time, they can take on requests from outside Kizan. The requests could be anything from simple jobs to monster hunts, personal security, and even assassinations. Simon figured some of these requests had to be dangerous. He also wondered if they came with a decent payout. Hayward explained that the difficulty and success of the missions determine how Kizan evaluates them. Missions were also a good way to pay for Kizan's material fees. Since Simon was majoring in summoning, Hayward thought this was a perfect chance for him to make some cash. But Hayward reminded Simon there were some important things to consider. They had to complete at least one mission during the period. Failing all of them meant failing the mission and writing an explanation letter. They could keep working on requests after the mission period, but Hayward warned that they'd miss classes if they did. Some students take easy missions to finish fast and get back to studying. Others leave the island to chase big money cases for better grades, but Hayward advised Simon not to pick an easy one just for the grade. At Kizan, balancing mission work and school grades was key. Failing too many missions could land them with dangerous tasks. Hayward told Simon to check out the requests, pick one that fits his plan, and meet up once it decided. Meanwhile, Fear reminded Simon that their priority was leaving the island to recruit soldiers and restore their battalion's glory. Simon wondered if there were undead soldiers stronger than Fear. Fear proudly declared that he was the master of the battalion, with no one daring to challenge him. Fear explained that some generals in his battalion were literal monsters, ancient undead with intelligence who commanded other troops. Simon got excited at the thought of finding them but had no clue where to start. Fear reassured him that these generals were probably stirring up trouble across the continent, and he remembered every detail about them. Fear advised Simon to focus on the current requests and stay alert for any sign of the generals. Simon ignored the missions on Raj Island, and Fear suggested he check out the red requests instead. At that moment, Simon ran into Hector, who asked if he was heading to the neutral zone. The neutral zone was a lawless area beyond Kizan's control. Hector warned Simon that if he got into trouble there, Kizan couldn't help. He hoped they'd cross paths during the mission, but Simon just told him to stay safe. Simon began sifting through the requests and asked Fear for his opinion on a zombie raid mission. Fear explained that infection was too common, even for necromancers, and that none of the requests seemed linked to the generals. Then, Fear spotted a blue envelope among the red ones. Simon assumed it was an error. Simon read through it, an eerie case about missing women found as dried-up corpses. Fear asked him to show the details. Simon felt a chill as he looked at the pictures of the dead bodies. Fear suggested it could be an ancient undead leading a spider army. Meanwhile, a priest was assigned to the same mission, promising the Pope that she would solve the case, as it was the goddess's will to stop the evil of the undead. Ellen Zyle, a second year from the Holy College of Fnel, was determined to crack the case no matter what. Simon stood outside the vice-chancellor's office. Inside, Jane was buried in paperwork. She waved him in without looking up, asking if he was there for a mission. Simon nodded, and Jane suggested they take a look at the mission he'd chosen. After reading the details, Jane suggested he pick something else. It was too tough for a first year. But Simon was insistent. He was confident he could handle it and solve the case. Impressed by his confidence, she decided to trust him and signed off on the request. Jane reminded him to take responsibility for the outcome. Simon, grateful for her trust, promised to return safely. Outside, Hayward asked if Simon had gotten the green light from the professor. Simon chuckled and confirmed she had. Malin questioned if Simon was seriously taking on such a tough case, especially with only 5 days to investigate. Simon thanked her, but she quickly brushed it off, claiming she wasn't concerned at all. Simon laughed and asked where she was off to. She explained that she was handling an easy personal security job near Langerstein, which would boost her grades. Simon asked what she'd do if trouble found her. She confidently replied that no one with sense would mess with a Kizan student. Simon joked it sounded a bit cowardly, but Malin insisted it wasn't. She added that's exactly why everyone turns to Kizan for help. After Malin left, Simon spotted Karen sitting on a bench. Karen smiled and mentioned it had been a while since their matriculation ceremony. She introduced herself as the official successor of the Ivory Tower, Special Admission Number 2. Simon introduced himself, saying he was from Leschel. There was a brief, awkward silence between them. After a pause, Cern spoke up, mentioning she'd heard Simon was looking after Malin. She told him that while Malin might snap at him now and then, she was actually kind and tender-hearted, so he should keep looking out for her. Simon, slightly annoyed, asked why Cern would say such a thing. He reminded her that Malin was also a student at Kizan, capable of handling things herself without needing Cern's concern. Just then, an announcement blared about the teleportation device activation. Cern told him they'd meet again before vanishing to be teleported. Simon felt drained just from talking to Cern, who carried herself like royalty. He understood Cern's concern since Malin was from the Ivory Tower too, but he didn't like how she treated Malin like her subordinate. He never thought a simple chat could be so exhausting. Meanwhile, Fear was hidden inside a cramped suit of armor, grumbling about how tight it felt. Simon explained it was the last suit available and that he couldn't just walk around with Fear visible. It would scare people. Simon told Fear they'd arrived at the mission site and asked what the next step was. Fear replied that the first step was gathering information. They needed to meet the client, the lord of the town, and introduce Simon as a Kizan student to get the full details. Fear added that since the client hadn't solved the case yet, there was probably a good reason for it. As they neared the town, Fear, still in disguise, suggested they start with legwork, something he often did on missions with Richard. Simon agreed it sounded like a solid plan, but was worried they'd run out of time with just 5 days to crack the case. Fear reassured him, saying they could always buy information from the Thieves' Guild or an info guild if needed. Simon agreed, but they first needed to figure out if such a guild even existed. Fear suggested asking an inn or pub owner, and Simon eagerly agreed, knowing time was running out. After a bit of walking, they arrived at a pub where the bartender greeted them. Simon tossed a gold coin to the bartender and requested a clean room, breakfast, and some wheat bread for the next morning. The bartender thanked Simon and asked if he wanted the change. Simon declined the change and asked instead for information about the Thieves' Guild. Watching this, Fear chuckled to himself, impressed that Simon already knew how to handle adults. Fear drew his sword, pointing it at the bartender to add some pressure. After getting the info they needed, Simon skimmed the case report and saw most of the missing people were young men. However, the mummified corpses found were mostly women. Fear speculated that the culprit had fun with the young men, but drained the women's blood instead. This theory only solidified Simon's suspicion that Elizabeth was behind it. The two walked into another bar. Simon approached the bartender and asked for the special menu. The bartender led him to a hidden door that led down to the basement. After descending the stairs, they entered a room where a woman smiled and asked what they needed from her guild. Simon explained they were after some information. The woman asked what he wanted to know, and Simon mentioned he was after information on the missing people and mummified corpses. The woman warned him that it would cost a lot and wondered if a first-year Keeson student could even afford it. She explained that the town's lord was desperate to solve the case and had reached out to various organizations, Keeson being one of them. With a small fiefdom and limited funds, the lord couldn't afford a necromancer from the headquarters, so he turned to students instead. She stepped closer, smiling, and remarked that the student sent to help was just a freshman. Simon reached out, grabbed her hand, and replied that her deductions were interesting, so he'd give it a try too. A major case had rocked the entire fiefdom, and the lord had reached out to many, but no one could crack it. The people who took on the request arrived, but none of them had any luck solving it. Eventually, the case ended up in Simon's lap. The locals didn't know much either, making the whole thing even more mysterious. Despite the incident lasting for years, no one had bothered to investigate. Simon stared at her, wondering if it was strange how little info was out there. Simon figured someone must be pulling the strings behind the scenes. Otherwise, the Info Guild was seriously bad at their job, but she didn't seem that clueless. Simon's mood shifted, and he warned her he'd turn the place upside down if she didn't come clean. She apologized and asked if he could let go of her hand. Once he let go, she warned him that the consequences of the information would fall on him. Simon agreed, and she smiled, asking them to wait while she stepped into another room. Simon's face flushed from all the intense acting, but he was sure there was more to this case than met the eye. Suddenly, Fear burst into laughter. When Simon asked what was so funny, he urged him to keep his eyes wide open. Just then, a man behind them started to decompose, exploding into hundreds of spiders. Fear quickly revealed that the girl was Elizabeth all along. Elizabeth then appeared in her true form, acknowledging Simon's strong will. But she made it clear this would be their last meeting. Simon immediately called out to Fear, who was ready to defend him. Fear unsheathed his sword, slashing through the skeletons with precision. Elizabeth noticed his fighting style and realized who he was. He demanded to know what she was planning in such a tiny town. Fear told her the battalion had returned and invited her to come back. She angrily rejected his offer, calling him an idiot. She reminded him how Richard had abandoned them like trash and questioned why he still supported the battalion after all that shame. As they fought the spiders, Fear tried to convince her that the battalion was a force to be reckoned with. He wondered how a general like her could be driven by something as petty as hatred. Elizabeth explained that Richard had led them all into a death trap for a girl, and that was why she still hated him. In a flash, he hurled his sword at her, landing a direct hit to her head. Fed up with her arrogance, he yanked the sword back, ready for more. Fear reminded her of the days when she had begged him like a lost cause. While they clashed, Elizabeth noticed Fear starting to weaken. She leapt to the roof, guessing that his seal must have broken recently. With a grin, she waved goodbye before darting away, leaving them behind. Simon quickly figured out that she controlled the whole information guild. It would have been easy for her to manipulate everything. As they cleared out spiders, a girl watched from the roof, waiting for the two monsters to destroy each other. The girl was Ellen, the priest assigned to the same case. She raised her staff, planning to take down Elizabeth after finishing them off. Ellen unleashed a blinding light attack straight at Simon and Fear. After the blast, she scanned the area, expecting to see their bodies, but they were gone. Frustrated, she decided to focus on Elizabeth, since she had missed her target. Fear noted how much more complicated things had gotten with the priest involved. Simon, feeling the pressure, asked how they ended up in such a mess, and how they'd even find Elizabeth now. Fear assured him there was no need to worry. He explained that he'd felt Elizabeth's dark energy earlier and was now tracking her trail. As long as they followed the trail, they'd catch up to her. Simon felt a bit relieved but noted that the priest was incredibly strong. Fear explained that the white uniform under her robe meant she was probably from FNL, on a mission as tough as a black request from Kazan. Simon quickly realized that meant the priest was probably a second year or higher, since black requests were for the toughest missions. Annoyed, Simon considered complaining to the Lord for issuing a duplicate request, wondering if solving this case in 5 days was even possible. Fear calmed him down, revealing that Elizabeth had actually loved Richard. Simon was stunned, but Fear explained that undead battalions often developed intense loyalty to their commanders. Elizabeth, being especially emotional, seemed to still hold feelings for Richard, and that likely fueled her intense hatred. Simon finally understood why she was acting so violently. Fear reminded him that finding her quickly was their top priority. As they pressed on, Simon spotted a boy and a girl stuck in webs, crying out for help. The boy pleaded with them, claiming a spider monster was about to feast on them. Simon assured them he'd help and began cutting the boy free. Fear, unimpressed, called Simon soft for a necromancer. Curious, Simon asked what a necromancer should do. Fear bluntly replied that a real necromancer would kill everyone and raise them as skeletons for their army. Ignoring Fear, Simon handed the boy his sword, telling him to free the others. Fear reminded Simon that Kizen's rules didn't apply here. No witnesses, no rules. But Simon insisted on doing what he thought was right. He explained that his father had taught him never to become a monster. When Simon asked how, his father said the key was setting boundaries. Fear burst into laughter, saying that sounded just like advice Simon's father would give. Simon asked what he meant, but Fear just grinned and shrugged it off. Fear said he respected Simon's decision as the battalion leader, even if he thought it was a bit naive. They finally reached an abandoned building, where Elizabeth calmly sat waiting for them. She told them she wouldn't run anymore. Fear would always track her darkness, no matter where she went. It was clear she was ready to face them, right there. Simon walked up to Elizabeth, offering her a chance to join his forces. Elizabeth angrily refused, vowing she'd never return to the battalion that betrayed her. She mocked Simon, calling him a naive child picked by Fear for sentimental reasons and questioning his worth as a necromancer. Simon remained calm, asking if she truly thought he had no credentials. He revealed he was the son of Richard and Anna Follentia. Elizabeth froze, shocked. She had once served under Richard. Simon explained that, as Richard's son and the battalion's new leader, it was his duty to bring her in. But the mention of his mother's name sent Elizabeth into a rage. She yelled that Anna, her nemesis, was an abomination who deserved to die. Fueled by fury, Elizabeth transformed into a giant spider and lunged at Simon. Without hesitation, Fear jumped into action, slicing off Elizabeth's legs with a swift strike. Taking advantage of the opening, Simon summoned a spear, infused it with darkness, and struck Elizabeth. Standing over her wounded form, Simon offered her a stark choice. You join the battalion or face death. Out of nowhere, an attack shot towards Simon. Fear reacted fast, blocking the strike with his sword, saving Simon just in time. Simon realized how narrowly he had escaped. The priest reappeared, declaring she would exterminate all evil spirits and spiders. She pulled a glowing stone from her robe, threw it into the air, and prepared to attack with her staff. Simon turned to Fear, asking what their next move should be. Fear calmly suggested taking down the priest first, wondering if they could even beat her. Meanwhile, Elizabeth hid behind a wall, attempting to recover. Fear reminded Simon that while the priest's holiness was tricky, she herself was actually pretty weak. Fear was confident he could take her down with one hit. The priest spotted Elizabeth hiding and taunted her from across the room. Twirling her staff, the priest prepared to send Elizabeth to her doom, painlessly. She swung her staff, summoning a powerful magic circle, and launched an attack aimed at Elizabeth. Elizabeth braced herself, certain she was about to die, but to her shock, Simon stepped in front, taking the spear to his chest. Simon, barely conscious and bleeding, knelt before collapsing to the ground. Hours later, Simon woke to find a small spider staring at him. He jolted upright in shock, suddenly alert. Fear noticed Simon was awake and still confused. Simon asked what had happened to Elizabeth and the priest. Fear casually pointed to where the priest was hanging upside down in a spider's web, while Elizabeth sat calmly beside her. The priest was crying, begging them to spare her. Fear explained that while Simon was out cold, he had briefly teamed up with Elizabeth to capture the priest. The priest hadn't been much of a challenge, considering she was just a former FNL student. Simon suggested releasing the priest for now and consulting the proper authorities before deciding her fate. Once lowered from the web, the priest thanked Simon for sparing her, but he warned her not to get too excited just yet. He asked her if she'd answer their questions and if she was really an FNL student. She immediately denied it, but Fear scoffed, clearly not buying her story. Simon pointed out her FNL uniform, but she quickly claimed it was a fake. She admitted she'd been expelled 2 years ago in her first year. Simon asked why she pretended to be a current student. She confessed she couldn't accept her expulsion and had to support her struggling family, so she impersonated one. Elizabeth didn't buy her story, accusing her of making excuses. She ripped the uniform open to reveal it was just regular fabric underneath. Elizabeth pointed out that real FNL uniforms were as tough as Kaizen. The girl explained that it was a replica she made herself. Simon apologized for the awkward situation and handed her a cloth to cover up. Grateful, the girl introduced herself as Ellen. Simon asked how she ended up on this mission despite not being an FNL student. Ellen explained that brokers told her about a high-paying job to eliminate Undead, and FNL jobs paid even more. Simon listened carefully, then asked if she had any proof, like advance payments or mission papers. Ellen nodded and offered to show him the paperwork. As she watched Ellen and Simon, Elizabeth was struck by memories of Simon's parents, feeling a pang of emotion she hadn't realized she'd suppressed. Simon then asked Ellen if he could take the documents to handle things himself. Ellen agreed without hesitation, and Fear asked Simon what he planned to do with the documents. Simon replied that he intended to meet with the Lord and gather as much info as possible. Fear laughed, noticing that Simon really did take after his father. Simon announced it was time to leave, but Elizabeth cut him off. She agreed to join Simon's battalion, but only if one condition was met. She pointed at Ellen and demanded that Simon strangle the priest with his bare hands. Ellen was frozen in fear. Simon looked at Elizabeth, wondering if she seriously expected him to kill Ellen. Elizabeth confirmed it, saying that was her only condition. Simon shot Elizabeth a glare, questioning why she wanted him to kill Ellen. Elizabeth explained it was to prove his worth as a leader, which only made Simon more frustrated. He wondered why he had to prove himself to her. Sure, she had once served under his father, but Simon made it clear he was his own person. He was going to lead his battalion based on his own decisions and values, not anyone else's. From everything he'd seen, Elizabeth wasn't cut out for the job. She was consumed by dark thoughts, ruled by emotions, and totally blinded to what really mattered. Simon accused her of using Ellen as a pawn, trying to manipulate him for her own selfish, impulsive goals. He made it clear he didn't trust her and had no room for someone as insecure and unreliable in his battalion. Turning to Fear and the priest, he said it was time to leave. He regretted wasting their time, and as they walked away, Elizabeth was left behind, sitting alone in the ruins. As they walked, Fear asked if Simon was really giving up on Elizabeth. Simon explained he wasn't. It was just his way of setting boundaries in their relationship. She was stubborn and always insisted on doing things her way, so Simon had to set boundaries if he was going to manage her later. Fear jokingly asked if getting stabbed by the Holy Spear was part of Simon's plan too. Simon smiled and said he'd rather not answer that one. Ellen apologized for the attack, but Simon reassured her it was fine. She hadn't meant to hit him. Ellen asked if the Holy Spear had damaged his necromancer core near his chest. Simon assured her he was fine and didn't think it had hit his core, but Fear thought otherwise, staying silent. From what he saw, the spear had pierced right through Simon's core, but Simon seemed totally fine. No physical harm, and the necromancer contract was untouched. Fear found it impossible and mysterious. Lost in thought, Fear snapped out of it when Simon turned and asked if something was wrong. He quickly assured him he was fine. After some time, they reached the Lord's estate. The Lord, Count Raymond of Arnish, introduced himself and warmly welcomed Simon. He said they must be tired from the journey and urged Simon to rest. Simon explained he used a magic teleportation circle, so he wasn't tired at all. Raymond praised Keeson's advanced magic and invited Simon to have dinner first. Simon politely declined, saying they needed to discuss the request right away. Raymond laughed, saying it could wait until morning, and suggested Simon should rest while he had the chance. Meanwhile, Raymond signaled his servants for food and drinks, but Simon firmly repeated that he needed to discuss the request in private. With a sigh, Raymond reluctantly explained that the issue Simon came for had already been resolved and offered payment as thanks for his time and effort. Simon found it odd, noting that recent guild reports mentioned a related incident that morning. He refused payment for an incomplete job and warned Raymond that things could get messy if Keeson decided to investigate. Raymond grew visibly frustrated. When Simon pressed for answers, the Lord slammed his fist on the table and shot him a glare. He angrily demanded to know why Simon couldn't just stay out of it when told. Mocking him, he asked how a mere first-year student dared challenge someone of his rank, and why Simon was making such a fuss, especially when he was offering to pay. Suddenly, guards stormed in, surrounding Simon with spears and swords aimed at him. Simon calmly pointed out that Raymond first tried sweet-talking him, and now he was resorting to threats and force. He admired Raymond's boldness, but warned him he wouldn't just sit back and take it. In response, Fear appeared with a group of skeletons, materializing out of nowhere. Fear laughed menacingly, sending a chill down the guards' spines, and told them they were about to gain some new family members. Raymond stumbled back in shock, horrified that a first-year student like Simon could summon so many undead soldiers. The Lord collapsed to the ground in fear. Simon then asked if Raymond really wanted this to go on. Raymond tried to save face, furiously claiming he had no power beyond his connection to the Academy's keys. Fear then appeared with Ellen, who was cursed and unconscious. Simon explained that they had captured a priest from FNL while solving the case. He warned that if they sent her to Keeson for interrogation, the whole region could be charged with treason. Raymond finally realized the gravity of the situation. In a panic, he immediately bowed down, pleading for mercy. He admitted he only wanted to wrap up the case quickly because his people were living in fear. He offered to take full responsibility if Simon spared his people. Simon asked why he'd been so desperate to cover up the case if he truly cared about his territory. Raymond explained that their business environment was finally stabilizing and the Crown Prince was planning a visit. If these incidents continued, the visit and town's prosperity would be ruined. In his desperation, he'd worked with the Information Guild to suppress details, even seeking help from FNL through a broker, unaware they'd send a real priest. Simon laughed, telling Raymond he got it now. Raymond bowed again, begging Simon to punish only him and spare everyone else. Simon replied that this territory was strategically important near the Holy Federation, and he didn't want to see it destroyed. He even admitted he liked the town. Raymond, a bit confused, asked what Simon meant by that. Simon promises to cover up the case to keep the town's reputation intact, but warns Raymond it will cost him. Raymond agrees immediately, ready to pay any price. A guard rushes in, shouting about undead flooding the area outside the castle. Panic spreads as everyone scrambles up to the roof to check out the situation. While Raymond freaks out, Simon stays cool, calmly ordering him to open the gate and let him take charge. Raymond warns of the danger, but Simon reassures him, reminding him that he's still a necromancer, even as a freshman. On the outside, Simon faces Elizabeth commanding a massive army of spiders. She kneels before Simon, introducing herself with a formal bow. Elizabeth offers her loyalty, asking for a chance to join Simon's battalion and prove she's worthy. She's even ready to take on a trial to show her value. The next day, Simon sets 3 strict conditions for Elizabeth if she wants in. No killing humans without his okay, no harming anyone close to him, and complete obedience to his commands. Meanwhile, Raymond steps up on stage addressing the citizens. He tells the crowd that Kizan has sent them a necromancer, and with his help, the recent chaos is over. He reassures them that life can return to normal, whether it's hunting monsters or going about daily chores, as they get ready for the Crown Prince's arrival. Inside, Elizabeth reflects on her choice, feeling trapped in a nightmare by a binding contract that seems to offer no bright future. Still, she knows she'd make the same decision again, remembering how Simon risked everything to protect her. With a smile, she reassures herself that she can face anything as long as Simon is by her side. She feels completely devoted to him, her body and soul his. Fear watches from the shadows, shaking his head as he realizes Elizabeth's deep affection for Simon. Elizabeth openly admits that all she asks in return for her unwavering loyalty is Simon's love, though she never forces him to return it. For now, just being able to cherish him is enough. She grabs Simon's hand, causing him to squirm despite her calm obedience, and suggests they finalize their contract. With a daring move, she places Simon's hand on her chest, making him blush. She can't help but smile at how adorable he looks, flustered. Once the contract's sealed, Fear welcomes her into the battalion. She confesses it's been a while since she was bound by such an agreement, and notes Simon's surprisingly weak power. Still, she believes his link to the commander boosts his power. Yet, it's Simon's inner darkness that oddly comforts and calms her. Simon gives the signal, it's time to go, as Ellen's waiting. As they walk, Elizabeth asks if Simon would let her console him if she ever hurt his feelings. Simon waves off the offer, insisting it's not needed. When they meet up with Ellen, she asks if the discussion is done. Simon gives a quick yes, thanking Ellen for her help. Ellen laughs and asks if Elizabeth pulled off her role convincingly. Simon reassures her she did great. Simon opens a box full of gold, and Elizabeth is taken aback by how much he got from the Lord. Fear mutters it's still less than he expected. Ellen points out that 500 gold is 10 times what they originally expected. Simon grabs a portion of the gold and hands it over to Ellen. He asks her to use it to support her family and take care of them. Ellen tears up, thanking Simon and promising to never forget his kindness. Simon smiles, saying it's his pleasure, then asks if she's heading back to the Holy Federation. Ellen shares she's heading to Loharan but invites Simon to visit her in the Holy Federation anytime, offering to be his guide. Simon grins, hoping their next meeting isn't on a battlefield. Ellen teases him for being too serious, then waves as she heads off. As Ellen walks away, Fear points out that Simon didn't just let a priest go, he gave her money too. Simon explains that once he moves up in Kizan, he plans to handle tougher tasks and sees building a bond with Ellen as useful. The money guarantees she'll be a loyal ally. Fear is surprised, realizing Simon essentially bought her trust with that gold. Simon nods, fully aware of his actions, and Fear says he can't quite figure out if Simon's a good guy or a bad one. Simon shrugs, saying it doesn't matter, half his blood's from a priest, so he has no reason to hate them just for what they are. He figures there's no need for drastic moves when he can just get what he wants through other means. Fear mulls it over, realizing it'll take time to fully grasp Simon's way of thinking. Fear asks if Simon's going back to Kazan now that the mission's over. Simon says not yet. He plans to train before heading back, knowing using the battalion will be trickier then. Fear nods, agreeing it's a smart move. Just then, Elizabeth asks Fear if he's talking about her children. Elizabeth informs Simon, now her commander, that it's time he learned how to control the corpse spiders, offering to teach him the basics. Simon lights up, eager to pick up a new skill. Elizabeth explains that the spiders' main power comes from their webs. The webs can trap enemies or even be used for quick movement. She commands the spiders to show off their webbing skills by shooting at a tree. Simon focuses, gives the order, and successfully gets the spiders to shoot their webs. Elizabeth goes on explaining that the corpse spiders can trap enemies, block their movements, or use poison to attack. She urges Simon to try it out on a couple of nearby orcs. Spotting 2 orcs, Simon directs the spiders to shoot webs at them. The orcs dodge the first strike, but Simon quickly orders the spiders to jump and shoot again. This time, a web lands perfectly on its target. One spider latches onto an orc, biting it with its poison fangs, taking it down. Elizabeth is impressed, noting that Simon's control is already excellent, especially for a first try. Suddenly, she hears something and mentions that it sounds like an orc settlement is close by. She suggests it's the perfect chance to show off the spider battalion's strength. Simon pauses, then agrees it's a good idea. He figures they should make the most of the 500 gold they earned. As the battle kicks off, Simon orders Fear to take out the boss monster. Meanwhile, he tells Elizabeth to block any escape routes using her spiders. As his battalion quickly overpowers the orcs, Simon gets a real taste of what it feels like to be in charge. He smiles to himself, realizing this is what being a necromancer is all about. Elizabeth praises him, saying their victory was all thanks to his leadership. Simon casually calls her Erdzi and says it was really her and Fear who did all the work. Elizabeth's expression changes instantly, and she asks him what he just called her. Simon nervously admits he called her Erdzi, and her face lights up, happy with the nickname. Simon, however, is a little confused since he just shortened her name for convenience, but since she's so happy he doesn't mention it. Fear reminds Simon it's his turn now and asks him to turn the orcs into skeletons. As Fear laughs, Simon drops a bombshell. He forgot something important. Simon admits he doesn't know how to resurrect corpses yet. Fear is a bit let down but figures it's understandable, given Simon's first-year status. Elizabeth suggests selling the corpses for cash even to the Lord. Simon mulls it over, thinking the orcs must have really hurt the thief. He figures the Lord might turn this into an official request, offering extra rewards. On the way back, Fear feels claustrophobic, cramped in the dark with Elizabeth and her spiders. Kami spots Simon and gets excited, saying she was worried after hearing about his tough mission. Simon brushes it off, saying he got lucky and asks if she's heading somewhere. Elizabeth, watching them, feels a pang of jealousy. After Simon says goodbye, Elizabeth storms out, demanding to know who that girl was. Simon, spared, nervously says she's just a classmate. Elizabeth tries to hold back her anger, mentioning the girl was staring at him strangely for a classmate. But remembering her vow, she decides not to harm the girl. Simon is relieved she remembered her promise, then asks her to return to the subspace to avoid being seen. Elizabeth grins and transforms into a beautiful girl, now dressed in a Kizan uniform. Simon is confused, remembering she was in spiderwebs moments ago, now in a uniform. She offers to be summoned if he needs anything at the academy, which only confuses Simon more. He asks how she plans to avoid the surveillance spells. Elizabeth smiles, explaining she's got stealth skills to dodge surveillance spells. Since her spider army excels in combat, she suggests he use them instead of her. Simon is glad he recruited her, seeing how helpful she can be. She offers to change her form if he prefers, transforming into Kami. She starts imitating Kami's actions and voice perfectly. Simon, a bit creeped out, tells her to stop, saying he's seen enough. Fear pops his head out, shouting at them to keep moving. Those spiders are squeaking like crazy and driving him nuts. After a while, they finally arrive at the ruins. Simon asks Erdzi if the battalion has about 30 corpse spiders, and she confirms it. Fear points at Simon, mentioning 2 quick ways to boost their force. First, they could increase the number of spiders, or Simon could learn the resurrection spell. Simon turns to Urza, asking how she makes more spiders. She casually mentions that all she needs to do is lay more eggs. After all, she's the Spider Queen. Simon, startled, shudders at the thought. She teases, offering to demonstrate, but Simon immediately declines. Fear mutters to the skeletons, commenting that she's being too provocative for Simon's age, and the skeletons nod in agreement. Simon settles on having Urza make new spiders, then suddenly remembers the priest. He quickly asks Urza if she can disguise herself as a priest. Simon explains his recent run-in with the priest in the forest, detailing their fight. He explains that's why he needs her to disguise as a priest. Urza agrees but suggests dealing with the corpse spiders first. She explains that even the best disguise won't work if the enemy is a real priest. Simon asks why, and she explains that holy users can sense and detect undead instantly. Even if she hides her inability to use holiness, they'd still sense her presence. Simon reassures her, mentioning that priests have a core in their body. Urza's surprised, saying she doesn't know the priest's goal, but they seem pretty determined. Fear adds that they can manipulate darkness, like their professor. Urza chimes in, saying that with the core, the priest loses both their holiness powers and their ability to detect the undead. If that's the case, Urza says she can try, sending the spiders to scout the forest while observing high-ranking priests. She assures Simon to leave it to her, and he replies, counting on her. The next day, Simon enters class, noticing everyone's in a better mood, probably thanks to the mission. It's been a week since they last saw each other. Suddenly, he spots Malin and greets her, saying it's been a long time. Instead of a greeting, Malin calls Simon shameless. Simon asks if something's up and Malin hands him a gift. He eagerly asks if it's for him. She sits down, explaining it's just a gift because they're in the same group, so he doesn't get any funny ideas. Simon jokes, asking if she's giving him a cake, even though it's not his birthday. Malin explains it's cake day, when girls give boys cakes. Simon thanks her, saying it's thoughtful of her. She admits she wasn't being thoughtful, just giving it out of pity since neither he nor Hayward would get any cakes otherwise. 2 girls approach Simon with cakes, one offering a lemon cake, the other a black tea cake. One thanks him for his help in magical combat class. Simon thanks them, saying he's glad to help. He comments that the cakes look delicious and plans to enjoy them later. Malin teases, saying she thought Simon was popular, but it's just students thanking him. Just then, Komi enters with a huge cake for Simon. Komi thanks him for taking care of her, hoping they can be good friends for the rest of the semester. Malin is in awe of the cake's size and asks if it's handmade. Comey admits it's not handmade, she bought it from Rochester and added her own decoration. Simon reflects on how much trouble she went through for him, even though it's just another day. Simon pulls out a napkin and wipes her face. She blushes, thanks him quickly, then runs out of class. Hayward walks in at the same time, and Simon wonders what just happened with Comey. As Hayward sits down, Simon realizes everyone is hyped up. It's Cake Day after all. Malin mentions an interesting monument they got thanks to Cake Day and asks if Simon saw it. Simon looks at Hector, who's wearing a birthday hat, surrounded by cakes. Hector doesn't look pleased, though. Malin suddenly asks if Simon seriously didn't know today was Cake Day. She reminds him that he's in school now. Being from the country doesn't excuse him from keeping up with the trends. She says she can understand, since they're teammates, but other students might use it against him. Simon thanks her for the advice, then asks if there's a day when boys give gifts to girls. Malin tells him it's called an accessory gift. The mention of jewels makes him nervous, but she quickly reassures him that real jewels aren't necessary. Still playful, she adds that she wouldn't stop him if he decided to hand over some jewels, giving him a cheeky wink. Jane kicks off the class with a report that all students made it back safely to the academy, a fact that has her feeling pretty satisfied. She jumps right into announcing a battle evaluation coming up this week. The evaluation will take place over the course of the first semester. First years will square off against each other, with all 14 classes in the mix. Winners will rise to the upper squad, while losers drop. Squad rankings reset weekly, and every position has points that can be earned or lost, with the upper squads having a lot more to lose. Jane urges them to aim for the upper squad, warning that anyone in the lower squads by semester's end will be expelled. She reminds them she's given it her all as the vice-chancellor and the professor, and that only class have faced a real battle with the Cyclopes. She trusts them not to disappoint her. Hayward stands on his desk, fist raised, promising they'll give their all to make her proud. Jane cheers on Class A, but Hayward's enthusiasm is all on his own. With a sigh, Jane admits she's most concerned about Hayward. Then she gathers the class to ask if they can spot the difference between battling monsters and humans. A girl raises her hand, noting that their strategy for monsters won't work the same in human battles, where their opponents will have strategies of their own. Jane agrees, then asks if anyone else has insights on the difference. Hector chimes in, pointing out that the rules for black magic will be stricter in these human battles compared to the monster fights. Jane asks him to elaborate. Hector explains that slow casting or long delay spells won't be practical here. Trap spells and summoned creatures won't be effective either, Hector adds, glancing at Simon, knowing those summons won't do much in this kind of battle. Jane agrees, noting that some types of magic won't yield great results here, but she reminds them that even less effective skills might still be powerful weapons if used right. Jane uses Hayward's enchantment spell as an example, explaining that it's a simple but effective way to deal with magical combat students. Since the opponent needs to close the distance, landing a blow with an enchanted weapon would be easy. But against a hematology student who can strike from far away, Hayward would be toast before he even got close. Jane wraps up, telling them they'll succeed if they focus on their strengths and work on their weaknesses. The professor announces it's time for some individual training to see where everyone's strengths lie. They'll be wearing protective vests during the fight, while everyone else huddles up to discuss strategies. Simon sits off to the side trying to figure out how he can score well using terminology. He knows he could win in a heartbeat with the battalion, but that's off limits in class. The skeletons come to mind, but they're too slow compared to humans, so they're not going to cut it. Just as he starts to feel stuck, the TA approaches and asks if he's got a problem. She mentions she's been at the academy for almost 2 years now. Simon explains that as a terminology major, he's unsure how to approach these interpersonal battles. The TA suggests giving it a shot instead of overthinking, handing him a training vest. She offers to be his opponent and asks if he's familiar with the barrier gauge. Simon recalls their professor mentioned it during their first battle. She reassures him she'll stick to first-grade black magic and checks if he's ready. Simon summons his skeletons, and the TA smiles while setting up several magic circles. He commands his skeletons to charge her. He spots her using the darkness arrow spell. She explains it's a common technique for first graders to use for long-range attacks. Simon starts to wonder if she's actually going to stick to first-grade spells. The skeletons charge, but the arrows obliterate them instantly. She compliments him for handling 3 skeletons at once, a solid feat for a first grader. Meanwhile, she punches through another skeleton. Shocked, Simon watches as she asks if he's really going to waste time like this. She suddenly casts the exhaust curse, and Simon feels his energy drain away. Despite using basic spells, he can tell she's got serious experience behind her moves. She slowly approaches, explaining she's taken out his skeletons and used exhaust, making it the perfect moment to finish him off. Rather than defend, Simon decides to go on the offensive, using darkness to try a kick. Simon realizes his kick missed its target. As the smoke clears, the TA is standing some distance away, untouched. She nervously smiles, admitting she accidentally used spiritualization instead of sticking to basic magic. She quickly clears her throat, internally relieved she didn't die, and explains that mock battles are meant to push students like him to discover their strengths. She points out that Simon began with strategy but switched to magical combat when things got tough, even boosting his own body for close combat while his skeletons fought. Even unsure of her moves, Simon instinctively prepared for close combat. She pats him on the back, saying he doesn't need to decide yet, but with his skills she'd go for magical combat in a heartbeat. Simon thanks her as she walks off, still mulling over the difficulty of fighting with summonology. Hector then interrupts, challenging him to a fight. Simon, not in the mood for a fight, brushes Hector off. He tosses the vest back at Hector, telling him to go bother someone else. Hector, annoyed, curses Simon, but Malin steps in. Hector warns Malin to stay out of it. Malin calls him a child and a bully in return. Hector snaps back, calling Malin Cern's stooge. Furious, Malin unleashes a powerful magic circle at Hector. Simon reacts quickly, destroying the magic circle just in time. The TA arrives and Hector immediately apologizes for causing the commotion. Hayward fumes, frustrated by Hector's fake niceness around professors. The TA warns both boys, reminding them that Professor Jane despises such behavior. Both apologize and the TA directs them back to their training. Hayward can't help but think Hector should know better than to say the things he does. Cammy checks on Malin, who assures her she's fine, just a little rattled. Simon tries to talk to Malin about her actions, but she cuts him off, reminding him he's still holding her hand. Realizing, Simon apologizes, hastily letting go. Malin calls him a fool for handling her magic circle with bare hands. Simon winces, noticing burns on his hand from stopping Malin's magic circle. Malin leads Simon to the infirmary. While bandaging Simon's hand, Malin asks why he held onto her during the magic circle incident. Simon explains that Malin's actions could have caused serious trouble, especially with Hector's vest not properly worn. He couldn't have gotten hurt. He adds that Hector was out of line, calling her a stooge. Simon thanks Malin for stopping Hector, feeling there even since he saved her later on. Malin stands up, irritated, and tells Simon his kindness is so over the top it's annoying. Simon, puzzled, doesn't get why Malin says his tactics won't work this time. Malin grabs Simon by the shoulder, looks him in the eyes, and thanks him sincerely. Without another word, she rushes out the door, leaving Simon standing there. Fear watches the whole scene, lost for words, thinking Simon reminds him a lot of his father. Simon, still processing, tells Fear to stay quiet. The scene shifts to Kami and Simon chatting about spiritology. Simon asks what it's about, but Kami isn't sure. Hayward joins, noticing Simon looks drained, and asks about the spiritology class. Simon, looking pale, admits the lecture was unbearable in ways he can't describe. He explains that the spiritology professor only teaches once they can actually feel the spirits. They're stuck in the reserve team until they can feel the spirit. The professor's focus is all on feeling the spirit first, no exceptions. If they can't feel it, the professor gets furious and won't stop scolding until they do. The whole process of trying to feel the spirit makes Simon wish he never has to do it again. Kami tears up, recalling her own struggles in spiritology class. Simon comforts her, relieved she made it through the class in one piece. Simon turns to Hayward and Malin, asking what they've learned in training. Malin replies they've been practicing attack spells. With the battle evaluation coming up, all the professors are focused on teaching attack techniques. Hematology doesn't require students to feel spirits like spiritology does. Hayward and Malin believe Simon and Kami will eventually learn something useful in spiritology, but both beg Malin to stop after their traumatic experiences. Meanwhile, Professor Scylla enters, instructing everyone to gather for the lesson. He kicks off the class by apologizing for the late start, citing some personal matters as the reason. With time running out, Professor Hurries dives into hematology, explaining it's a type of black magic that uses blood as a medium. He explains that people often think of it as a vampire or werewolf skill, but in reality, hematology has a long history, with blood being the best match for darkness magic. Since beginners struggle with blood extraction, they'll use tools to draw it first before moving to practice. The class continues after everyone straps on the blood drawing device. He clarifies that darkness and a caster's blood are naturally compatible. A necromancer can mix darkness and blood to trigger all sorts of magical reactions. Not using blood would be a huge waste of a necromancer's potential. Blood can drain stamina, but it's one of the quickest and most powerful weapons. As the professor talks, Simon has a realization: Kami must be a vampire. The professor announces they'll now identify the properties and traits of each blood type. Students will have to use hematic bullets in real battle scenarios. Everyone in the class must participate in this practical exercise. After the first student, the professor calls Kami to take her turn. Simon wishes Kami luck as she steps up, confidence radiating from her. The professor continues calling up each student in order. He checks their blood type and directs each student to the TA. The TA hands out name tags, which the students must wear whenever they enter the class. Now it's Kami's turn to shoot. The professor wonders if her surname, Ursula, hints at her being a vampire. He gives her the signal to open fire. Kami fires and massive explosions erupt. Hayward and Malin are stunned to learn her blood type is Capone. There's no need to even guess how strong the penetration is. The explosion obliterates 4 targets, and her powerful strike leaves everyone, including Simon, speechless. Everyone marvels at her being a vampire and delivering such a devastating shot. The professor reveals her blood type has an explosive reaction when combined with darkness. Her blood type ranks as the strongest in terms of attack power. This blood type is unique to vampires. Kami, overwhelmed by the praise, tries to keep it cool as her classmates shower her with admiration. The professor hinted like to see more of Kami in the future, which only pumps her up even more. Malin and Hayward give Kami some well-deserved praise, telling her she nailed it. Kami shyly thanks them, her cheeks a little pink from the attention. The professor moves on, calling Simon's line next. Simon fires, but his bullet vanishes, leaving everyone in shock. When the bullet finally hits the target, it reappears with a massive explosion. The TA announces that Simon's blood type is unknown, something completely new. The bullet destroys 4 targets with penetration marks beyond measurement. The professor admits he's never seen anything like it. He explains it's a hematic bullet that spreads in a fan shape, but he can't explain his properties yet. He'll talk more about it in the next class and calls up the next student. The TA doesn't have a name tag for Simon's unique blood type, but promises to sort it out next class. Simon thanks the TA and heads back to his friends. Kami finds his rare blood type intriguing, but Simon remains confused, having never heard of it before. Hayward reassures Simon that his unique blood type is actually a good thing, making him stand out. He also mentions that with a rare case like his, the class might not offer enough guidance, since all hematology spells require different training for each blood type. Malin adds that even their group of 4 has different blood types, meaning they'll each need special training. Hayward explains that hematology professors set the direction, but TAs are the ones who give personalized guidance based on each student's blood type. So, if there are 60 blood types in the class, there need to be 60 TAs. Simon finally gets why there are so many TAs, each one tailored to a different blood type. He starts to wonder what will happen to him since his blood type is so rare. Meanwhile, in Professor Sillage's office, he's deep in thought about Simon's blood type, realizing its property is to multiply. When his blood meets the darkness, it absorbs the blood. The darkness then grows stronger as it devours more blood. He also figures out why Simon's bullet disappeared. It's because his darkness can consume the blood, which made the bullet invisible during practice. But when the bullet hits the target, the damage is dealt as usual. This theory fascinates Professor Sillage. He compares it to strong vampire blood that consumes the darkness to grow in power. But Simon's blood works the opposite way. It strengthens the darkness instead. For Sillage, this new discovery is intriguing and definitely worth further research. Professor Sillage finally gets why Bihil is so focused on Simon. As Sillage reflects, he recalls asking Bihil why he came to visit. Bihil starts off with a business-like offer. Bihil mentions a half-vampire student in Class B who's thinking about switching to catarrhology. The young professor grins, saying the student has real talent in catarrhology, but her hematology scores are off the charts. Plus, she comes from a vampire family. Sillage, sipping his tea, motions for Bihil to get to the point. Bihil promises to convince her to switch to hematology. Bihil is certain that this student will be a solid ally for Sillage down the road. Sillage, however, isn't buying it. He reminds Bihil that he's always been a bit too cocky and warns him not to overstep, even if he's in with the crow now. Bihil apologizes, claiming he just wants to help out as an old mentor. Sillage mocks Bihil's attempt at nostalgia, pointing out that he dropped out of hematology right after the second semester started. Bihil brushes off the taunting and gets straight to it. Bihil wants Sillage to hand over Simon. Sillage realizes that Bihil's interest in Simon is all about personal gain. He should have seen it coming when Bihil showed up asking him to give up on a talent like Simon. Just then, the TA walks in with some coffee. Sillage thanks her and tells her to prep for registering his research paper. The TA asks what the paper's about, and Sillage explains it's a new type of blood mark. When she asks if it's Simon's blood, he confirms, urging her to hurry before someone else beats him to it. He names the blood type Simone and tells the TA to spread the word. Sillage hints that there's going to be a battle to claim Simon. Over in the catarrhology lecture room, Professor Bihil notices the students are feeling the heat with their battle evaluations coming up. He knows firsthand that fighting classmates can be nerve-wracking, so he plans to ease their worries with some tips. To help them out, he splits the class into 2 groups, one for black magic users and one for curse users. Group 1 focuses on black magic, where the professor teaches them a quick cast curse called Leg Down. Group 2 is for curse specialists, and the professor will show them an upgraded paralyzed spell. He brags that he's personally improved these curses. Leg Down limits movement by exhausting the legs, and it's quicker than the usual exhaust. Meanwhile, his remade paralyze is faster, though not as strong as the original, but Bihil's improvements make remade paralyze fast enough for real battle. He asks the students to line up and pick their preferred curse, while he notices Simon and his group chatting about their options. Bihil notices Simon's potential and thinks he should ditch summonology for catarrhology, as it's a better fit for someone with his talent. But Simon sticks with summonology, choosing Leg Down as his skill. Bihil is annoyed but calms down when his TA points it out. Behil tells his Tae Chihikal that the plan has changed. He'll be leading the leg down group now. Chihikal reminds him that the other Tia is already prepped for leg down, according to his previous plan. But she quickly realizes there's no point in arguing. Behil's mind is made up. Chihikal tells the other Taz to swap out leg down materials for paralyze. No one's surprised. Behil's always been this way once he decides. Chihikal leads the way, asking for support, secretly knowing Simon's the reason behind Behil's change of heart. Chihikal sighs, realizing things are about to get complicated as Behil kicks off the leg down training. Behil tells the class that if they've chosen catarology, they need to master it. There's no room for mistakes. According to Behil, a curse is the best way to buy time for the main spell. A student asks which magic takes the longest to cast. He explains that analogy spells generally take longer to cast. After class, Simon sits alone on a bench, lost in thought. Simon sighs, wondering aloud if the battalion commander has to major in summonology. Fear realizes why Simon's stressed and reassures him. There's no rule that says the commander must major in summonology to lead. Fear asks if Simon wants him to stop him from choosing summonology. Simon admits that everyone, even the professors, thinks summonology is outdated and weak. Fear asks if Simon's considering quitting summonology. Simon clenches his fists, shaking his head. He's not giving up. Fear understands it's not about quitting. Simon's just fixated on winning the battle using summonology. Simon is shocked that Fear knows him so well, feeling foolish for wanting to win with summonology. It bothers Simon that people look down on summonology, even though he hasn't even chosen it as his major yet. Simon's torn between his belief in his choices and others' opinions, but he decides to follow his heart and win with summonology. Fear respects Simon's courage and fully supports his choice. Fear tells Simon to follow his heart and ignore what others think. Behil is furious over Simon's choice to stick with summonology, pacing around his office, frustrated that Simon's wasting his potential. His Tae enters, asking if Behil's tantrum is over yet. Behil fears Simon's heading down the same path as Aaron, wasting his talent on outdated magic like summonology. He remembers Aaron, a once promising student who was the top special admission at Kizan. Now Aaron's getting treated poorly at Kizan, a sharp fall from grace. Behil glances at an old photo of him and Aaron in their Kizan uniforms, then sets it down, lost in thought. He's determined not to let Simon squander his talent, believing only he can steer Simon in the right direction. Chihikal presses Behil to come clean about his true intentions. With a grin, Behil admits he'll do anything to have Simon on his side. He's even willing to sacrifice his soul for Simon's potential. Behil is set on shaping Simon's talent no matter the cost. Chihikal isn't surprised. She already knows what Behil's after. Behil, in his own world, dreams of making Simon the next Nephthys, rising to godlike power under his guidance. In return, all he wants is for Simon to see him as his one true mentor. He just wants Simon to credit him whenever someone asks about his success. The thought of it gives him chills. It's his dream scenario. The TA, overwhelmed, just wants to get away for a moment. But Behil grabs her chin, revealing that he wants everything just like she does. She slaps his hand away, reminding him that this is harassment. Behil feigns disappointment, claiming her personality makes her unfit as his successor. The TA, unfazed, points out he already decided Simon would carry his legacy. Behil surprises her, admitting he doesn't want Simon to be his successor. He wants Simon to surpass him. He wants Simon to match Nephthys' power and asks if his desire to mentor such talent is too much. She adjusts her glasses, bluntly saying that manipulating his teachings for his own gain is a vulgar obsession. Behil knows she always has objections to his plans, but it doesn't stop him. Behil suggests that since Simon's done well with summonology, he must be satisfied with his current skills. Behil believes the only way to make Simon reflect on his choice is for him to experience the most crushing defeat in terminology. Chihikal nods, impressed by the idea, and checks if Behil really wants to intentionally crush Simon's confidence. Behil smirks, confident that it'll be easy for him to pull off. Outside with Hayward, Simon learns that Professor Aaron won't be teaching this week. Aaron's off on a necromancer trip, so his schedule is pretty flexible. Simon's disappointed. He was hoping to learn something from Aaron before the battle evaluation. The battle evaluation matchups are finally released. Hayward just hopes he can avoid the tough opponents before checking the matchups. Simon finds out he'll face Heron Coke from Class G, while Hayward will fight Lee Young Chopra. Simon asks if Hayward knows them, and Hayward promises to learn about their skills. Simon thanks him, and is eager to find out what Heron can do. Hayward offers personal training afterward. Hayward wonders why bother training when only a few can survive Simon's infamous magical combat kick. Simon explains he's not using magical combat, he's sticking with summonology. Hayward suggests he should go with magical combat and impersonate Malin. Malin appears out of nowhere, smacking Hayward on the head with a book. Later, Simon strolls through Rochester, wearing his signature black coat. He heads to the necromancer shop Hayward recommended. The shopkeeper greets Simon, asking if he's looking for anything specific. Simon's after skeleton archers, ready to take his necromancy to the next level. The manager warns Simon that as a first year assembling archers will be tough, but Simon insists he's up for it, earning the manager's respect. The manager asks if Simon knows that skeletons can fill other roles, not just archers. Simon, already knowing, impresses him even more. Simon notices the skeletons are named after their positions. The manager asks why he chose the archer. Simon shares his past failure with a skeleton and a bow, which makes the manager laugh. He explains that skeletons are suited for different roles. The manager shows Simon a top-tier vanilla brand skeleton, perfect for beginners starting with archery. With better magic circles and excellent repair services, the vanilla archer set costs 30 gold per box. Simon is intrigued and ready to buy. Fear encourages Simon to buy it, saying they can recycle it if it breaks. Simon buys 3 boxes of archers and a few extras, leaving the store with a hefty bill. Fear teases Simon about his surprise splurge, but Simon knows he needs everything he bought. Nephthys enjoys the sweets and asks Simon if he has a moment to spare. Nephthys waves goodbye, and Simon, slightly embarrassed by his friend's behavior, is reassured as she laughs it off, saying it happens all the time. She congratulates him on assembling his first battalion. Simon starts to ask how she knew that, but she quickly cuts him off. Nephthys insists they move somewhere more private, worried someone might overhear. She grabs Simon's hand and lifts them both into the air. A few seconds later they land, and Simon ends up tumbling, his head hitting the ground. They've landed in a girly room full of soft colors and decor. It's Lorraine's room, and she's just stepped out of the shower, dripping wet. Lorraine, furious, complains about her mom's constant troublemaking, especially bringing a boy to her room without warning. Meanwhile, Nephthys has something serious to share. Lorraine grumbles, but Nephthys brushes her off, reminding her she needs to study for her exam and mentioning Simon's study group. Lorraine insists she knows, but Nephthys isn't convinced, claiming she's tired of the professor's constant nagging. Lorraine doesn't get it, thinking her skills are more about practice, not memorizing textbooks. They continue bickering for a while. Watching them argue, Simon starts to miss his team. Eventually, Lorraine asks Nephthys to just get to the point and storms out. Nephthys shakes her head, wondering where Lorraine got her fiery attitude from. Nephthys tells them to sit, and they both plop down on the floor. Nephthys begins by bringing up the priest Simon saw in the forest. She had her team investigate, and they found some promising clues. But she's not here to discuss the clues. Instead, she's warning Simon. The spy knows about him. Simon is stunned by the news. Nephthys asks if he remembers the Cyclops incident. She explains that someone had deliberately sabotaged the Cyclops. Simon suspects their goal was to kill him and make it look like an accident. Nephthys drops the bombshell. The spy is from the school, someone who had the opportunity to mess with the Cyclops. Nephthys offers Simon protection from Kizan, mentioning that Lorraine always worries about him. Lorraine, feeling awkward, turns red. Nephthys suggests Simon take a year off and return later, with plans to ease him back in, just like they did with his roommate. Nephthys recommends Simon stay home for a year to stay safe, but he politely declines, thanking her for the offer. Simon insists he wants to stay at school to continue his own investigation. Nephthys and Lorraine both worry a little, but the Chancellor had anticipated Simon's stubbornness, considering as Richard's son. Finally, Nephthys gives in, promising to come up with a plan to keep him safe at school. She hands Simon a necklace, explaining it's not just any necklace, it's an artifact. She mentions there have been troubling incidents all over the continent, not just in Kizan. Since she can't focus solely on him, she urges Simon to wear the necklace at all times. It has the power to protect him when danger arises. Nephthys tells Simon that if the necklace signals danger, he must leave everything behind and flee. She also asks Lorraine to look out for him at school. Lorraine half-heartedly agrees and retreats back to bed. Nephthys wakes Lorraine up, insisting she go study with Simon. Lorraine, feeling reluctant, worries she'll be a bother to Simon's friends. Nephthys, however, is firm about her sending Lorraine to the study group. Lorraine throws a mini tantrum, which finally makes Nephthys relent. Nephthys happily leaves, telling Lorraine to get ready for study time. Lorraine, still embarrassed, tells Simon she'll just sit in for an hour and not disrupt their study group. Simon's actually thrilled to have another person join the group. He takes Lorraine over to the group and introduces her, casually mentioning he bumped into her outside and thought she could join their study session. Lorraine apologizes, feeling a bit out of place for crashing their study group. She tells them to just ignore her and keep studying, but the group can't help but notice her charm and unique vibe. As time passes, everyone starts to gel, diving into their studies together. Lorraine struggles with a catarology question, but Melon quickly jumps in to help her out. Melon shows Lorraine a formula that'll help solve the problem. Lorraine picks it up fast, impressing Kami with her ability to learn so quickly. During the study session, Kami shares some snacks with the group. Hayward chimes in, mentioning he picked them up from a store in Rochester. Lorraine gets to know everyone and is clearly enjoying herself. Simon notices that Lorraine is fitting in well with the group. He thinks Lorraine's pretty amazing, even though she's not too into studying, just one of those naturally talented but lazy types. As the day wraps up, everyone agrees to head back to their rooms and study solo. Lorraine heads out with Simon and the group says their goodbyes. On the walk back, Lorraine asks Simon how his experience at Kiezen has been so far. Simon says it's been great, so great in fact that he'd risk his life for it. When they reach the gate, Lorraine thanks Simon for the study session and takes her leave. Just before leaving, she tells him one important thing: always doubt everything and trust no one. Jane kicks off the evaluation, calling it a great chance for the students to test their skills ahead of the midterms. She tells them the assessment will last 60 minutes, covering all 8 subjects, except for elementary black magic. As Jane hands out the sheets, Malin organizes the group, assigning subjects based on each person's strengths. Everyone gets the subject they're best at. She advises them to star any question they can't solve and move on, and to put a triangle by questions they're unsure of. Malin says she'll start checking from question 1, and once they finish their assigned questions, they should tackle other subjects. With terminology having the most questions, Malin tells Simon they're counting on him to handle it. Simon confidently promises he's got it covered. The assessment kicks off, and the students dive straight into their work. Malin looks over at Simon, thinking to herself that he must have put in a lot of work. But she's not backing down from the bet. In fact, she's thinking about winning and then canceling it just to look cooler. She decides to keep it a secret, hoping it'll pressure him to study harder. Just then, Hayward lets out a loud scream, asking for help with a question. Frustrated, she slams the desk, telling him to skip the question and move on. But he ignores her and keeps yelling, saying he won't be able to finish the other questions if he skips this one. With just 5 minutes left in the assessment, the tension builds. Malin advises the group to skip any unfinished questions and focus on what they've already started. There's just one short question left to tackle. The group scrambles to solve the final question as the clock ticks down. 5 minutes later, Jane declares the assessment over, instructing everyone to raise their hands. She mentions the results will be announced after the midterms and asks them to grade their own answers for the rest of the class. Simon glances at Malin, wondering if they should grade and review their scores together. Simon scores an 84, a solid improvement from his last test. The group cheers him on, but Malin's a little frustrated. It throws off her plan. Kemi scores 89 in hematology, another personal best, and all eyes turn to Hayward, who nervously flinches after a rough performance. Malin grabs Hayward by the collar, flashing a grin as she encourages the group to keep pushing for the upper ranks. The group thanks Professor Jane for the mock test questions, realizing they'll ace the real deal if they review them properly. After the grade talk, Malin reminds everyone about tomorrow's battle evaluation. She warns Simon to be careful, since everyone saw him using the golem during the test. Simon just smiles, already aware of the situation. She questions his confidence, and Simon assures her that he'll try his best. If he wins, he'll break into the upper ranks. The whole group is determined to win and stay in the upper squad. The evaluation match kicks off between Simon and Jessica from Class H, who looks a bit confused as she steps into the arena. Jessica spots Simon, standing there with a book in front of his face and skeletons standing guard around him. This annoys her, thinking Simon's not taking the match seriously by reading while she's there. She kicks things off with a poison fog spell. Simon quickly picks up on her toxicology major, realizing the spell will slowly drain his stamina. Excited by the challenge, Simon mutters to himself, which only makes her angrier as she tells him she's not his midterm tutor. She creates a poison whip and takes out one of Simon's skeletons with a swift strike. Simon slips into nerd mode, explaining the details of the poison whip to anyone who'll listen. He points out that the poison whip relies on a fixed magic circle, making it easy to counter with a darkness arrow. Jessica starts to panic, realizing Simon's already figured out all her tricks. She decides her only option is to go physical. She charges at him, using darkness to boost her speed. Simon closes his book, noting that accelerating with darkness makes it tough to change direction. Using her own momentum, Simon effortlessly sends her flying with a single move. While she's airborne, Simon uses the shattered skeleton's bones to finish her off. Defeated, Jessica accepts her loss, knowing she's completely outmatched. Simon easily wins, offering Jessica some advice to watch out for counterattacks in her next match. The midterms finally arrive. After the exam, Simon and Hayward collapse on a bench, looking like they just fought a battle. They're relieved the midterms are finally over. Simon smiles, telling Hayward that the midterms were just about self-growth, and that makes him genuinely happy. Hayward starts sweating nervously, but he keeps quiet. Just then, Malin and Kami exit the exam hall and meet them. Malin smirks, asking Simon how his summon algae exam went. She's curious because she wants to keep seeing him around the academy. Simon regrets his words, wishing he could punch himself for being so confident earlier. He thought raising 10 points would be easy, but the exam turned out to be way tougher than he expected. Malin gets worried, asking if he messed up his summonology exam. Simon laughs, reassuring her that he'll still win. He just wanted to warn her it wasn't a walk in the park. Malin asks the group what they have planned for the weekend. Hayward casually mentions he's planning to eat some monster meat. The group is surprised, and Malin asks why in the world he'd eat that. Hayward confidently claims there's going to be an announcement next week. Everyone might have to go to an island. He explains it'll be a survival island where they'll be dropped on a monster-filled island. They'll have to survive for 4 days and will be evaluated on their survival skills. Once on the island, they'll have to figure out food, shelter, and everything else themselves. Points will be awarded for hunting monsters. With keys in at stake, the lowest scorers might get eliminated. This makes Kami worry, thinking she won't be able to survive. Malin asks Simon if he's joining Hayward for the island adventure. Simon gets all excited, thinking it sounds like the best time ever. Surviving on an island for 4 days, hunting monsters, it's like Simon's dream. He remembers doing it all the time back home. Malin checks with Hayward about his confidence in the island trip, since the school hasn't confirmed it yet. He's about 60 to 70% sure. Hayward's been listening in on the keys and servants, overhearing them prep tongue pads, devices used for performance assessments. The teleporting team at headquarters has been working non-stop on a big project for days, even buying up magic circle ingredients in bulk. On top of that, professors and other classes are taking next week off. Malin starts buying into Hayward's theory. Malin says it's time to start preparing. Hayward adds that they should focus on boosting their fighting and survival skills. Kami asks what survival skills even means. Hayward explains, building shelters, starting fires, butchering monsters, and knowing which plants are safe to eat. They'll either have to gather plants or hunt monsters for food. Malin nervously announces that she'll only be eating at restaurants serving monster dishes for the weekend. She invites Kami to join, and of course, Kami's in. Simon remembers that Professor Hong Peng's dish from the other day was also made with monster meat. They both loved it, surprised it was made with monster meat. Simon decides to write the professor, asking for the recipe. The group is now checking out a new batch of sluck monsters. They match the monsters to the pictures they have, gearing up for the hunt. After the midterms, they get a letter back from Professor Hong Peng with the recipe. The recipe requires meat from a specific monster, the Nuzlocke. The professor explains that Nuzlocks are dangerous for the ecosystem, reproducing fast and eating everything in sight. The professor tasks them with hunting down the boss Nuzlocke. She tells them to catch the boss carefully as they'll be cooking it later. Malin suggests starting with the smaller monsters. She asks Hayward to support them with enchantments, while Simon handles the tanking and secondary support. Malin and Kami would handle the attacks. As a monster lunges at them, Hayward casts his enchantment on a skeleton, but Kami takes it out with a quick attack. Hayward starts sweating, realizing Kami's attack was enough to take it down in one hit. More monsters close in, but Simon's skeletons start picking them off with arrows. Simon signals Malin to step in with an attack. Malin unleashes her dark flare, incinerating a whole group of monsters in one shot. Just as they think it's over, a monster attempts to ambush Malin from behind, but Kami shoots it down before it even gets close. Kami watches quietly as Simon laughs while Hayward and Malin argue about the flames. Simon turns to Kami, checking if she's alright. Kami admits she's feeling dizzy from using too many hematic bullets. Kami almost faints, but Simon catches her, concerned about how pale she looks. Hayward calls them over, showing a massive paw print he thinks was made by the boss. The group agrees to track the boss. Meanwhile, Kami blushes, confused by her reaction around Simon. She can't figure out why she's acting like this after 5 years of being fine. Meanwhile, the professor calls her Ta, instructing him to bring Simon and his group. She mentions their mission to capture the boss Nuzlocke, and they should be near its habitat. The TA asks why they're coming on the weekend. She explains they're preparing for the island survival challenge, even though it hasn't been confirmed yet. Thanking him, she leaves, while the TA clenches his fist, clearly upset. The group approaches the boss Nuzlocke, ready for the challenge. Simon pulls out the eye, prepping to summon the golem. Moments later, the boss appears, charging straight at them. The team tells Simon to focus on the golem while they hold off the boss. Kami takes a shot with the hematic bullet, but the boss dodges it easily. The group quickly realizes the boss has way better reflexes than the others. Malin follows up with a flare attack, but Hayward reminds her not to burn the boss. They need it for dinner later, and insists it won't matter since they're roasting it later. As their argument continues, the boss suddenly leaps at Hayward. Hayward acts fast, trapping the boss in an enchanted net. The boss thrashes, trying to escape the net, but it doesn't take long before the boss breaks free and escapes. Just about to bolt, the golem punches it right in the face. The boss is sent crashing into a nearby tree. Simon quickly apologizes to the team for keeping them waiting. With the golem backing them up, the rest of the mission becomes a breeze. The noise catches the TA's attention, and he finds them. Impressed, the TA congratulates them and leads them to the teleport circle. Just as they're about to teleport back, the TA stops Simon from entering. The TA says he needs to talk to Simon. Simon, a bit confused, asks why they can't chat after teleporting. The TA gets frustrated, demanding Simon just follow orders. He insists it's a man-to-man conversation. Simon wonders if he's done something wrong. The TA accuses him of bossing the professor around, saying she's not his personal tutor, and criticizing his letter. Simon tries to apologize, but the TA isn't having it. He punches a tree in half, declaring he's not here to argue. The TA accuses Simon of manipulating the professor, exploiting her kindness because of his special admission status. The TA believes Simon is leading her on, making her think he might become her disciple. Simon tries to explain that the TA's got it all wrong. He clarifies that he turned down the professor's offer, and she respected his decision, even telling him to reach out if needed. He adds that it was the professor's idea to invite his friends along. The TA, now furious, challenges Simon, questioning if he thinks he'll buy the story. The TA claims he's been working with the professor for 5 years and knows exactly how she thinks. Simon quickly realizes that TA is not going to believe him no matter what he says. The TA tosses Simon a battle evaluation bracelet, suggesting they settle things with a fight. He says if Simon lands even one hit, he'll believe him and do whatever Simon asks. If Simon loses, he'll have to become the professor's direct disciple. Simon gets that the TA is worried about the professor, but forcing his thoughts on others is a bit much. But Simon's not one to back down from a challenge, so he accepts. Without wasting another second, the TA charges at Simon. Simon braces for a left hook, but the TA surprises him with a right. The TA keeps throwing punches, demanding Simon follow through on his words. Simon unexpectedly slides back, surprising the TA, who realizes Simon's not just trying to dodge but actually fight back. Enraged, the TA slams Simon to the ground with a brutal combo. As the TA tries to finish him off, Simon grabs his leg, but the TA leaps back, avoiding him. The TA asks if Simon's a fighter. Simon says he's just trained to follow in his father's footsteps. The TA can't believe Simon's built like that, so he charges again and slams him to the ground. But when the TA looks down, he's shocked to see Simon dodge it at the last second. The TA starts to get why the professor's keeping an eye on Simon. While he's distracted, the skeletons start chopping down a tree. The TA is stunned. Simon's been controlling the skeletons while fighting him. The TA leaps at Simon, only to be slashed by a skeleton's axe. Meanwhile, the skeletons block his path with 2 massive trees. The TA starts to wonder if Simon planned this all along. Distracted, Simon casually walks over and kicks him in the face. With a smirk, Simon tells him there's no excuse now, he's clearly lost. The TA begins to laugh, almost losing his grip on reality. He admits defeat but insists if he doesn't beat Simon now, he'll regret it forever. Simon retracts his earlier words, admitting he was wrong to pull out the black suit in front of a first grader. It's disgraceful. The TA brushes it off, unfazed, and starts walking towards Simon. Simon doesn't flinch, standing his ground. The TA demands Simon take his stance, but Simon, losing patience, decides to do things his way now. The TA tells Simon to just finish it already. The TA grabs Simon by the collar, but just as he's about to strike, the professor calls out. He stumbles, claiming it was just a sparring match. The TA tries to explain, but the professor slams him aside, demanding to know what's going on. She orders the TA to turn around and hold the most painful position possible. The TA immediately obeys, balancing himself on his thumb while upside down. He has to rely on all his stamina and darkness to stay in that position. The professor turns to Simon, checking if he's okay. Simon reassures her, saying the TA gave him a protection bracelet beforehand. Despite his assurance, the professor grabs him, checking for injuries. Simon realizes something's off. He knows the professor wouldn't grab him like that unless it's for a reason. He asks about the task he gave her, and she replies that she's already moved all the Nuzlocke corpses. She thanks him for his wisdom, saying his decision to have her memorize the professor's appearances and voices helped them a lot. She adds that it would help if they needed to escape to investigate the priest. She also asks how her acting skills are. Simon thanks her but asks her to let go already. As she gets too close, Simon gently pushes her away, saying they need to deal with the TAF first. He switches back into professor mode, ordering the TA to hold his position for 20 hours. She tells him to act normal tomorrow and not to ever mention this again. She warns him not to challenge Simon again. The TA quickly agrees, and both of them head out. By nightfall, Simon returns to the group, and Kami rushes to ask what went down. Simon explains that the TA helped him stash the Nuzlocke corpses for research. He asks about the preparations, and she says they have the firewood ready, just needing it lit. After lighting the firewood, Malin asks why Simon stacked it in squares. He explains it's the most common method. Kami and Hayward ask more questions about the setup just as the professor arrives. The professor begins by explaining a bit about the monster meat. She explains that while there are many types of monsters, the butchering process is pretty much the same for all of them. The professor asks to see the boss Nuzlocke they caught, explaining that they need to bleed, skin, and gut it first. As she demonstrates, Malin carefully writes everything down in her book. Once they finish, the professor offers to show them how to clean fish, saying it's easier. After cleaning, she spices up the meat to mask the monster meat's strong smell. She warns them that monster meat can be dangerous, so they need to make sure it's grilled well. While they're learning, the professor casually offers them some alcohol. As they eat, the professor turns to Simon, asking where the TA is since he's missing. Simon explains that the TA left early because he wasn't feeling well. Meanwhile, Kami dozes off and ends up sleeping on Simon's shoulder. Simon tells the professor he'll take Kami to the cabin. He lays her on the bed and wishes her good night. Just as he's about to leave, Kami grabs his arm and pulls him back onto the bed. Simon is caught off guard, unsure, and a bit nervous about her strange behavior. Kami almost bites Simon but catches herself, covering her mouth with her hand. She mumbles that she can't bite him. Simon wonders if she's holding back because of him, but she's already fast asleep. He smiles softly, wishing her good night. The next morning, Professor Jane gathers the students for an important announcement. In 2 days, they'll take part in a survival test on the island. Simon and Melon are pumped. It's finally happening. The Teas hand out the guidelines while Jane gives them a quick rundown. Jane writes on the board explaining that 961 first years from all classes will participate, and once the test starts, they'll be teleported to random spots on the island's edge. The test lasts 4 days, with the goal of surviving and reaching the island's center. But survival alone isn't enough. They'll be graded on points. Points can be earned by hunting monsters, ranging from levels 1 to 4, with rewards between 1 and 20 points based on their type. The monsters range from spiders and rats to snakes and even werewolves. After the test, grades and ranks will depend on the points earned. Points will be tracked using a bio-artifact called the tongue pad. It's simple, just place it near a dead monster, and it absorbs its magic, showing the points in mana language. After that, the monster's body turns into a mana bead. Hunting isn't optional. It's a must for both points and food. The students whisper to each other, unsure if they actually have to eat the monsters. Jane goes on, explaining that fighting other students is another way to earn points. If a student's barrier gauge hits 0, they're sent to the safety zone, and their tongue pad will release all collected mana. Winning means taking all of their opponent's points. Jane finishes by mentioning that Kizan built a mansion in the center of the island. It's the only place combat isn't allowed. The mansion blocks all attacks, and stepping inside earns an instant 200 points. The students are stunned, realizing that entering the mansion is like hunting several monsters at once. Jane explains that while the rules are simple, there are tricky details, so they should review the guidebook. Afterward, a guest lecturer will cover the island's ecology. A silver-haired man steps forward, introducing himself as Edward Buckby. Hayward freaks out, convinced that Professor Jane has powerful connections. Simon wonders if Edward is famous. Hayward is shocked, asking how Simon doesn't know him. Edward is a legendary treasure hunter who's uncovered over 10 ancient ruins. He's the best of the best. Edward stands before them, saying he never imagined giving a lecture in Kisan. He must have done something right to get here. He credits his success to his father, and shares that he grew up poor. He's proud of traveling through the Dark Alliance and even sneaking into the Holy Federation. In short, he's a survival expert. He may not have powerful black magic like the students, but he stayed alive through preparation. Edward pins a map on the board introducing Kira Island, the site of the test. It's surrounded by smaller islands of various sizes, all of which he's visited to study their vegetation and monsters. He hands out a detailed reference book, but insists that real experience is what truly matters. Now he's ready to share everything he knows about Kira Island, including crucial warnings about the environment. He opens the floor for questions. A student raises a hand, asking why Edward mentioned the island is made up of smaller islands. Meanwhile, Simon flips through the book, spotting a picture of a monster. Fear suddenly tells Simon to wait, asking to take a closer look. Simon holds the book closer to the badge Fear gave him. Nephthys enjoys the sweets and asks Simon if he has a moment to spare. Nephthys waves goodbye, and Simon, slightly embarrassed by his friend's behavior, is reassured as she laughs it off, saying it happens all the time. She congratulates him on assembling his first battalion. Simon starts to ask how she knew that, but she quickly cuts him off. Nephthys insists they move somewhere more private, worried someone might overhear. She grabs Simon's hand and lifts them both into the air. A few seconds later they land, and Simon ends up tumbling, his head hitting the ground. They've landed in a girly room full of soft colors and decor. It's Lorraine's room, and she's just stepped out of the shower, dripping wet. Lorraine, furious, complains about her mom's constant troublemaking, especially bringing a boy to her room without warning. Meanwhile, Nephthys has something serious to share. Lorraine grumbles, but Nephthys brushes her off, reminding her she needs to study for her exam and mentioning Simon's study group. Lorraine insists she knows, but Nephthys isn't convinced, claiming she's tired of the professor's constant nagging. Lorraine doesn't get it, thinking her skills are more about practice, not memorizing textbooks. They continue bickering for a while. Watching them argue, Simon starts to miss his team. Eventually, Lorraine asks Nephthys to just get to the point and storms out. Nephthys shakes her head, wondering where Lorraine got her fiery attitude from. Nephthys tells them to sit, and they both plop down on the floor. Nephthys begins by bringing up the priest Simon saw in the forest. She had her team investigate, and they found some promising clues. But she's not here to discuss the clues. Instead, she's warning Simon. The spy knows about him. Simon is stunned by the news. Nephthys asks if he remembers the Cyclops incident. She explains that someone had deliberately sabotaged the Cyclops. Simon suspects their goal was to kill him and make it look like an accident. Nephthys drops the bombshell. The spy is from the school, someone who had the opportunity to mess with the Cyclops. Nephthys offers Simon protection from Kizan, mentioning that Lorraine always worries about him. Lorraine, feeling awkward, turns red. Nephthys suggests Simon take a year off and return later, with plans to ease him back in, just like they did with his roommate. Nephthys recommends Simon stay home for a year to stay safe, but he politely declines, thanking her for the offer. Simon insists he wants to stay at school to continue his own investigation. Nephthys and Lorraine both worry a little, but the Chancellor had anticipated Simon's stubbornness, considering his Richard's son. Finally, Nephthys gives in, promising to come up with a plan to keep him safe at school. She hands Simon a necklace, explaining it's not just any necklace, it's an artifact. She mentions there have been troubling incidents all over the continent, not just in Kizan. Since she can't focus solely on him, she urges Simon to wear the necklace at all times. It has the power to protect him when danger arises. Nephthys tells Simon that if the necklace signals danger, he must leave everything behind and flee. She also asks Lorraine to look out for him at school. Lorraine half-heartedly agrees and retreats back to bed. Nephthys wakes Lorraine up, insisting she go study with Simon. Lorraine, feeling reluctant, worries she'll be a bother to Simon's friends. Nephthys, however, is firm about her sending Lorraine to the study group. Lorraine throws a mini tantrum, which finally makes Nephthys relent. Nephthys happily leaves, telling Lorraine to get ready for study time. Lorraine, still embarrassed, tells Simon she'll just sit in for an hour and not disrupt their study group. Simon's actually thrilled to have another person join the group. He takes Lorraine over to the group and introduces her, casually mentioning he bumped into her outside and thought she could join their study session. Lorraine apologizes, feeling a bit out of place for crashing their study group. She tells them to just ignore her and keep studying, but the group can't help but notice her charm and unique vibe. As time passes, everyone starts to gel, diving into their studies together. Lorraine struggles with a catarology question, but Melon quickly jumps in to help her out. Melon shows Lorraine a formula that'll help solve the problem. Lorraine picks it up fast, impressing Kami with her ability to learn so quickly. During the study session, Kami shares some snacks with the group. Hayward chimes in, mentioning he picked them up from a store in Rochester. Lorraine gets to know everyone and is clearly enjoying herself. Simon notices that Lorraine is fitting in well with the group. He thinks Lorraine's pretty amazing, even though she's not too into studying, just one of those naturally talented but lazy types. As the day wraps up, everyone agrees to head back to their rooms and study solo. Lorraine heads out with Simon and the group says their goodbyes. On the walk back, Lorraine asks Simon how his experience at Kizan has been so far. Simon says it's been great, so great in fact that he'd risk his life for it. When they reach the gate, Lorraine thanks Simon for the study session and takes her leave. Just before leaving, she tells him one important thing: always doubt everything and trust no one. Jane kicks off the evaluation, calling it a great chance for the students to test their skills ahead of the midterms. She tells them the assessment will last 60 minutes, covering all 8 subjects, except for elementary black magic. As Jane hands out the sheets, Malin organizes the group, assigning subjects based on each person's strengths. Everyone gets the subject they're best at. She advises them to star any question they can't solve and move on, and to put a triangle by questions they're unsure of. Malin says she'll start checking from question 1, and once they finish their assigned questions, they should tackle other subjects. With terminology having the most questions, Malin tells Simon they're counting on him to handle it. Simon confidently promises he's got it covered. The assessment kicks off, and the students dive straight into their work. Malin looks over at Simon, thinking to herself that he must have put in a lot of work. But she's not backing down from the bet. In fact, she's thinking about winning and then canceling it just to look cooler. She decides to keep it a secret, hoping it'll pressure him to study harder. Just then, Hayward lets out a loud scream, asking for help with a question. Frustrated, she slams the desk, telling him to skip the question and move on. But he ignores her and keeps yelling, saying he won't be able to finish the other questions if he skips this one. With just 5 minutes left in the assessment, the tension builds. Malin advises the group to skip any unfinished questions and focus on what they've already started. There's just one short question left to tackle. The group scrambles to solve the final question as the clock ticks down. 5 minutes later, Jane declares the assessment over, instructing everyone to raise their hands. She mentions the results will be announced after the midterms and asks them to grade their own answers for the rest of the class. Simon glances at Malin, wondering if they should grade and review their scores together. Simon scores an 84, a solid improvement from his last test. The group cheers him on, but Malin's a little frustrated. It throws off her plan. Kemi scores 89 in hematology, another personal best, and all eyes turn to Hayward, who nervously flinches after a rough performance. Malin grabs Hayward by the collar, flashing a grin as she encourages the group to keep pushing for the upper ranks. The group thanks Professor Jane for the mock test questions, realizing they'll ace the real deal if they review them properly. After the grade talk, Malin reminds everyone about tomorrow's battle evaluation. She warns Simon to be careful, since everyone saw him using the golem during the test. Simon just smiles, already aware of the situation. She questions his confidence, and Simon assures her that he'll try his best. If he wins, he'll break into the upper ranks. The whole group is determined to win and stay in the upper squad. The evaluation match kicks off between Simon and Jessica from Class H, who looks a bit confused as she steps into the arena. Jessica spots Simon, standing there with a book in front of his face and skeletons standing guard around him. This annoys her, thinking Simon's not taking the match seriously by reading while she's there. She kicks things off with a poison fog spell. Simon quickly picks up on her toxicology major, realizing the spell will slowly drain his stamina. Excited by the challenge, Simon mutters to himself, which only makes her angrier as she tells him she's not his midterm tutor. She creates a poison whip and takes out one of Simon's skeletons with a swift strike. Simon slips into nerd mode, explaining the details of the poison whip to anyone who'll listen. He points out that the poison whip relies on a fixed magic circle, making it easy to counter with a darkness arrow. Jessica starts to panic, realizing Simon's already figured out all her tricks. She decides her only option is to go physical. She charges at him, using darkness to boost her speed. Simon closes his book, noting that accelerating with darkness makes it tough to change direction. Using her own momentum, Simon effortlessly sends her flying with a single move. While she's airborne, Simon uses the shattered skeleton's bones to finish her off. Defeated, Jessica accepts her loss, knowing she's completely outmatched. Simon easily wins, offering Jessica some advice to watch out for counterattacks in her next match. The midterms finally arrive. After the exam, Simon and Hayward collapse on a bench, looking like they just fought a battle. They're relieved the midterms are finally over. Simon smiles, telling Hayward that the midterms were just about self-growth and that makes him genuinely happy. Hayward starts sweating nervously, but he keeps quiet. Just then, Malin and Kami exit the exam hall and meet them. Malin smirks, asking Simon how his summon algae exam went. She's curious because she wants to keep seeing him around the academy. Simon regrets his words, wishing he could punch himself for being so confident earlier. He thought raising 10 points would be easy, but the exam turned out to be way tougher than he expected. Malin gets worried, asking if he messed up his summonology exam. Simon laughs, reassuring her that he'll still win. He just wanted to warn her it wasn't a walk in the park. Malin asks the group what they have planned for the weekend. Hayward casually mentions he's planning to eat some monster meat. The group is surprised, and Malin asks why in the world he'd eat that. Hayward confidently claims there's going to be an announcement next week. Everyone might have to go to an island. He explains it'll be a survival island, where they'll be dropped on a monster-filled island. They'll have to survive for 4 days and will be evaluated on their survival skills. Once on the island, they'll have to figure out food, shelter, and everything else themselves. Points will be awarded for hunting monsters. With keys in at stake, the lowest scorers might get eliminated. This makes Kami worry, thinking she won't be able to survive. Malin asks Simon if he's joining Hayward for the island adventure. Simon gets all excited, thinking it sounds like the best time ever. Surviving on an island for 4 days, hunting monsters, it's like Simon's dream. He remembers doing it all the time back home. Malin checks with Hayward about his confidence in the island trip, since the school hasn't confirmed it yet. He's about 60 to 70% sure. Hayward's been listening in on the keys and servants, overhearing them prep tongue pads, devices used for performance assessments. The teleporting team at headquarters has been working non-stop on a big project for days, even buying up magic circle ingredients in bulk. On top of that, professors and other classes are taking next week off. Malin starts buying into Hayward's theory. Malin says it's time to start preparing. Hayward adds that they should focus on boosting their fighting and survival skills. Kami asks what survival skills even means. Hayward explains, building shelters, starting fires, butchering monsters, and knowing which plants are safe to eat. They'll either have to gather plants or hunt monsters for food. Malin nervously announces that she'll only be eating at restaurants serving monster dishes for the weekend. She invites Kami to join, and of course, Kami's in. Simon remembers that Professor Hong Peng's dish from the other day was also made with monster meat. They both loved it, surprised it was made with monster meat. Simon decides to write the professor, asking for the recipe. The group is now checking out a new batch of sluck monsters. They match the monsters to the pictures they have, gearing up for the hunt. After the midterms, they get a letter back from Professor Hong Peng with the recipe. The recipe requires meat from a specific monster, the Nuzlocke. The professor explains that Nuzlocks are dangerous for the ecosystem, reproducing fast and eating everything in sight. The professor tasks them with hunting down the boss Nuzlocke. She tells them to catch the boss carefully as they'll be cooking it later. Malin suggests starting with the smaller monsters. She asks Hayward to support them with enchantments, while Simon handles the tanking and secondary support. Malin and Kami would handle the attacks. As a monster lunges at them, Hayward casts his enchantment on a skeleton, but Kami takes it out with a quick attack. Hayward starts sweating, realizing Kami's attack was enough to take it down in one hit. More monsters close in, but Simon's skeletons start picking them off with arrows. Simon signals Malin to step in with an attack. Malin unleashes her dark flare, incinerating a whole group of monsters in one shot. Just as they think it's over, a monster attempts to ambush Malin from behind, but Kami shoots it down before it even gets close. Kami watches quietly as Simon laughs while Hayward and Malin argue about the flames. Simon turns to Kami, checking if she's alright. Kami admits she's feeling dizzy from using too many hematic bullets. Kami almost faints, but Simon catches her, concerned about how pale she looks. Hayward calls them over, showing a massive paw print he thinks was made by the boss. The group agrees to track the boss. Meanwhile, Kami blushes, confused by her reaction around Simon. She can't figure out why she's acting like this after 5 years of being fine. Meanwhile, the professor calls her Ta, instructing him to bring Simon and his group. She mentions their mission to capture the boss Nuzlocke, and they should be near its habitat. The TA asks why they're coming on the weekend. She explains they're preparing for the island survival challenge, even though it hasn't been confirmed yet. Thanking him, she leaves, while the TA clenches his fist, clearly upset. The group approaches the boss Nuzlocke, ready for the challenge. Simon pulls out the eye, prepping to summon the golem. Moments later, the boss appears, charging straight at them. The team tells Simon to focus on the golem while they hold off the boss. Kami takes a shot with the hematic bullet, but the boss dodges it easily. The group quickly realizes the boss has way better reflexes than the others. Malin follows up with a flare attack, but Hayward reminds her not to burn the boss. They need it for dinner later, and insists it won't matter since they're roasting it later. As their argument continues, the boss suddenly leaps at Hayward. Hayward acts fast, trapping the boss in an enchanted net. The boss thrashes, trying to escape the net. But it doesn't take long before the boss breaks free and escapes. Just about to bolt, the golem punches it right in the face. The boss is sent crashing into a nearby tree. Simon quickly apologizes to the team for keeping them waiting. With the golem backing them up, the rest of the mission becomes a breeze. The noise catches the TA's attention, and he finds them. Impressed, the TA congratulates them and leads them to the teleport circle. Just as they're about to teleport back, the TA stops Simon from entering. The TA says he needs to talk to Simon. Simon, a bit confused, asks why they can't chat after teleporting. The TA gets frustrated, demanding Simon just follow orders. He insists it's a man-to-man conversation. Simon wonders if he's done something wrong. The TA accuses him of bossing the professor around, saying she's not his personal tutor, and criticizing his letter. Simon tries to apologize, but the TA isn't having it. He punches a tree in half, declaring he's not here to argue. The TA accuses Simon of manipulating the professor, exploiting her kindness because of his special admission status. The TA believes Simon is leading her on, making her think he might become her disciple. Simon tries to explain that the TA's got it all wrong. He clarifies that he turned down the professor's offer, and she respected his decision, even telling him to reach out if needed. He adds that it was the professor's idea to invite his friends along. The TA, now furious, challenges Simon, questioning if he thinks he'll buy the story. The TA claims he's been working with the professor for 5 years and knows exactly how she thinks. Simon quickly realizes that TA is not going to believe him no matter what he says. The TA tosses Simon a battle evaluation bracelet, suggesting they settle things with a fight. He says if Simon lands even one hit, he'll believe him and do whatever Simon asks. If Simon loses, he'll have to become the professor's direct disciple. Simon gets that the TA is worried about the professor, but forcing his thoughts on others is a bit much. But Simon's not one to back down from a challenge, so he accepts. Without wasting another second, the TA charges at Simon. Simon braces for a left hook, but the TA surprises him with a right. The TA keeps throwing punches, demanding Simon follow through on his words. Simon unexpectedly slides back, surprising the TA, who realizes Simon's not just trying to dodge, but actually fight back. Enraged, the TA slams Simon to the ground with a brutal combo. As the TA tries to finish him off, Simon grabs his leg, but the TA leaps back, avoiding him. The TA asks if Simon's a fighter. Simon says he's just trained to follow in his father's footsteps. The TA can't believe Simon's built like that, so he charges again and slams him to the ground. But when the TA looks down, he's shocked to see Simon dodge it at the last second. The TA starts to get why the professor's keeping an eye on Simon. While he's distracted, the skeletons start chopping down a tree. The TA is stunned. Simon's been controlling the skeletons while fighting him. The TA leaps at Simon, only to be slashed by a skeleton's axe. Meanwhile, the skeletons block his path with 2 massive trees. The TA starts to wonder if Simon planned this all along. Distracted, Simon casually walks over and kicks him in the face. With a smirk, Simon tells him there's no excuse now, he's clearly lost. The TA begins to laugh, almost losing his grip on reality. He admits defeat but insists if he doesn't beat Simon now, he'll regret it forever. Simon retracts his earlier words, admitting he was wrong to pull out the black suit in front of a first grader. It's disgraceful. The TA brushes it off, unfazed, and starts walking towards Simon. Simon doesn't flinch, standing his ground. He demands Simon take his stance, but Simon, losing patience, decides to do things his way now. The TA tells Simon to just finish it already. The TA grabs Simon by the collar, but just as he's about to strike, the professor calls out. He stumbles, claiming it was just a sparring match. The TA tries to explain, but the professor slams him aside, demanding to know what's going on. She orders the TA to turn around and hold the most painful position possible. The TA immediately obeys, balancing himself on his thumb while upside down. He has to rely on all his stamina and darkness to stay in that position. The professor turns to Simon, checking if he's okay. Simon reassures her, saying the TA gave him a protection bracelet beforehand. Despite his assurance, the professor grabs him, checking for injuries. Simon realizes something's off. He knows the professor wouldn't grab him like that unless it's for a reason. He asks about the task he gave her, and she replies that she's already moved all the Nuzlocke corpses. She thanks him for his wisdom, saying his decision to have her memorize the professor's appearances and voices helped them a lot. He adds that it would help if they needed to escape to investigate the priest. She also asks how her acting skills are. Simon thanks her but asks her to let go already. As she gets too close, Simon gently pushes her away, saying they need to deal with the TAF first. He switches back into professor mode, ordering the TA to hold his position for 20 hours. She tells him to act normal tomorrow and not to ever mention this again. She warns him not to challenge Simon again. The TA quickly agrees, and both of them head out. By nightfall, Simon returns to the group, and Kami rushes to ask what went down. Simon explains that the TA helped him stash the Nuzlocke corpses for research. He asks about the preparations, and she says they have the firewood ready, just needing it lit. After lighting the firewood, Malin asks why Simon stacked it in squares. He explains it's the most common method. Kami and Hayward ask more questions about the setup just as the professor arrives. The professor begins by explaining a bit about the monster meat. She explains that while there are many types of monsters, the butchering process is pretty much the same for all of them. The professor asks to see the boss Nuzlocke they caught, explaining that they need to bleed, skin, and gut it first. As she demonstrates, Malin carefully writes everything down in her book. Once they finish, the professor offers to show them how to clean fish, saying it's easier. After cleaning, she spices up the meat to mask the monster meat's strong smell. She warns them that monster meat can be dangerous, so they need to make sure it's grilled well. While they're learning, the professor casually offers them some alcohol. As they eat, the professor turns to Simon, asking where the TA is since he's missing. Simon explains that the TA left early because he wasn't feeling well. Meanwhile, Kami dozes off and ends up sleeping on Simon's shoulder. Simon tells the professor he'll take Kami to the cabin. He lays her on the bed and wishes her good night. Just as he's about to leave, Kami grabs his arm and pulls him back onto the bed. Simon is caught off guard, unsure, and a bit nervous about her strange behavior. Kami almost bites Simon but catches herself, covering her mouth with her hand. She mumbles that she can't bite him. Simon wonders if she's holding back because of him, but she's already fast asleep. He smiles softly, wishing her good night. The next morning, Professor Jane gathers the students for an important announcement. In 2 days, they'll take part in a survival test on the island. Simon and Melon are pumped. It's finally happening. The Tayas hand out the guidelines while Jane gives them a quick rundown. Jane writes on the board explaining that 961 first years from all classes will participate, and once the test starts, they'll be teleported to random spots on the island's edge. The test lasts 4 days, with the goal of surviving and reaching the island's center. But survival alone isn't enough. They'll be graded on points. Points can be earned by hunting monsters, ranging from levels 1 to 4, with rewards between 1 and 20 points based on their type. The monsters range from spiders and rats to snakes and even werewolves. After the test, grades and ranks will depend on the points earned. Points will be tracked using a bio-artifact called the tongue pad. It's simple, just place it near a dead monster, and it absorbs its magic, showing the points in mana language. After that, the monster's body turns into a mana bead. Hunting isn't optional. It's a must for both points and food. The students whisper to each other, unsure if they actually have to eat the monsters. Jane goes on, explaining that fighting other students is another way to earn points. If a student's barrier gauge hits 0, they're sent to the safety zone, and their tongue pad will release all collected mana. Winning means taking all of their opponent's points. Jane finishes by mentioning that Kizan built a mansion in the center of the island. It's the only place combat isn't allowed. The mansion blocks all attacks, and stepping inside earns an instant 200 points. The students are stunned, realizing that entering the mansion is like hunting several monsters at once. Jane explains that while the rules are simple, there are tricky details, so they should review the guidebook. Afterward, a guest lecturer will cover the island's ecology. A silver-haired man steps forward, introducing himself as Edward Buckby. Hayward freaks out, convinced that Professor Jane has powerful connections. Simon wonders if Edward is famous. Hayward is shocked, asking how Simon doesn't know him. Edward is a legendary treasure hunter who's uncovered over 10 ancient ruins. He's the best of the best. Edward stands before them, saying he never imagined giving a lecture in Kisan. He must have done something right to get here. He credits his success to his father, and shares that he grew up poor. He's proud of traveling through the Dark Alliance and even sneaking into the Holy Federation. In short, he's a survival expert. He may not have powerful black magic like the students, but he stayed alive through preparation. Edward pins a map on the board introducing Kira Island, the site of the test. It's surrounded by smaller islands of various sizes, all of which he's visited to study their vegetation and monsters. He hands out a detailed reference book, but insists that real experience is what truly matters. Now he's ready to share everything he knows about Kira Island, including crucial warnings about the environment. He opens the floor for questions. A student raises a hand, asking why Edward mentioned the island is made up of smaller islands. Meanwhile, Simon flips through the book, spotting a picture of a monster. Fear suddenly tells Simon to wait, asking to take a closer look. Simon holds the book closer to the badge Fear gave him. Fear's eyes widen at the sight, wondering aloud why this monster is here. Simon asks if it's just another undead, but Fear quickly disagrees. Fear reveals that the creature in the image was once a general in his battalion. Simon's jaw drops in surprise. Fear asks Simon if he recalls his father's past. Simon nods, recalling how his father fought necromancers to protect his priestly mother. Fear confirms it, adding that during that time, the Dark Alliance had been desperately trying to capture their battalion. When they were forced to retreat from the Alliance's fierce attacks, an undead general stayed behind to hold off the enemy, giving them a chance to escape. The undead in question was the one in the picture. His name was Vikram, the general of their battalion's giant troops. Unlike most undead, Vikram was fiercely loyal and chose to sacrifice himself for the battalion, fully aware it might be his end. Fear had assumed Vikram was long gone, so spotting him on Kizan's island is a huge surprise. Simon goes quiet, deep in thought, and Fear notices, asking what's bothering him. Simon feels something's off, thinking it's too much of a coincidence that his father's undead shows up at his performance test. Fear agrees but offers an explanation. Fear suggests that following the chain of islands from Kira Island leads to a port city. Vikram was last seen near that port, so it's possible it's him. After a pause, Simon decides that if Vikram is really his father's undead, he'll try to recruit him. Fear agrees, saying Vikram was a powerful ally in their battalion. He'd be a great addition. Simon sees no downside and prepares to reach out, but Fear cautions that after all this time, Vikram's memories and personality may have shifted. Fear suggests joining Simon to help persuade Vikram, but Simon firmly refuses. When Fear asks why Simon isn't concerned, Simon just points to the book. The book details that all belongings, including subspace storage, will be checked before teleporting to the island, and any extra items, like food, will be confiscated. Malin asks Simon if he's planning to bring spices. Simon casually mentions he's thinking about it. Simon tells Fear to let him handle the solution and suggests visiting the ruins that evening to chat with Urza. Urza is excited and urges Simon to hurry. She's getting restless. Meanwhile, Jane wraps up class, reminding everyone they've got 2 days to prepare for the survival challenge. Kami invites Simon to lunch, but he apologizes, telling her to go ahead. He's got something else to handle. Hayward, however, bursts into tears, desperately wanting Edward's autograph. Malin warns Hayward that if he keeps this up, he'll be on Jane's watch list. Simon tells his friends to enjoy their meal and promises he'll catch up with them later. Outside, Edward is begging Jane for just 2 more hours. And treasure hunter, Edward can't leave without exploring the legendary Rogue Island. Jane laid down the rules with pinpoint precision. Edward had 6 minutes and 24 seconds, not a second more. Edward blinked at the strict time limit and tried to bargain, tossing in a mention of Professor Behill and Class B. One icy glare from Jane, and Edward hit the brakes on his argument. Without skipping a beat, Jane told her assistant to summon Bay Hill, warning he had 10 minutes or she'd hunt him down personally. Right then, the assistant dropped a new problem. The magic circle was overloaded thanks to the survival test prep. Jane's temper flared, demanding to know if they planned to mess things up on the big day too. The assistant scrambled to promise a fix, while Edward, observing from the sidelines, silently decided Jane was not someone to cross. She ordered the whole teleportation team into her office by 6. Jane turned back to Edward, coolly explaining a 10-minute delay. She tossed in a formal apology, but Edward didn't seem to mind. He quietly wondered if the 10-minute delay was really worth the full wrath of Jane. Before heading out, she told him to stay where he was. She'd go check herself. Edward, wisely choosing silence over sass, plopped down with a heavy sigh. He muttered something about Key's people being on a whole other level of stubborn. Just then, Simon showed up, introducing himself as a class's student and tossing a compliment Edward's way. Thinking it was autograph time, Edward whipped out a pen. Simon clarified it was a lecture question, not a fan request, though he wouldn't say no to a signature if offered. Edward looked mildly let down but listened as Simon flipped open a book and pointed to an unnamed monster image from the handout. Taking the book, Edward admitted the materials were bulk compiled. Some details, like this one, might have slipped through. Turns out he hadn't even noticed that strange creature made the final cut. As for the monster itself, Edward had no solid info. He just snapped the pic because it looked interesting, totally unfamiliar territory. Simon tilted his head, clearly curious what interesting actually meant in this case. Edward recalled that the day he took the photo, the island was foggy, and the creature had appeared towering and massive. The moment he reached for his camera, the monster shrank. Snap, photo taken post-shrink. Simon, intrigued, asked how big it had been before. Edward described it as island-sized, a literal giant before the snap. Meanwhile, Hector was mid-workout when a student burst in, saying everyone was gathering next door. Hector barely looked up, coldly instructing the student to spread the word. Simon had to be eliminated during the survival test. As long as Simon stood in their way, Class A and top ranks were out of reach. He clenched his fist, muttering about Class A being under the direct watch of the Vice-Chancellor. For them, taking over Class A wasn't just important, it was everything. The student nodded along but couldn't help thinking Hector might be overdoing it. Simon was just a classmate, not a final boss. The student quietly questioned whether there was some old rivalry between their families. That night, Heron wandered off, clearly deep in thought. Last week's battle evaluation had landed him in the middle tier, and now Behill's boost was flickering out. The power drain was real, and he knew the survival test might be his last shot to impress Behill. Then a figure zipped through the sky. Heron froze, eyes wide, calling out before he could stop himself. The stranger floated with a cryptic grin, tossing out an offer too tempting to ignore. Teleportation day arrived, and the crew gathered at the designated point, buzzing with nerves. Cammy looked uneasy, clearly worried about getting split from the group. Simon offered a calm grin, giving her that silent confidence boost she needed. Hayward turned to the girls, teasing about them turning monster meat into a gourmet meal. Cammy and Malin exchanged looks, clearly not thrilled at the thought. Cammy admitted she had practiced fishing. Malin leaned toward foraging, but monster meat wasn't totally off the table, only in emergencies. Simon chimed in with a heads-up. Supply drops were random, and a rare artifact could flip the whole game. He glanced at Malin, wondering if others would gun for the artifact too. She confirmed it with a nod. Grabbing it meant serious leverage. Hayward couldn't help himself. He joked that Malin might just torch everything, supplies included. Malin shot him a deadly glare and barked a reply as the group stepped into the teleport circle. Hayward nudged Simon, pointing out Hector, who was shooting daggers his way. With a knowing smirk, Hayward hinted at drama ahead if Hector crossed their path. Simon sighed. Why was he everyone's favorite target? Malin gave a quick pep talk, then warned Simon to steer clear of the center if he valued survival. Her advice, stay out of the low zones, they were a trap. Simon gave a firm nod, and in a flash of light landed in the middle of a thick, leafy jungle. He took one look around and cracked a grin. This was going to be interesting. Simon looked ready for adventure. Fear, watching nearby, couldn't help wondering if he remembered the mission at all. Simon, still grinning, insisted, yeah, he hadn't forgotten a thing. While chasing points and the elusive Vic room, Simon halted mid-step, prompting Fear to raise an eyebrow. He spotted a snake, grinned, and scooped it up like it was a toy. With a proud lift, he silently dubbed it his jungle delicacy. He laughed like it was a theme park, while Fear just stared, visibly questioning his sanity. Elsewhere, chaos ruled. Students stumbled through the jungle, overwhelmed. Swarms of bugs and skittering monsters sent more than a few into full-blown panic. Malin locked up at the sight of one particularly nasty critter. Her legs refused to cooperate until sheer will snapped her out of the trance. Meanwhile, Hector was already throwing punches over rations like it was a boxing match. A cluster of students caught sight of Simon in the distance. He was dirt-smudged, lugging sticks and rope, and, because why not, a full skeleton tagging along. Their jaws dropped. Clearly this guy was next level at surviving. Whispers spread, maybe he was a treasure hunter, or something cooler. Before long, teams were practically brawling for the honor of recruiting him. He waved off every offer with a polite shrug. Today was a solo mission. Fear, knowing the real mission was Vic Room, pointed out they were drifting off course. Simon, unfazed, promised a dramatic catch-up tomorrow. Fear wasn't buying it. They were basically on the map's edge. Simon just grinned like he had a cheat code. Just then, a figure appeared in the distance, lugging boxes. It was Brad, and his expression said it all. Simon wasn't supposed to be there. With a smug tilt of the head, Brad tossed out the idea of round 2. Simon chuckled, brushed it off with a fake oops, and claimed he got lost. He waved Brad along like nothing suspicious was happening. Truth was, Simon was on a secret hunt for a spatial bracelet. Eventually, he spotted one tangled in a web way up in the branches. Fear urged him to grab it already, but Simon paused, scanning for hidden surveillance spells first. No sense rushing into a trap. Once the coast was clear, he popped the bracelet on like it was just another gadget. Fear popped out dramatically with backup skeletons, laughing like he just crashed a party. Simon cut the theatrics short, pointing Fear back into the bracelet. Fear froze, clearly not a fan of the short cameo. Simon stayed sharp, reminding him this wasn't playtime. Someone might be watching. Right then, Brad strolled in, arms folded, clearly impressed at Simon's stealth smuggling record. The kind of move that usually earns a one-way ticket out of school. But instead of blowing a whistle, Brad smirked. Normally, this would be game over. But Simon, not your average rule breaker. Suddenly, Brad flickered and turned into Ursa. She casually asked Fear about her shapeshifting, while he looked ready to faint. Simon gave a sheepish sigh. Yeah, it was dramatic, but necessary. Rewind to the day before the Big Island Challenge. Simon pulled Brad aside to cash in a favor. A deal was a deal. Simon had won, and Brad owed him one. Without skipping a beat, Simon laid it out. Brad was now officially his chess piece. Brad's face went stormy. Being bossed around by a newbie didn't sit well. Simon stayed cool, casually dropping the Professor Hong Peng card, one truth bomb away from chaos. With teeth clenched and options gone, Brad gave in and asked what the damage was. The plan, hand over the bracelet, vanish from sight, and don't attract heat. Brad suspected an identity swap. Brad sighed, clearly used to this level of mischief. Proxy impersonations were old news here. Still, he handed over the goods. Brad made it clear, if this blew up, it wasn't on him. Simon promised a flawless setup. Meanwhile, Hersey was already playing Brad's role like a pro. Beaming, Hersey announced she missed him and nailed the mission. Cue demand for compliments. Fear groaned, already crumbling under the sugar overload. Simon questioned the detour. She waved it off, just making sure someone was following orders. Mission check complete, she strutted off, proud that her act had everyone fooled. Fear shivered, begging her to drop the smug look while wearing someone else's face. Unfazed, Hersey offered to tag along for the Vic Room hunt. Simon shut that down. She had a Brad role to play. If she vanished now, alarms would go off. Simon and Fear had it covered. Fear seconded that. Time to slip back into the act. With a dramatic pout, she accused them of being unfair, then spun on her heel, reluctantly ready to leave, even if it meant missing Vikram. She let out the kind of sigh that begged for attention, proudly announcing she was too grown to cry about it. Fear, ever the opportunist, nudged Simon. Clearly, good soldiers deserved good rewards. Simon paused, then asked Urze to drop the disguise and shift back. She turned toward him, concerned. Simon, awkward and stiff, leaned in for a brief, clumsy hug. He muttered something that sounded like gratitude, admitting the whole plan hinged on her work. Urze froze in shock, but Simon nudged her back into action, reminding her she still had a role to play. Promises of full explanations later. Red-faced, she stared a little too long before letting out a sigh worthy of a soap opera. Internally, she questioned how someone could be this frustratingly cute. That night, Simon and his bony crew got to work, stacking wood and slapping together a tiny boat. Done for the night, Simon stretched out to rest. Fear blinked, wasn't even late yet. Simon shrugged, aiming for an early start at sunrise. No midnight adventures this time. He tossed Fear's tie like it was a baton and curled up. Fear glared, insulted. He was a battalion commander, not a nightlight. Declaring it a total disgrace, Fear snapped that he wasn't an alarm clock. "Come morning," Simon greeted him cheerfully. Fear, still fuming, swore this insult would be remembered forever. Simon chuckled, tossed out a sorry, and promised better funding soon. Fear perked up, fair trade. Then came the plan. Straight to the island's center. With a snap, the skeletons lined up and hoisted the boat like it was all part of their workout. Fear guessed they were mansion-bound. Simon gave a casual nod. While packing up, Simon gave Fear the quick geography rundown. One big island, 4 sidekick islands circling it like satellites. The waterways were so narrow, most folks thought it was one massive island, but only the middle one counted as Kira. They were camped out on one of the outer zones, linked to the main island by winding water paths. The river was ocean in disguise, ready to carry them right where they needed to go. Fear finally connected the dots. Simon had planned this from the start. Time to get moving. Elsewhere, Hayward crouched in the trees, eyeing the student squad guarding his only way across. One of his teammates nudged him. Something odd was drifting toward them on the water. Hayward spotted Simon and smirked. Of course he'd show up like this. Simon and Fear floated quietly, with Fear kicking back, enjoying the surprisingly chill vibes. Simon gave a small nod, confident things would stay smooth for a while. That confidence faded fast when he noticed a few students already staking out the area ahead. The bridge crew spotted Simon and immediately launched into a whisper-fueled strategy huddle. One student leaned in, urging the group to block Simon before he got too close. Hayward, lurking nearby, saw a golden opening. He motioned to his squad. While eyes were glued to Simon, they could sneak across without fuss. With a quick calculation, he figured Simon's chaos made the perfect cover. Waving them forward, he told the crew to bolt and leave Simon to deal with the mess. But just as they started moving, someone on the far side spotted them and sent up a warning shout. Right then, a burst of magic came flying at Simon like a warning shot. No clue who launched it, but the aim was serious. Simon didn't hesitate. One sharp kick shattered the boat into pieces. Planks, bones, and bits of greenery scattered like confetti across the water. Then he was off, leaping across the lily-like plants, practically sprinting on water. Hayward on the bridge raised a brow. Classic Simon, always full of surprises. He clocked the plant trick and muttered to himself, Simon really didn't know how to be boring. One big leap later, Simon yelled a command that echoed across the water. Instantly, bones shot up from the water, snapping into skeletons that scooped him up and ferried him ashore. One student blinked in disbelief. Whatever that trick was, it definitely wasn't in the textbook. Hayward took his cue, dashing past the stunned crowd with a casual farewell tossed over his shoulder. Just as they moved to follow, a shadowy hand exploded out, cutting them off with a surprise attack. Heron stepped up, signaling the others to go on. He had something else to deal with. Without waiting for questions, he vanished into the trees. Simon quietly noted how perfect that move was. Fear, for once, completely agreed. Great call. With the bridge being the only path, a big showdown was basically guaranteed. The chaos gave Simon some breathing room to search, though Fear reminded him that their target was frustratingly good at disappearing without a trace. If a full-on brawl broke out in the forest, it could rile up Vikram, who tended to supersize when mad, making him way easier to track. Camping out in the danger zone started to sound like a plan. With all the noise, even Vikram might feel cornered enough to show himself. Up ahead, a towering cliff cut off the path. Not exactly a casual climb, so Simon began scanning for a smarter route. Fear raised a brow, curious. Simon pointed out there was a reason this island got its name. One skeleton pointed out a group nearby, the island's namesake, the Kira folk. Tiny, wiry, green-skinned creatures with oversized ears and pitch-black eyes. Fear noted how many there were. Simon confirmed that, yep, they were everywhere, hence the name. Intel from earlier said this route was the key to getting through the canyon. A sudden rustle from the bushes cut through the quiet. A student popped out, hands up in peace mode. He figured Simon had the same destination and pitched a team-up. He admitted Simon was strong, but going solo looked like a rough bet. It turned out the guy came solo on purpose, but had backup just a shout away. Simon gave a polite pass. The student blinked. Wasn't this supposed to be about teamwork? Going in alone sounded like asking for trouble. But Simon clearly had another plan. Fear, meanwhile, hinted that teaming up could be handy. He figured Simon could just tag along and ditch them once they'd served their purpose. Simon considered it, but passed. He had his own method, and bringing others along only added variables. Back with his team, the student reported Simon's solo stance. No detours, they had a timed mission to run. Beating the Kira people wasn't the worry. The real challenge was navigating the steep terrain without losing ground. Just as the attack kicked off, a heavy thud echoed, followed by tremors that shook the earth. Then came Simon, blasting in on a speeding golem, wind whipping around him like he was in an action movie. Everyone, students and Kira alike, froze mid-motion, jaws practically hitting the ground. Chaos broke out fast. Dodging and diving became the new game as the golem thundered through. A bold Kira lunged, but the golem sent it flying with one swift kick, gone in a blink. The rest yelled something that probably wasn't a compliment. Simon just blinked, clueless. Golem gone. Simon took a moment. 2 days, 127 points. Not bad, but not leaderboard worthy. Respectable effort, but still not enough to crack the top tier. Sooner or later, he'd have to take on other students, hopefully in small batches. Suddenly, a fiery streak sliced the air his way. Instinct kicked in. He ducked, barely missing the blast. More followed, faster, hotter, and far less friendly. That signature burn? Definitely Malin's darkness flame. As he bolted, the fire cleared. Malin stepped out like a final boss reveal. One look and she cracked a smug grin. Figures it'd be him. He threw her a casual glance, wondering if she ever sorted out that weird food issue. They'd been side by side since Kizan days, teammates, classmates, co-survivors. She clearly had a burning question, who'd actually win in a real fight. The vibe clicked. This wasn't a social call, she wanted a proper showdown. She was all in. Moments like this didn't pop up often, and she wasn't letting it slide. Still, something about it felt off. He figured they'd face off eventually, but this, way too soon. Even for her, the full-force assault felt a little too real. She didn't wait for him to catch up. If he was just going to stand there, that was on him. Then came the fireballs, fast, fierce, and definitely not for show. He had to admit her fire magic wasn't just flashy, it was a full-on defense system. Charging in blind would just get anything he threw torched mid-air. A clean hit might turn the tide, he just needed the right moment. No more warm-up. Simon locked in, bow drawn, eyes sharp. She wasn't the only one familiar with their old playbook. She laughed it off, fired back, literally, with another blazing shot. He let the arrow fly, timing it perfectly. The arrow cut through flame like paper, landing clean. Surprise hit her harder than the arrow, coated in dark energy. That wasn't normal. She wasn't backing down. One jump and her flames cranked up to full blast. Seeing the magical boost, Simon bolted. This fight was escalating fast. Yeah, this was definitely turning into a grind. She figured he was getting cocky, but once her dark flare finished charging, he'd be toast. Then, bam! One arrow, then two more from odd angles caught her off guard. She spun around, eyes scanning. Something wasn't right. Simon stood still, no bow in motion. So, where were those shots coming from? A quick glance solved the mystery. 3 skeleton archers, all zeroed in on her. Simon had been playing the long game. He knew her blind spot, and the archers were already in place. She snapped, like she needed reminding of her own flaws. She had plans too. This wasn't a one-sided chess match. Another arrow flew, but she threw up an ice wall in a flash. The arrow hit the ice and froze mid-plan. Simon cracked a grin. This was his window to dip. She was not amused. If he thought this was over, he was dreaming. Simon paused, puzzled by her intensity. Then boom! The ground shook and fear shouted a warning. The earth split open, and Vikram exploded out of the ground like a monster's surprise drop. Simon shouted out, trying to flag the danger her way. Without a second thought, he sprinted toward the chaos, aiming to pull her out. Malin blinked in disbelief. Why was he running into the blast zone like that? She couldn't tell if he was brave or just being ridiculous. Her hands lit up with power, but she held back. Hurting him wasn't the plan. Suddenly, the whole battle seemed kind of pointless. Boom! Her train of thought got interrupted by the earth itself. She dropped like a rock. Simon didn't hesitate, scooped her up, and bolted. One glance back, and there was Vikram crawling out like a boss-level threat. One hit, and both of them went flying like ragdolls. Fear's updates blurred into the background. Simon only saw Malin sliding. He lunged, snagged her wrist, and braced them both at the brink. With a strong pull, she was back on solid ground. He finally tuned in. Where'd Vikram go? Things had cooled off according to Fear. Simon noticed something odd, a feather peeking out behind her neck. He reached for it, but the feather had other plans, gone with the wind. Of course, it started raining. Time for a cave break. While out cold, Malin drifted into a bitter memory, one where she was told she wasn't enough. She had begged for another shot, but his answer had been ice cold. She was done. Not long after, she heard him talking about her replacement like she was old news. She snapped awake, scowling. Some dreams just don't deserve a comeback. Blinking back to reality, something felt off. A glance around showed Simon by a fire, casually drying off. She threw out a question. He tossed back a look, while someone finally woke up. Then it clicked. These weren't her clothes. Her face twisted into fury. Simon had better start explaining. He casually mentioned her clothes were soaked, so he swapped them out to keep her from catching a cold. She lunged at him, half mortified, half enraged. He flailed, whisper screaming about not attracting any lurking monsters. Down on one knee he scrambled to explain he hadn't peeked, not even a little. Her fist tightened. He braced for impact. Instead, she just sighed into her palm. With a breath of calm, she finally gave him the floor. He spilled the whole story from monster mayhem to cliffhanging drama. She stood, told him to face the wall. His brain lagged a second. Wait, why? She barked the obvious, changing time. He spun around so fast he almost tripped, silently kicking himself for not clarifying sooner. A quiet plop beside him made him jump. She was back. His face lit up, and he had no idea why he was more flustered than she was. He offered food like it was the only lifeline in an awkward sea. She nodded, mumbled thanks, both for the snack and the save. The why of it still puzzled her, especially since she'd literally started the fight. She admitted she never meant to actually harm him. He smiled knowingly. Yeah, he'd caught that moment of hesitation. Feeling guilty, she offered up all her points but one, her version of a thank you note. That caught him off guard. No race to the top this time? She grabbed his hand and let the artifact do its thing. Yep, he was right. With a confident grin, she reminded him, 2 days is plenty. His score shot up to a solid 260. He shifted gears. Time for a real question. She raised a brow. Anything. Sure, but no weird stuff. He turned pink and promised it was normal. He paused, then asked what made her chase first place so hard. Elsewhere, a squad of students combed the woods. Heron led the charge, barking at Malcolm to pick up the pace. Malcolm followed Heron's orders without blinking. The group exchanged puzzled looks. Special admission or not, why take orders from that guy? Emily suggested they hit the mansion since it was day 3. Heron snapped, declaring quitters could walk. Emily blinked. Last she checked, Malcolm was still team-led. Heron turned to Malcolm, daring him to disagree. Malcolm backed him up, calling Heron the only one fit to lead. Heron's smug look said it all. Case closed. Emily stared, frustrated. What kind of spell had he cast over Malcolm? She demanded answers. Heron grinned, saying it was all free will, no mind tricks involved. Besides, he claimed, no rookie could pull off that kind of mind control. Still skeptical, he had a secret to share. Curiosity won. Emily stepped closer. Just as she neared Malcolm, Heron grabbed her arm. Her friend tensed. Heron leaned in and whispered something low. Whatever he said left her wide-eyed. He asked again, "Who's the boss?" She smiled sweetly and called him their leader. Her friend gawked. What just happened? Heron shrugged and told her to kneel. Emily dropped to her knees and apologized like she meant it. She admitted she'd been blind to his greatness. Her friend snapped, demanding to know what spell he used. Heron sighed. Guess another feather would be wasted. He waved at Malcolm to clean up the mess. Seconds later, the whole group was out cold. Back in the cave, Simon asked again about her obsession with first place. Malin paused, then admitted it was about beating someone, Serna. He still got chills remembering that creepy smile. Malin explained she'd once been the chosen heir of the Ivory Tower, adored by everyone since childhood. Back then, Malin just liked the spotlight. Being chosen felt cool, not heavy. Then the Tower Master adopted a girl. The girl, Saren, was clearly picked as a rival. The adoption sparked drama, but Malin didn't worry. Saren wasn't blood. That changed fast. Saren was a genius. Malin once called her a monster. Saren did in a week what took her a year. Bloodline pride crumbled in front of raw talent. Everyone saw Saren as the Tower's future. Rules were bent. Malin was benched. Family and elders stopped expecting anything from her. Saren breezed into Kizan through a Tower Academy deal. Malin studied solo and clawed her way in through exams. It clicked. Malin challenged him to chase Saren. He was special admission #1, the next closest thing. Malin clenched her fist. He nailed it. She wasn't quitting, no matter how many said she should. She was ready to reclaim what was stolen. She warned him to steer clear of Saren. Malin had lived with her, and the girl didn't feel human. Next morning, Simon was gone. Just a note left, wishing her luck. Malin scoffed at the note. Teaming up was never the plan. Still, she smiled at it longer than she meant to. Simon couldn't shake the thought. Why did Vikram show up during the fight? Maybe it followed sound, or hated fire, he asked Fear. Fear paused, which felt off. Fear shrugged it off, guessing Vikram got bigger from rage. Simon figured the monster had a grudge. Fear agreed, but said it didn't feel like the same one. That gave Simon a knot in his stomach. While searching, Simon spotted someone watching him. He got closer and froze. It was Ellen. The second Ellen spotted him noticing, she bolted. Simon dashed after her, calling out as he ran. His brain scrambled. Wasn't she supposed to be long gone? A blinding flash cut off his thoughts. He threw up an arm, squinting to make sense of it. Light faded. So had Ellen. A scream ripped through the air behind him. He spun and spotted a student yelling for help. Before he could move, a blade struck. Horrified, he scanned the scene. Bodies littered the ground. One student slumped against a tree, barely holding on. The student trembled, asking why this was happening. Chains snapped around his neck, jerking him off his feet. He thrashed, but the chains locked him to a cross. Another begged to be spared. Spears answered instead. He dropped, lifeless. The attacker mocked the group as whiners. Perched above, Saren watched it all. None of this was fatal, she claimed. According to her, they'd forget the pain anyway. Simon stared, stunned. What kind of game was this? Realization hit. She was doing it for kicks. Anger took over. He started to piece it together. Was this the reason he was dragged here? Sarah leapt down, strolling over like nothing was off. She teased him. It was their third dramatic meeting. She joked that fate clearly liked messing with them. Simon snapped. Enough with the games, he wanted answers. Serna stayed chill. She'd been waiting ages for this chat. Simon barely kept it together as Serna casually name-dropped his title, asked about fear, and guessed Urzi had shapeshifted again, just fueling his fury. Serna waved off his anger like it was nothing. She revealed they were inside a no-spy zone. Nothing in, nothing out. Tons of drones zipped by as Simon demanded how she knew about his battalion gig. She dodged the question, tossing one back about their second meetup. He remembered, just them, first years, standing in that glowing circle. He figured that's when she noticed him. She claimed it started even earlier. The tower had alarm spells rigged on Nefta's ruins, just in case. Sure enough, those alarms went off. They arrived to find him in charge. Simon pressed her. How did she know about Urzi? Serna grinned. Wasn't it super obvious? Turns out she'd tailed him to the fiefdom. Once he was gone, she rifled through the villagers' memories like files. She even brought up Ellen and scolded him for sparing a priest. Major offense. Simon defended the call, ceasefire and all. Serna admitted he was slick and knew how to dodge real heat. But she wasn't done. Signing with fear made him a traitor, apparently. Simon called her bluff. Go ahead, take it to Kizan or a judge. He didn't get why she dragged him here just to scold him. Serna finally spilled. This was a business pitch. She tossed out an invite to the ivory tower. Simon played it cool, maybe after graduation, with a proper offer and some tower-sized perks. Serna shook her head. No interest in Kizan's leftovers. She asked if he realized how a school ended up ruling half the map. In nearby kingdoms, Kizan grads filled most of the general slots. Even the royal knights, 17 out of 20 wore Kizan badges. Even the kingdom's top 2, Kizan grads of course. Obviously they'd back the academy in a pinch. Simon challenged her motive and Serna actually admired the brainpower. She laid out the options, join the tower or face the chopping block, with bonus points for hanging out with Malin. She tossed in the tower's full perks package, total wishlist coverage. Simon narrowed it down. Is this about him or the squad behind him? Serna shrugged. Why not both? That did it. Trust officially off the table. He pushed back. Was his battalion safe or just bait? Serna teased a no-worries clause. Prove himself and it's all his. She pulled rank and gave her word. No takeover. With everything addressed, she circled back. Deal or no deal? Simon realized she'd let him steer too long. Time to flip the script. With a smirk, he dropped the bomb. She kinda stinks at politics. She blinked, puzzled. He pointed out, pros don't show their whole hand. Power had made things too easy for her. Nobody ever pushed back. He reminded her, telling Kizan would backfire. The tower was split down the middle. She and her master, leaders of Team Anti-Kizan. She ruled out Malin as the source. Impressed, credit went to Hayward. He added, they wanted him to help break free from Kazan. Reporting him meant Kazan got the battalion, Loyalist Edition. Forcing him would cross Neftis, triggering Tower vs Kizan chaos. Serna offered a darker plan. Erase him, bury the battalion. Fear popped in with skeleton backup. Simon reminded her, bad move. Serna froze. How did he sneak a subspace in here? Sword drawn, Simon called her out. Never tell your enemy they're invisible. Serna grinned. Now things were getting fun. Fear paused, staring as feathers drifted in like magical confetti. Simon clocked it fast. Classic Serna spell in play. This wasn't standard magic. Only a rare few across the continent had this flavor. He figured, dodge now, decode later. He swung at one, bad idea. It shattered and sliced his cheek. Dread hit like a wave, fast and heavy. Down he went, gasping like the air betrayed him. Serna casually dropped the twist. Emotion control, feather style. He glanced at the tree one got stuck in. The tree sprayed chemicals, thinking he'd been hit by a bug. Serna added, not all doom and gloom, any emotion works. One feather could drop someone to all fours like its obedience class. Grinning in a swirl of feathers, she hinted at giving him a sample. Fear looked for a plan. Simon settled it. No backing down now. He signaled go time. Fear and the skeletons charged in. Serna spun up a feathery shield and blocked the hit like a boss. Cool as ever, she mused. Fighting undead on a scenic island wasn't on the bingo card. While she tangoed with fear, one sneaky skeleton tried the old backstab move. She vaulted into the air and shredded the whole crew with one feather wave. And then, bonus round, spiders swarmed in. Serna admitted it. Simon was finally rocking commander-level power. It didn't matter. The spiders got wiped out in seconds. He realized those feathers were packing more than feelings, serious firepower too. Floating midair, Serna spun up a flurry of magic circles. Simon's eyes widened. Something big was coming. Real big. Serna unleashed a fiery magic storm, total light show, total chaos. Simon blinked. No way a first year should be packing that kind of firepower. Fear popped up, unfazed, like the whole blast was just a breeze. He knocked her down. She bounced back, swinging, feathers flying. The longer they clashed, the clearer it got. This girl wasn't playing student level. But, like it or not, she still had that rookie tag. Serna nailed him with 20 feathers and was already celebrating in her head. Feathers shouldn't work on undead, but Fear had gotten a bit emotionally squishy. With a smug look, she turned to Simon, like his ace had just been benched. Simon stayed chill, pretty sure she called the win too early. Fear pulled out the big blade and took another swing. He shrugged off the emotional mess. Feelings weren't enough to break that will. Cerna was stunned. 20 feathers, and he still shook it off like a champ. Fear decided playtime was over. Time to get real. He swung hard. Light exploded everywhere like a mini sun. Simon flinched at the blast, reminded Fear she's kind of important. Fear just said she's too tough to go down that easy. Sure enough, she hovered above, wings out. One look at the wings and Simon knew this was her real form. Time for a tag team distraction. Cerna grinned, nodding to the collapsing barrier. Was this fight really worth the trouble? Simon told Fear to retreat. Drones were circling. Fear hesitated, knowing Simon might get feathered to bits. Fear agreed but kept the door open, just in case Simon got in deep. Simon shot down the idea. Keys and eyes were on them. Cerna offered a new twist, ruin him slowly. After tanking his record, she'd wipe his mind clean. Every test would be a disaster. Every teammate would hate him. Pure academic torture. And once he flunked out, she'd be right there waiting. Simon raised a brow. Was this her usual recruitment strategy? Simon made it clear her drama-packed tactics were earning her more enemies than allies. Cerna rolled her eyes. Great, another unsolicited lecture. She launched a feather storm, shouting about splitting continents and kicking off some brand new era. The blast shook everything, except Simon, who somehow stayed untouched. Lorraine stepped in, blocking the shot, throwing shade about who's actually flunking out. She reminded Cerna she was on Simon's side, not some ivory tower lapdog. Cerna tilted her head. Was favoritism allowed now? Lorraine clapped back, reminding her the barrier trick wasn't exactly subtle. Cerna grinned, acting all innocent, like why was a student grilling another student? Lorraine cut to the chase. What was Cerna even doing here? As sparks flew, Lorraine told Simon to bounce before things blew up. Simon hesitated, but dipped once she warned him. Cerna caught the incoming shadow arrows and chuckled. Cerna teased her for holding back. Then Lorraine appeared behind her with a surprise punch. A massive blast went off. Simon was low-key glad he pieced out. Cerna zipped into the air, asking if it was now a full-on brawl. Lorraine wasn't having it, told her to get back down here. She chucked a boulder skyward, no hesitation. Cerna sliced it mid-air, zero interest in chatting. Lorraine called it. No more games, she was ending this today. Cerna mocked the choice. Simon totally missed the show. She nudged. What, too embarrassed to show off in front of her crush? Before the taunt could land, Lorraine dropped the mask. Divildum mode. Cerna smirked. If the world knew what she and Mom were plotting, chaos would be an understatement. Cerna dodged with flair, saying the whole scene looked messy. Lorraine said it happened. Future rulers can avoid each other forever. Better to settle things now, before their future fight drags millions down with it. From the sidelines, Simon watched, until Fear reminded him he wasn't just a spectator anymore. Commander status came with perks. Simon doubted it, but Fear just chuckled. Power's a process, not magic. He nodded, stepping back. This was their fight, not his. He had his own mission now. All that chaos, Vikram was definitely going to show up. The earth rumbled, then a giant hand burst from below, and out came Vikram, yelling like he just woke from a nightmare. Simon ditched his badge and gave Fear the wheel. He shouted Vikram's name, trying to snap him back to reality. Drones spotted overhead. Simon warned Fear. Time was ticking. 2 minutes, max. He questioned Vikram's sudden entrance, hinting that the battalion was back in business. Just hearing battalion sent Vikram into full panic mode. And then he started growing, like, seriously growing. It was like the word itself triggered a transformation. Simon turned to Fear, who confirmed the obvious. This thing wasn't Vikram. The creature kept expanding. Fear called it. There's no heads up, just a sudden ambush from the giant imposter. Simon waved Fear off, worried the drones might catch him. Fear nodded and vanished. With Fear gone, the fake pounced on Simon. Simon dodged, baffled. Why was Vikram flipping out? Even Fear was stumped. Fear guessed the fake was in overdrive, growth with no brakes. Simon dodged again, spotting the fake lumbering the other way. Without a pause, Simon sprinted after him. Fear pinged in, confused. Simon answered fast. They had to stop Vikram, whatever he really was. While rushing, Simon ran into Lorraine and quickly mentioned a big problem. Lorraine sped over, asking what was wrong. Simon filled her in. A huge monster was on the move, heading straight for the student area. He quickly asked for her help. Lorraine panicked and asked where it was headed. Simon pointed out the South Island. Simon apologized and asked Cern for help, catching her off guard. Cern found the whole thing ridiculous, but Simon promised a favor and thanked her in advance. Cern conjured a magic circle, clearly not planning to go anywhere. Her thoughts wandered to Simon's warning about making more enemies. She smirked, finding it all too ridiculous. With a glance, she watched them head off. As they moved, Simon asked if Lorraine had heard from Nephthys lately. Lorraine was confused. Nephthys hadn't said anything, so Simon switched topics. Did her class cover monsters going into overdrive? Lorraine remembered her instructor barely knew about it, having encountered it by chance. She guessed the monster was artificial, not native to the island. Soon they spotted the monster wrecking the ground and attacking students. Students scattered in terror. One student tripped, sobbing as the monster lifted its foot to crush her. But just in time, Brad appeared, punching the fake Vic room, halting the attack. The student thanked Brad for saving her life. He offered a hand, warning her to get to safety. Dangerous place, this. She blushed and ran, but Brad realized something was off. This wasn't how he acted. Then, the comms lit up. "What's the monster's deal?" Acting as Brad, she reported. "It targets noise and students screaming." The voice on the other side thanked her, praising the job. Urzi sweated. What had Brad been up to get such a rep? She activated her earpiece, advising to avoid engaging with the monster if possible. Meanwhile, Simon and Lorraine decided to face the monster head-on. Her attack caused holes in the monster, but to their shock it healed almost instantly. Enraged, the monster swiped at them with its claws. Lorraine barely dodged as Simon urgently warned her to look left. She spun around, alarmed to see the monster charging her once more. They were struck before they could escape, sending Simon tumbling. Lorraine grew concerned. However, Cern had already summoned a cushion of feathers to catch him. Simon landed safely, realizing the feathers had saved him. Looking up, he saw wings slamming into the monster, hitting it repeatedly. Cern grew frustrated. Nothing, neither physical attacks nor the feather, was working. Lorraine rushed over, checking if Simon was okay. He reassured her, just as an announcement blared. An unidentified monster was attacking students on Kara Island. Simon felt a wave of relief. The announcement continued, stating students would be immune to damage for 5 minutes after teleportation. Any student wanting to stay had to activate a refusal signal. Lorraine urged Simon to return and finish his evaluation. But when Simon stayed behind, Lorraine was puzzled. He apologized, explaining he had a reason. Before she could ask more, Brad approached, and Simon asked her to buy him some time. Lorraine sighed in frustration, but figured he must have a plan. She handed him earphones, telling him to use them wisely. The Mona communicators were essential. She advised Simon to use them sparingly. He agreed, then jumped down. Urz caught him with a smile. Even in the midst of battle, Fear couldn't help but comment on how grim the sight looked. Fear grumbled, not signing up for this. Simon silenced him, turning to Urze and explaining they needed to deal with the fake Vic room. She had a hunch something was off, so hearing this only confirmed it. She wondered how they'd deal with a monster that could grow and heal so quickly. Fear reassured them, saying he and Simon had a plan, so no need to worry. But Fear doubted if Simon was really prepared to follow through. Simon closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and confidently assured Fear he was ready. Seeing Simon's determination, Fear decided to make the plan happen. Simon grabbed Fear's sword, gearing up for the battle. A few minutes ago, Simon had been contemplating how to deal with the monster. He knew time was running out. The monster wouldn't stop on its own. Fear had a solution but hesitated. Simon immediately pushed for him to share it, even if it seemed unlikely to work. Fear's plan involved his sword, which caught Simon off guard. Fear revealed his sword had the power to destroy anything it touched. It could erase anything, preventing regeneration, no matter how strong the creature's healing was. There was a problem. Fear couldn't reveal himself in front of everyone. Fear confirmed, but since the sword was part of his body, only he could wield it. Simon suggested a workaround. Since Fear was a skeleton, he could detach his arm, or even part of his body as bone armor. From the outside, it would look like Simon was swinging the sword, but Fear would be the one controlling it. Fear, though hesitant, was convinced by Simon's wild idea. Simon blushed a bit at being called crazy, but took it as a compliment. Simon turned to Lorraine, confirming she could hear him. He explained the monster was heading back to the central island, and things were getting worse. He reassured her he had a plan. Lorraine asked how, and Simon revealed he had a weapon that could stop the monster's regeneration, but he needed her help holding his arm. He also wanted Cern to be aware of the plan. Lorraine called out to Cern, asking if she was listening. Cern, annoyed, questioned why Simon thought he could give orders and asked Lorraine if she truly trusted him. Without hesitation, Lorraine showed her trust in Simon. She fully trusted Simon. This is the end of the video. Thank you for watching. Before you go, don't forget to subscribe and smash that like button until explosion. See you on the next video.